Hello, everyone. The Hunt's Mega Final live stream is about to begin, and it's being hosted by J Party, Mimi, the Evil Cat, Worm, Grantes, I guess is how you say it, and me and you. I even saw on X where apparently Sabrina Bright is going to be on here hosting it too, but well, we'll just have to see. It starts in 2 more minutes. Um, I think it's even on Twitch. Let me look at Twitch. I know I blacked out the stream because of that. I'm using it in a private browser, but I just do that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Roblox is live on Twitch. There's only 600 people on Twitch. Hold on. I think they should have done drops, some sort of Twitch drops. Because apparently they uploaded like a rubber ducky that was made by like 3 different creators or something. I think they should have added drops. I think that would have been really cool if they did that. The music is really good too, I'll tell you that. Alright. So it started within a minute. Chat is also disabled during this live stream, so we can't see if people's gonna say L L or this or that. It says one winner, $1 million, and that's it. How does the live stream look on full screen? Oh, okay. I just wanted to see real quick. All right, I got my cup of water. I don't have any popcorn or snacks, but you probably want to get those. I wonder if they're gonna be late. Okay, it should start now, really. So, okay, here we go. 10 seconds. I like how the captions constantly keep saying you. Rated T, diverse content, discretion advised. What, they're gonna show a trailer? Oh, they really are. Could be a low quality content creator reacting to this. Every clue tracked, every token found, every puzzle solved. Wow, they're showing off easy ones. 10 players remain. The winner takes all. The Hunt's Mega Final.
Hello.
Yo!
Welcome to the Mega
J Party.
Final. I'm your host, J Party, head of our global developer community and longtime host of all things Roblox. And joining me today are some awesome and very special guests. None other than the wonderful esports commentator and legend, Mimi Wormkratz, and video star, me and you. Or as I know him, just NU.
Thank you, Jay Party. I got lost and found my way here, but thanks for letting me stay.
Yeah, we're happy you stumbled into the studio because you're going to make this awesome. Mimi, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm so excited to be here. We've gotten to see the contestants warming up and rehearsing for this one, and the stakes, I mean, they've just never been higher. $1 million.
I don't think I've ever seen the inside of
you heard it here.
Headquarters, Roblox headquarters.
That's right, and I still can't believe that this is actually happening. Unreal.
Well, it is happening, folks, and we'll be meeting our contestants shortly. But first, let's introduce some special friends that will be helping us today. I'm thrilled to introduce the Hunt Mega Final Correspondence team. Coming
I
to you
guess just
live
the
is going to be
Roblox account
Dagichi
anonymous, I
Gamer
guess.
and one of creators of RB Battles, Sabrina Bright. Let's
Yeah,
go to him and see what's happening.
Hello, everybody. Hi, welcome. I don't know about you, Sabrina, but I am ready to go. Like really, I am ready to go. Like, if any of you want me to substitute for you, I will gladly step in for a chance to win $1 million.
Same. Keep us posted if we need to step in, J Party. Otherwise, we'll be here. We'll be here following all of the action.
No, they're
Thank
talking
you both
about
for your
the
generous
10
offer,
players who's going to
although
be
today I
competing
think
right
the
now.
contestants are ready to compete themselves. And throughout this competition, we're going to be checking in with this team to get their
Competition?
take on all of the action. Well,
I can't
is it
change
about
the-
that time, Mimi?
I think we're getting close, but first, we should meet
Yeah,
our
it's whatever,
10
I just-
contestants playing today.
All right, let's see who they are. Coming up first in maroon, we have the Deaf Eagle. They've been playing Roblox for 12 years, specializing in obbies.
And next up in red, we have Poke Dragon 100,000. Their
What are they
forte
showing
is
off?
puzzles.
I
thanks
can't
to
even
their
see
10
that.
years of experience.
It's like so blurry.
Our third
or
contestant, hailing
pixelated.
from New York City, is Shafe. He's been playing Roblox for 12 years with a focus on obbies and more recently on FPS games. Today, he'll be representing Orange.
Coming up next, we've got Icicle. Sporting the yellow attire, he has been mastering puzzles on Roblox for 10 years.
Looking
Dang.
good. And then we have Anonymous Lime in Lime Green, an expert in Sims with over 15 years
Oh,
under
he's
their belt.
saying my.
Following that, we have Roby 100.
Yeah,
He's
Roby.
repping green today, and he's been on the platform for 13 years. Another expert in obbies.
All right, coming up in
They're
light
all
blue,
gonna
we
be
have
expert in obbies.
Dud, a 13-year Roblox veteran, especially when it comes to the
A lot of these are really old players.
We
I'll
have
definitely tell you
another
that.
obby expert here, Jay in blue, and has
Yes.
been playing for 9 years.
Our 9th contestant is none other than Mad Max. Today, he's rocking black, and he's yet another one of our experts in the obbies.
They could at least
And in
smile,
gray, we
you
have
know,
our
like,
final contestant,
oh.
and Terrell, after
he
16
the
years
oldest?
of playing
He might be the oldest
RPGs,
one on
and they
here.
know how to win, but this is no ordinary competition.
So there's only one that's staying anonymous, which is the big lime green one.
All right, folks, this is an incredible historic moment. After millions and millions of players have fought it out, today we have our final 10 live in-house to compete for this prize. I cannot wait to get things started. But before we do, let's bring out a
I think
very
we get some
special
pretty cool
guest.
shirts, though.
That's right, the one and only David Builderman Bazooki. Welcome
Oh,
to the set. Come on
Builderman.
down.
Woo!
Always
Oh, you
bring
brought
that.
something special.
I brought something special. First, J Party, Mimi, and you. Thank you so much for hosting today. Okay, so we set out to build something really special for our community. The competition, the action has been intense. The hub has been played over 183 million times. And then today, 10 amazing finalists live with us right now. Today, one of these finalists is going to be the grand prize winner. And J Party, what are they going to bring home?
That's right, $1 million.
Absolutely right. Finalists,
That's 1
Good
billion
luck to
all
all
in
of
that
you.
case.
let the games begin.
All right, folks, you've heard it here. But now let's turn it back to Mimi to find out how some of the rules are going to go for today.
Thanks so much, J Party and David. It's going to go a little something like this today. We have a 3-round tournament consisting first of a qualifying round. Following that is the round of 4.
So there's
of
gonna be
course,
round of
all
4.
leading up to our $1
So win twice,
million
you win. You go to the
round.
$1 million
There will be 8
round.
games in
and if you
total
lose
played
twice,
today.
yes, you
Each has their own rules, so this isn't a
lose.
tournament about being the best at any one game. It's about mastering them all. First up is the qualifying round. And J Party, why don't you tell us a little more about that?
Gladly, gladly,
these are
Mimi.
all, like,
We're going to
kinda
have 10
competitive
contestants
type games?
that have the chance to compete in 5 games. Dress to Impress, Super League Soccer, Blade Ball, Slap Battles, and Doors. But out of these 10 contestants, only 4 will move on to the next round, which will be the elimination rounds. All right, any questions?
Just one. How do you win at each game?
And the money question. Each game's a little different, so we'll explain the rules right before each one starts. One last thing to mention. At times throughout the competition, you may notice 2 Roblox admins, Holiday Beats and All the Swords. They are in place to operate, record, and make sure everything runs smoothly and fairly. That's right, all rules will need to be followed. All right, now that we've got that out
okay.
of the way, we are ready to kick things off.
Let's do it. Our first game up is a fashion phenomenon. It's none other than Dress to Impress.
Game 1, Dress to Impress.
He's about to say something.
There are 2 matches, and contestants will have to create a stylish look before time runs out. Judges will vote, and if there's a tie, they will also vote on who earns a higher placement.
I was
Everyone
actually
will
kind of
collect
wondering how
points
this
and advance to the
game
next
will
game.
actually work.
Here's the scoring for each match.
So 30 points is the best, obviously.
All right, folks, we also have a surprise. 3 of them, actually.
So that means there's 6
Joining us as
judges?
guest judges for Dress to Impress are none other than Twitch streamer Joe Bartolozzi, VTuber and variety streamer Iron
what?
Mouse, as well as music and reaction variety streamer I'm Dante. Welcome to the show,
Wow.
our 3 guest judges. All right.
Hello, hello, hello.
That's actually crazy. We got
We are live.
3 Twitch
I'm
streamers.
Dante. Welcome to the show, our 3 guest
Or at least
judges.
one of them a Twitch
Very
streamer, the other
exciting
fine
stuff. How are you
streamers.
guys feeling?
Amazing.
Iron Mouse.
Can't wait.
I'm
Awesome.
Dante.
Very
Excellent.
excited.
Ty,
While I was watching the
and
intro.
Joe
Yeah.
Bartolozzi.
This seems like a very competitive
That's
event.
Yes,
actually
it will.
crazy.
Are you guys ready to judge such competitions?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Absolutely.
All right, your judgment hats are on. You're feeling good. That
I'm
is
pretty sure they have got to
exciting.
do a Roblox.
Anything you guys
too.
are
That's-
looking for in
so-
particular? Are you big
I mean,
on
that is
focusing on
kinda
the
cool to
themes? Is
see.
it just going to be going off the vibe? What are you looking for?
They
in
should
the
actually play
judging panel?
Roblox.
They have to come to Slay.
Real.
Facts.
Mhm.
I think for sure, I think I really need them to fit around the
Anime.
category that I'm judging.
Okay.
They have to not only look good, but also fit the style that they're trying to portray. That's mainly what I'm looking at.
They better
about
be
for you,
fair
Dante?
judges
Anything
too.
you're
I'll
looking at
definitely say that.
Yes. The poses. The poses are very, very important to me. And if they're not hitting it, yeah, those stars are gonna be super low.
All right, folks. Well, our 10 contestants are set, and they are underway to serve some fierce looks. So we are jumping in the game to check out this action now, as folks are just getting their baseline outfits solved.
Let's talk about
You
some of
have
the
VIP
differences
stuff?
that we're going to be playing with today versus the game that you all are familiar with at home. It's a little abridged, only 4 minutes to get your look perfect. And for our first round, the theme is circus. And that is not a
So
lot
you
of
gotta
time
be a
to get the look
clown.
down. You have to have an idea.
The
real
first thing is
Right,
being
and
a
especially
clown.
coming from somebody like me who is very well known in the Dress to Impress community by absolutely nobody. My opinion definitely matters
Oh,
here. I'm looking for somebody who looks like a clown, and it looks like that's what some of these contestants are going
Dress
for
to
right now.
Impress
But
is the
yes,
first
not a lot of
game.
time, so they better hurry up.
Yeah, it's a good thought. Circus can be really on the nose, but, maybe there's something
How
more
do you
creative
even
you can hide
compete
within
on
it.
that?
Obviously, the qualification to get here was a little different
They
than
have
what we're
3
playing today. It was
judges.
about solving puzzles,
Iron
getting those
Mouse,
mega tokens. And I know you were
Bartolozzi,
playing through
I
some
can't
of
remember
the qualifying
name, and
games,
then the,
as were, 140 million other
Dante?
people who were visiting
Dante,
that.
it's like 3
what
different
were you
types
looking
of
for? How much of a
streamers. It's
challenge
like-
was it actually to be one of the 10
budget
players who made it
Roblox.
here?
I mean, I played for a total of like maybe 5 or 6 hours and immediately realized that I stood no chance against some of these guys that are here
It's all
today. So,
competitive based
very,
games.
very challenging, very
So
impressive.
it's not
that
like
these 10
luck
made it here
based. It's
today.
all like
A little note, too, for the
skill
folks at home.
based.
There are some additional rules that folks are playing with to give them an
Dude,
edge
that
in these
guy
short
looks
rounds.
like-
They are running with the
He's the
custom
only
makeup,
one that's staying
unlocked
anonymous
VIP
for
access,
his Roblox
run
account,
faster,
I'm pretty sure.
and of
Unless
course
it's
the
his-
increased
his
item
actual
limit
name.
for some really creative looks that
Oh,
hopefully can slay out there.
A lot of our players talking ahead of this event said that Dress to Impress wasn't a game
Yeah,
they had
they're all
played a ton,
colored.
and with such a wide variety of games
the
ranging
theme is
from fashion to FPS to an obby,
So
the
do they
players
get all the
had to
free
practice
stuff,
a
like
lot
all
and,
the,
really come in
names
with
and stuff
ideas
on these
for the games that
games?
they aren't as
I think they
comfortable
do give
about.
them
But I
everything.
think it's been clear
They
that
should have
every
everything.
one of these guys competing today has put that effort in, and even in these less comfortable games, he's going to put their all out there because every point matters,
I
especially
mean, this
in
game,
this
in
qualifying.
my opinion,
Right,
has to probably be
definitely.
the
And
hardest.
it's good to put them outside of their comfort zone for the first
Mainly because,
qualifying
well, I mean,
round
just
and
in
to
my
see
opinion,
what kind
but-
of miraculous outfits they can pull off. And I
I
would
think I
honestly
could
say with a minute and a
dress
half
someone
left,
up pretty
everybody is
properly
looking
for a
good.
game, but-
Yeah, we'll see. We thought this was a relaxing warm-up, but talking to the contestants again, this is a high-anxiety round of fashion, putting some of their skills
This
to
game
the
should have
test
safe
here.
loadout.
And a good reminder, this is actually a newer
Would you
game
like
to the
safe
Roblox,
gear
and a lot of
going
these
on?
folks are long-time players, but this came out in 2023,
So this
has
is
already had
not supposed to be
6.5
reaction YouTube?
billion visits, truly has been a
This
smashing
is-
success for the
dude.
platform, and a
I
pretty
know,
fun game,
it's-
if I do say so
I
myself.
did see someone
Yeah,
say that.
Dress to Impress, it's
Oh,
definitely
there
been
is
having
no
a
women
moment
that
in these
win.
last couple of months, and
It just
I
seemed
know
like
a lot of people at
typical or
home
something like
enjoy
that.
it, but this has got to be the most
mean, like,
high-pressure match
they're-
of Dress to Impress
let's be
everyone,
honest, they're
anyone
probably
here
all
has
together,
ever
though.
played.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean,
They might all
especially
be grouped up
2025,
together.
day and age
That's
of
probably how they
horror farming.
won.
Is that key for you, Enu, Aura
Yes,
farming?
yes. Aura is
A lot of people are
the
both
key to winning this.
betting
If I
on
was a
him.
judge, that's what I would
Or
go
bet.
with.
That will be what you're going for. Yeah, it's going to be interesting having some of our celebrity judges get to kind of give a little look
Well,
there. I imagine they'll have different things that they like.
I think it is based off.
a pretty
well,
different
on this
crowd
game,
of
it's based
people
off
who are going to
point
be making
system.
these decisions, and a lot definitely sits in their hands.
If you lose
Well,
two
we are closing in on
times,
the
you're
final
going to go
30
into the
seconds
losers
of
bracket,
this
I'm
match as
guessing.
we see the final touch-ups, the
Or
jewelry
loss.
selections and
If you
patterns.
win twice,
patterns
you're in the
moving
winners
forward
round
here.
for the 1 million.
Hopefully, folks have a cohesive look going, and this is just the polish and
I
cleanup
think
phase
that's what
because
said.
that runway clock is ticking.
Ooh. 10
Last
seconds
couple
left.
seconds here to
So you
really
don't-
fiddle with
so you
everything. There's
don't
almost
ha-
infinite
need to
customization you
lose
can do
first.
in this game, and it's easy to overthink it. But with limited time, they've got to lock in now. 3 seconds, and we're about to head to the runway, Enu.
So
And
Can't
these
wait
are
to
the
see the
top
poses.
winners?
All right, who's going to kick us off? We've got Roby
were
100
the
showing
number
off
one
his
winners of the hunt.
fierce looks. Look at that pose. Nice use of a prop there with the cane.
Is
Yeah,
that a
Who gets
cane
the
they're holding,
vote?
or is that a rose? I can't tell. That's a cane. Oh, you're right.
It almost looks like one of those
So this is
tones you'd be
Circus?
spinning. Definitely fits the vibe here. You see him
Yep.
clicking around some of the poses
I don't
here.
know.
Obviously, those guest
I mean,
judges
like,
right
it
now,
is
they're
circus
watching all of
themed,
these
but, like,
players go
not
through,
really
giving
clown
their
related.
scores.
I
This
guess
is only
it's
the
good.
first round of 2 that we're going to be playing for Dress to Impress.
That's definitely gonna get like at least a 3.
The angles. Choosing those poses has got to be a big part of the action here.
I wonder how long the judges
Definitely. How many
take.
poses can you choose
Why
from?
does it show
It's a pretty
gameplay
long
quality?
list.
Yeah, there's quite a lot, and you got a lot of time right here on the stage.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of
I
time.
think-
Still going.
Absolutely here.
Is it
Just really
bugging?
living up the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, is it actually
Absolutely
bugging?
extended. We'll see. He must have
Oh, okay.
cut
Never
that
mind.
off completely.
Or
All right.
actually,
They
We have
finally got
finally-
Does it show
Roby
the
off the
timer
runway. Our next
countdown?
contestant.
I'm
coming
guessing
up
this is
to
all
bat.
specially
It's
made for the
Matt and Max.
contestants, though.
Wow, a sassy look. Taking
Yeah,
it real
because
fierce
there's 10
for
seconds,
the
but I'm pretty sure
circus.
they have
Yeah, I like the makeup going
as
on there.
much time.
How well do you think this matches Circus, Enu?
I personally think this is what I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
Let's
this is
still
great.
get like a
Yeah, it's an
2,
interesting prompt
maybe
because you can really
3.
get very direct on the nose.
That
but I think there's
first
some
one
subtlety that the
took
fashion
a
judges are looking
while.
for. As we know, this is a different style than normal
I don't know if
DTI.
it's just bugging
Because
or
we
if it
have
was
extra fashionable judges
like just
judging these.
extended.
Here is Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, I like the microphone. Definitely looks like a performer up on that stage.
Yeah, with the mask. What do you call those masks again?
Masks is a good name.
Yes, very good one.
Yeah, looking like the
Know the
ringleader
proper
of the
name.
circus there. It's good
He
stuff.
said, "What do you
Another
call that
contestant
mask?"
down the runway.
Oh,
Looks
And
like
he
this
just
might
said
be
mask.
Better Dude
Mask is a
and
good
giving
name.
clown. honestly, this might be my favorite
He's
thus
just
far. I
trying to
think
say
it's
what
right on
type
the
of
money
mask
with
is
the
it
theme.
called.
Yeah,
And he said
classy yet
mask.
circus.
Mask is good.
have you all noticed that
Oh,
red
yeah, like-
seems to be a very popular color?
I feel like when you think circus, it's like red and white.
Red.
At least for
Ask
me, that's
dumb
what pops in my
questions.
head.
Yeah, red and
You
blue.
get dumb answers.
Maybe the blues. Yeah, the red and white color.
Oh,
Oh,
man,
here we
look
go.
around.
Oh, a little touch of
Ooh.
red here. A little more
Whoa.
subtle. I like
I
it.
think that one's
The cotton candy
all
hair.
right.
Yes, that is a lovely addition. You're
Yeah,
right. Catching
Very
that.
creative.
I think
And
the cotton
wings.
hair makes it look weird.
I think Icicle is definitely standing out here amongst the crowd.
Yeah.
When we were watching
Yeah.
them rehearse yesterday, I was super impressed with Icicle in this game. I thought he had super good fashion sense. So a really creative
lot
one
of
there,
people
and I
pick-
think
a
honestly
lot of them
standing
pick
out from the
same-
crowd of a lot of
same
red and
mask.
white, a lot of masks might do him well in this one.
And we are
I
shaped with
don't
Never
know.
Riff. It looks like maybe a cheerleader type circus outfit here.
A lot of these are
Complete with
kind
mask
of
and all.
like meh.
Pom poms.
With the
For me, in my
pom-poms.
opinion, I
Definitely
feel
ready
like
to cheer on
like,
some
whenever I
competition
think
today.
of clown, I always think of like
And
wacky
another
hair,
red look. This
white
is
like-
Jay, looking very similar to the one we saw
face.
earlier with that cane.
white like
That one
face.
looks like a
Absolutely.
magician.
But a
That
strong
looks
look.
pretty
Real
cool.
Queen of Hearts style.
That
here.
one is really cool.
Yeah, I think the hat really ties it together nicely.
Queen of Hearts style.
A lot
Another
of
use
layering
that
going
cane
on.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's definitely really
I
good.
assume we'd see a lot of props in the circus one. Maybe not as much as I even thought.
Is he
Remember, our
laughing?
contestants, they don't know the theme
I think he's
until
look-
we're actually going into things. So it's a lot about sight
Oh,
figuring it out on the
Jojo.
fly. And this one, another bit of a different approach. The black and white
circus?
kind of look.
It
Almost
is
looks kind
black
of like
and
a
white.
mime.
I was
This is
feeling the
very
mime. Yeah, I
basic.
like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
kind of mime
Mime.
style.
As
Not like
a,
the main stage of the circus you think about, but still a fun aspect
As a
of it. And I
theme.
think that's, again, a cool interpretation of the theme.
They vote on that.
Astute
really quick.
observation.
Thank you, thank you.
I actually
And
don't
you.
know if
All
that
right, we
first
are wrapping
round
up
was
things
actually a
soon here.
bug.
And Terrell coming out. One of our
Wait, how
final
many people
contestants,
are
if
there?
not the final
There's
here.
10 contestants.
Again, rocking the red dress. We're seeing that theme pretty strong as well.
And Terrell, our player with the most years played in Roblox, the
through
most
the poses like
experienced
crazy.
guy. on the stage
He's the
today. Tries to
oldest
impress one of the newer
Roblox
kids, but
player
still putting something good out
of
there.
this
He
account
Yeah,
being
hopefully
made
the
back
16
in like
years pay off.
2008.
This is the Death Eagle coming all the way over from
So,
Lithuania. Had to travel.
I do kind of hope he wins
14
actually, because
hours
you know
to
you
make
play
it here to
Roblox
San
for so
Mateo and
long.
compete today, and
like
Honestly, another nice
2008.
look. It's
That's
still the red and white theme, but a little different than the other contestants.
Yeah, a little lighter, a little simpler, and just spamming that post
Rose 28, made famous by a handful of
That's-
celebrities, brought to you by DTI.
That's the
All right, well, that's all our
yeah. They have
contestants
2
now
admins. They
walking
said
down that
that's
runway. The
watching
judges right
and
now
controlling all
tallying
the
up the
camera
scores and making their
views and
decisions. A
stuff
lot
like
for them
that.
to think about. Some good looks out there.
It's
All
probably
right, yeah,
Helmet
and
and
that concludes
someone
the
else.
kickoff round of the ultimate
Shouldn't they have
competition.
someone on
The
his
hunt
side?
final with
Just in case
DTI.
they
We
change?
hope
guess
the
they just
players
got
are
some
finally
random people
shaking
to
those
judge
nerves
it, I
off,
guess.
getting relaxed. As we've mentioned, we are going to
They
have our
got
hosts
they got 3
collect these
streamers.
scores,
It was
and we'll
3
come back to you when they're
pretty
ready.
popular
Yes,
streamers
we will.
actually.
Was there any
So
outfits
three-
that we're sending out to NU? Would
It's
you
just
have
all
a
down to
favorite
luck
if you
at
were to be
this point,
judging
if they
today?
like it or
Personally,
not.
I like Icicle's cotton candy hair look and his those furs on the
So
the
they vote in
shoulders.
game or they vote
Yeah,
in like IRL?
definitely stood out to me amongst all the red
They're
color
voting in
choices.
game,
So that's
for
my
sure.
choice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd have to agree, right? I think Icicles was the most unique out of
And
all
these
of
are the
these, but
commentators?
also there's a reason everyone went
You know
red
what's
and white.
so
It's
weird,
iconic for a
though?
reason.
Yeah, it's
I've
an
never
interesting thing
seen
for the judges
Roblox
if they
look
prefer
like
that
this.
kind of iconic red white, or people who kind of
Everyone
had a
did
more
went with
creative
the red, white,
interpretation
and
of it. I
blue.
think the mine was also a
Also,
fun shout out,
have you realized
as it really
this?
kind of
Their
instilled the thought
gaming,
in you as it went
place
forward.
looks very
This game is interesting
casual,
because
like,
it is
it
so
almost looks like
different
it's been
than
put up
every
on the
other
spot or
competition.
They did.
Their every game that
That's
we
what
have
I
as
mean.
part of the competition today.
That's
Everything else is
definitely
pretty much
something they had to put
last man
together.
standing,
You think that's at
fighting
their
all sorts
headquarters?
of
They just
different
did it,
genres.
like,
But
just
this
That is
one
their
is
headquarters.
very much about kind of like the artistic character, the vibe. It
This
it
is probably
cashes
just like
into a
a
very different
like the
skill set,
showroom
which
that
I
they
feel
probably
is
had.
is going to be difficult for
Professional,
some of our
though.
competitors.
Definitely, creativity is huge in this, but
Like, it's
also
very
having the skill set to
minimal, though.
know
It's
where
not
all
like,
the outfits,
like
accessories
CTX,
are
you know, like when
located
that
in
was
the lobby.
happening,
Will
something
save
like
them
that,
a
You
lot
actually
of time.
need
not
quite a
like
bit of
that
game
Yeah,
knowledge, right?
definitely.
Like even the way the
I
different
will
pieces
say
of
this
clothing
too.
layer, things like that. It takes a bit of
You
effort.
should be able to
I wouldn't have
spectate
pulled
this
that
in
off in
game.
such a short
It
time.
does.
Yeah, on Roblox.
Yeah, reminding
For the
us again,
first
these are short
game,
rounds at 4
everything
minutes,
does
so
seem
you gotta
pretty
know the layout, you
casual
gotta know the
though.
plan,
I'm
and
not
have
even
it
gonna lie,
kind
because
of
everyone's
action
just
when
like
you get
kind
in.
of
It already feels
waiting
not
for
like-
when
each
you're,
it's
other.
not
when
like,
you're playing with
You know,
6
it's the
minutes.
first
Like
game.
I was playing a fair bit
They're
of Dress to
like
Impress
not
to
going
prep for
with a
this event.
competitive game.
I was
I think it
stressed
is gonna get
out. No money
really
on the line
competitive
and 6
here in a
minutes
couple of
to get
games.
set.
Yeah.
Very, very stressful.
Do you actually think there's going to be some
All
more
right, well,
harder
we hope the
games?
stress is being relieved here as they're going to be warming up here for our next round. We are
All I
getting
really
ready,
gotta say,
folks,
like
to
I
get in the
don't
lobby
like I don't
now.
mind any
We
of
know
like
we're gonna be
whoever
breaking through
wins.
soon
Like
with the next
just may the
and
best
final
person
round of
win. I
Dress
mean, like
to Impressed. As
they
we
at
know,
least
folks
get
at
to
home, we're gonna be playing 2 initial
get
rounds here before we
headquarters,
progress
Roblox
any
headquarters.
of our users.
So
So
someone's going to get some
we've got more
life-changing
action
money
coming.
this day.
Yeah, let's take
Yeah.
a little look here though, because the judges they've tallied up our first round.
Oh
And
wow.
Duddy
So what was
repping
his?
that light
Duddy
blue
Dud
is taking
won with
things home
30,
here.
which safe.
yeah, followed by
winning
Jay and
at
Icicle.
0.
And again, all the points matter. Your
Dang.
spot is a
Wait,
big
who
deal.
is
You want
that
to
the
climb
guy
for
with
that
the,
top as much
overall
as
character?
possible. So an interesting kickoff indeed.
I actually,
As a reminder,
I
on
think so.
format, this
Actually,
qualifying round has 5 total games. Points are
They
cumulative
should've shown
throughout
the
and at
winning,
different
like,
phases
small.
throughout the day. Will
I wonder
qualify
if they know
a
they're winning or
contestant
losing.
into that top 4.
Oh,
but
like tally
performance
points?
is
Yeah,
just
they
as
tell
important
them.
at the beginning here in DTI as it will be later in
So
the
is
day
that how
towards
the point
doors. But
system's
it looks
working
like
on
we
here,
are
or
ready to
what?
go. Let's hop into our second round of Dress to Impress and
So now we're
take a
gonna
look
play
at
a
what that
second
new theme
round.
is going to be. Looks like
Oh,
everyone's just loading in right
You know,
now,
the thing
so
is, though, why don't they
should
just,
be able
like,
to
kinda
hop in
take
there
purchase
in
of this
just
versus,
a
like,
moment. I'm
that
hoping to
job,
see
you know,
a
like,
theme that is going to
like-
ask something different.
I mean,
Maybe
like,
we'll get a
people
little
like
bit more variety because a lot of contestants did have the same idea in that first round.
Correct. We saw some recurring themes, particularly some recurring colors. I'm hoping to kind of mix it up. That was definitely a whimsical one. We'll see
It was.
how far
Yeah,
fetched we get, or
that
if we
had
bring
to
it
be a
back to a more
really hard
serious
one to
tone here.
judge because everyone's kind
Looks
of
like
the
folks
same.
are just getting
It
now
kinda
into that
worked the
lobby, so
same.
we're going to be able to turn
I
it
mean,
over
everybody looks super
in a brief
different.
moment
Was
and
that
go
the
to you
Queen
live.
one? Because the
Round
Queen
2.
one looked like
Here
the
we
best,
are,
I
and
think.
let's see if we can't get in one of these contestants' POV and take a look at what
That
theme
Queen
they're
of Hearts
working
one.
on today.
How
Yeah,
they
yeah,
doing
it's
this?
interesting to
Like,
see they're
do-
not
do
all
they
at the
have
same
Diva
booth, so
mode?
Ice
contestants
Fairy.
are spreading out here. I mean, again, your time is limited. What is your
Ooh,
strategy for
this
the
one's
two of
gonna
you
be
here? You think you're
pretty
going
cool
wide
looking.
dresses,
Everybody's
specific on the
gonna look
makeup. This is an
roughly the
interesting
same.
start here from Jay.
I think you can't get too bogged down in the details. You want to start like as macro as possible. Like when
So
I was
I
playing
feel
this
like
game, I
there's
always
gonna
thought
be
like,
more of
what's
like a
like the
blue,
piece
white
that is making
theme.
me think the theme immediately, and then kind of tie everything else in around that.
Honestly, you should make like their
Definitely
skin
elf
pale.
Pointy
ears.
elf
Like,
ears
more
and some
of a
wings.
blue, like,
Yeah,
look
the
for
wings,
everything
the elf ears.
else.
I'd honestly be shocked if anyone doesn't go for those kind of looks.
You know, that's the kind of thing, though. Can you create a look without wings
think
that
real life is like
conveys
this?
fairy? Maybe
You
that's
like
going to be the
take
winning
your
combo
face
just to
and all
stand
that,
out
like,
from the
know
crowd. But
exactly.
for now, we are seeing a lot of
Like, you
fairy
look
wings
at the
coming out.
catalog and be like,
And it
yeah,
looks
I
like
want my face to
blue
look like
is
that.
the recurring color here amongst
you
the
think so?
contestants.
Yeah, here ice. I think
I mean,
light blue, white, those kind
It
of
is
colors
a
seems
good
like
idea to kind
Mad
of go
Max
with
getting the
theme
same
that
idea
everyone
here.
else might be
Mhm.
going
And
with.
here we are, another
Yeah, I know exactly
little larger gown
But
here.
then
for an anonymous
sometimes you
lime. I
might have to
realize I don't
take
know
a
if I know my gown
and
styles here.
go
but
with something completely
that's
different
a
than
gown,
what
right?
everyone
Nice and
else.
flowy.
I'm a
Like,
gown
yeah,
expert. That's
Yeah,
definitely a
like
gown.
As a
something unique
gownologist
to
yourself,
try to
can you?
Like
Yes.
that person
stand
looks
out.
like he's trying to
I'm
go
interested
for
to
a,
see
like, real
Icicle's
person
take on
instead
this because he
of,
might be,
wearing
you know, he's
outfit
always
like
creative,
that.
thinking outside the box. He could be going with a different.
Okay,
oh my
and I'm
gosh.
not gonna lie, he's slaying already with
It's
this.
looking
I'm not
different.
gonna
I
lie,
like the idea of like
most of his
the
faces look
antlers there.
ugly.
Yeah.
That's creative.
Yeah,
Like, I
it
don't
is
know if
fun.
that's
Again,
just, like,
looking for
trying to
those little subtle
imitate a
differences when you have
real-life
something so
person's
direct
face.
as
I guess
Ice
it is.
Fairies as a theme
Like, it
here.
just doesn't fit,
Also,
like, the
footnote, we see a lot of our
aesthetic of
contestants
Roblox.
picking out very specific colors based on the hex code
You know what I'm
itself.
saying?
And maybe not your typical
Is that one
approach,
of the-
but these
yeah.
are some sharp players behind us.
Incredible.
Yeah.
How do they
I
have
mean,
that
like
memorized?
the faces always
Is there a
look
cheat sheet?
very.
No, I think they actually have internalized a lot of the hex code for the
They, I
colors.
That is
don't know.
wild.
It's
Through
like
Roblox.
I know before
Barbie.
the
I think
event,
that's
you were,
what
you were
it
tallying
is.
it up.
It's
There
like
was like
their
a
faces
there's a
are kind of
crazy
like
amount of experience
Barbie-fied,
between
I
the
think
players.
that's what you
That's
call
right.
it.
These are Roblox power users. I added up all of their hours of our
Oh,
10
no, that's like
finalists
a
here,
lot
and they have a
more
combined
How
over
often is this game updated?
76,000 in-game
I really
hours of
don't know. I
Roblox
guess it's like
time.
on a
So
monthly basis,
there
probably.
are some experts here, and you're going to see that
Before
throughout the day
locking
that
in.
these truly are
You
masters of
can
all
definitely
trades.
tell.
When they have
Only
this is
one
recording
member on that
voice, right?
stage with less than 10 years of experience in
Another thing,
Roblox.
too,
Really a
is that
testament to
this
the
whole
skill, to the
event,
dedication
or
that it
this
takes to
top
have
10
made it
right
all the
now,
way.
it's
here
not
to the
supposed to
final.
show that you're a
passion-
master at one
passion's
game,
definitely there.
but at
Yeah,
all
9 years ago,
games.
the
That's what I'm
noob,
saying.
where they've come.
Because, I mean,
Could they have
that's
ever
what
imagined
the
they'd be here
Federation
competing for
can't
$1 million
even- It's a
dressing
reference
as
to.
ice fairies.
That
Not
You're
what
not just a
expect.
master at one game.
But
You can beat
again, looking good
every
here,
single
and we only
game.
have what, a minute 20 left, less
And, you know, that's
than
kind of
that
weird to
in
think
this
about.
final
It's
round
like,
of DTI,
it's
where we
trying to say
will
that you're
get some
really
more
good in
scores
so
going
many
forward.
genres.
As a reminder, again,
Obviously,
there
a
will
lot
be
of these
another
people
game
say
before
that they're really good
progression,
at hobbies.
but a wonderful start.
Yeah, I want to take a look at
Even
Roby
FPS
100.
games.
When we
Because,
got the
like,
question
I
from
think
the players,
hobbies are like
he said not
probably
only does he love playing
not
Roblox, but he
easiest
loves
because you
trying
can
to
actually
make
play a
his
really
own
hard
games
one.
and get creative. It's kind of the beauty of
But,
Roblox, right? Being able to experience all of these different games while also having the opportunity to develop your own experiences
In
as
some
well. And I think you
games,
see some of that
they take
creativity
it
coming
all.
out here.
Yeah, you know, Roby, very fun one. Again, you mentioned he is a developer. He's been developing a long
They
time. And
did.
he once
I
created a
think the
game
one
called
that
the
the
easiest
youngest
game
one.
on
You gotta
Roblox.
think, like,
One of
most
his
of
hit
these guys
games.
are probably
And actually, today he's
18
competing in
and,
now the hardest game in
20-ish,
Roblox.
like,
So a wonderful journey for
mid-20s,
Roby.
something.
The youngest
Coming all the way
one
to the other side
is
of the hardest
2016.
competitions around.
Was
Yeah,
the
I played
youngest
Roby's easiest
account
game on
made.
Roblox,
Really?
and I was not able to beat it.
Obviously, you
Oh.
can't still
Is
be
the
like
game
an older
ironic?
person. And
I think I'm
have
just
a
terrible.
newer
All
account.
right, you've heard
Maybe a
it
bit
here.
of column A, column B.
Yeah.
That's still a long time ago.
That's why we brought you
It's
on.
like
and you-
probably
That's
when
not
we
good
for
actually
your
played.
expert
I
skill
think.
set at being terrible at
That's when
Roblox.
we
It
started
itself is a
playing.
skill.
Really, was around
Yes.
This look
2016,
from Mad
17.
Max here. A little
That's when we
different.
made our
Most
own
people are going for
accounts.
like a really colorful blue look, like we're seeing from Anon Lime.
Yeah, I like these wings though.
wish the
Real
animation
alive. It
was
adds a
a
lot
little
of
better.
flair. People are going for the more subtle fairy wings, but hey, just get out there with the real eagle, the eagle
5
wings.
seconds left.
I don't know if this is possible. Do they have fairy wands in the accessories? Because that could be a good touch.
That's a
Well,
good.
if
We'll
they don't
find
have
out.
them now, they're out of time
Let's
because
find out.
we're walking
So
the
he's-
runway. Here's
Crap, why
Roby
is he so
100.
white?
Oh yes.
Our first look. I like the way
No.
he's
Oh,
kind of
yeah, this-
integrated that fur.
the
It
contrast
almost
is
looks
so
like a
bright.
cloud to me.
So
Yeah.
Roby's
That
first.
No, it feels fashionable, and that's the thing.
That
This isn't a
is
costume contest. There is a
pretty
fashion
nice.
element here. How do you
You think
mix
these guys
these kind
actually
of creative,
play this game
broad
before the
themes
event?
with a fashion approach here?
Oh,
And it
so
looked
they do
great,
get
and
10
we'll see
seconds.
if the judges like
okay,
it.
I thought they get like infinite time.
Coming up next,
I guess
we've
that
got
was
just-
Mad
like
Max
these
here.
events.
Oh, he found a lovely prop for this one.
Oh, I love the loot.
Yeah.
I would. I
Harp
actually
loot, hey.
would.
Some kind of instrument.
Something.
Like
you
I
got
say,
it.
do you think
Strings
they had
that you
heads-up
flick and make
notice?
lovely
Also,
sounds.
there's hair physics?
All right, getting those high heels,
actually
rocking that
pretty good
skirt.
looking.
It's
Nice
a good
prop.
look.
It's actually a
More
good
blue,
one. I
super
rated it
blue.
like 4
Yeah,
stars.
through again here.
Yeah, do you think they get
Definitely going to be a
free
motif for I
notice
think all our
of, what
contestants
games
here.
they're gonna
Next
play?
one down the runway.
Oh yeah,
This
yeah,
is
they do.
Anonymous Lime.
Because
I
I'm
think
pretty
the
sure they
most
can just
bold
look on the
we've seen, a
phone,
very
look up
deep
everything.
blue compared to a
Because
lot
they
of people
released the
going for the more
lineup of
subtle
games.
looks.
Yeah. I like it. This This feels strong. It's making a statement. This is an ice fairy, maybe even
The
queen of the
jawline.
fairies. We'll see. Enyu, what do you think? Do you like those wings?
I like
or
the
you like
hair.
the
It kind of
traditional?
reminds me of candy
That's
cane.
alright.
Oh, yeah.
Getting hungry now.
Getting hungry already.
That's
We've got a
alright,
long
like.
show ahead, Enyu.
Dude coming down as well. Another very bright, kind of neon blue
I like
look.
the
I like these wings. A little different than some of the
I
other
know, I
ones
do
you've
like
seen.
the
Yeah, he captured a strong
the
blue,
different
knowing
wings.
it's
That's actually
you know,
pretty
a
good
field
for a
awash
fairy.
with the
That's
color blue
actually
here.
good.
It's a strong one.
Yeah.
And as a reminder, he is the winner of
I'd
the
give that
first
like a
round, so
touchdown.
it's important for him to really keep that lead here. He really
No
secures a
problem.
good
You
spot
just
going into the
start
next
with
games.
whatever it is.
But I feel like a
Another
lot of them
similar
are gonna
look
pick
here.
the
This one
sexy
going for a bit of a
wings,
lighter
'cause I don't
blue
like this.
from Icicle.
That one's really
I like
good
how
too.
cohesive it is. I think that the hair, the makeup, it all matches really nice.
Yeah, he did a good job matching that color. And I think cohesion is important here. You really want to send a message. Whether the judges love it or not is up to be interpreted,
The
but
shifting is
at
what
least you send a
kills me.
strong, cohesive thought.
There's a wand.
There it
looks
is.
like
Oh,
a
let's see.
Sparkler, I really
Could he
like
make
that.
a redemption on this
Facts.
one?
Now we're talking.
Chafe.
Shave here.
I don't really
choice.
like the
Finding the
blue
good items.
skin though. It's
Yeah, no, I
And
think
mastering the
like
poses. He had a lot of
normal
starred
colors,
poses
you
here.
can
He had a
always
plan.
pretty
He knew the good ones, and he marked them.
I mean, but it does look like a fairy nonetheless.
And that's important. All right, a couple
Doesn't
more
say
contestants
that.
here to come down
The
the
wand is
runway.
actually a nice
What
thing.
we
The
got left?
sparkler. I think
Who's
it's-
coming
Yeah, it
up?
does look pretty
Looks like this
Yeah,
is
everyone
one
has
that
the
you're
exact
talking
same
about. Those
wings.
antlers combined with the bow.
Wow.
This one looks super good.
I like it. A little bit of a forest ice nymph here.
It does
Or ice
look pretty
fairy.
good.
Who are
Actually
they?
spectating
Fairies.
in person.
Hair so high we can't even
Oh,
see the
all
name.
VIP.
That's true. A good cover up. Keep it mysterious.
Definitely a nice look though.
Yeah.
Let the judges be objective.
Can I skip this?
Can they?
Can we skip this
Okay,
part
already
here?
coming out fierce.
Oh,
Keep
Oh,
fast
I like the idea on the mask there. Again, I think that the players who
I
went for
contest
these
it.
slightly more unique spins are the ones that are going to stick out in the judges' memory.
You have to
Yeah,
pay
what
for
is
it.
on here? It's some sort of large arm. It looks like almost
It is
oven mitts
very-
here, but I'm assuming there's something
I
more
think that's the
fashionable.
fur.
Oh,
Things
that is
look
the
kinda-
fur.
But
That
you
is
see
our
the
little
fur breaking
boa.
out
Yeah,
the
I don't know
Definitely
why.
I got-
Some of
I
them
was
just look kind of
confused.
mashed together.
What's
Oh,
happening
that's
here?
pretty good.
I
That
thought
looks
that
like
might
it
have
all
been
fits
what's happening in
together.
fashion.
Yeah.
Antarel, one of the few
But I
players to
mean-
not go with any kind of ears or antlers, instead just these
That's just-
kind of cold weather
It is kind of
Earmuffs,
basic
yeah.
though.
Uh-huh.
It is kind
ice
of a
fairy. They
basic
got to be a
one.
little cold, right? Got to
Fair
keep warm.
play.
I like it. Again, trying to
I
stand
mean, the only
out
thing that makes it a fairy
in
is
a
the
crowd of
wings,
crowded
though.
theme
That's the
here.
thing.
You
Like,
want to be having that unique
Yeah.
look.
in the maybe the dress,
You
but
can't
like
really
And
make the
this one
character look
is looking
magic,
pretty
you
nice.
know?
This is from the Death
ice
Eagle.
cream.
Got
I
those
love
wings
the ice
flapping.
cream.
Actually,
The
Does
ice
he have
cream.
2 wings layered on?
I think that is a wing layering, and he's got a nice animation that kind of makes them flutter out. It's
Oh,
actually
yeah.
a great look.
He likes
and I think
it.
the ice cream is a good touch here. Our first break from the blue color scheme.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
kinda
why
like-
is that
I
even
like
a
that little
pose?
tongue-in-cheek,
Why is that
not
even a
taking
pose
himself
in
too
this game?
seriously in this mode
It's
at
not
least.
because the woman
I think you
actually
got it.
did that.
You know,
It's
Cat's
a
gonna be like,
intense
"Hey,
day.
mom,
Start
and
out with a
dad,
smile,
you watch
a
this
little bit
together?"
of ice cream.
Yeah,
A few
sure.
of
Let's
these
watch
players
it,
knew
son.
each other from the
And then they're
online
just gonna see,
Roblox
like, that guy
community,
just-
maybe from even trying to qualify into this event. But
Coughing
for a lot of them,
toxic.
their first time meeting or first time playing in person was here at this event. But we've interacted
I
with
was
them.
really
and it seems
hoping
like
Jay
a
Party
lot
be
of
like,
them have
"Whoa,
gotten
those
pretty
are some
comfortable
nice
with each
moves."
other, have been having
So,
some
like,
fun.
just
It's
love the-
definitely high stakes,
Just-
but still a cool
yeah.
opportunity to meet a
What
bunch
does
of
that
different
reduce that?
other experienced Roblox
Points.
players from all around.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible journey for them. I know in the
Definitely high
last 24
stakes.
hours, all
I
arriving
definitely
from
like
around
when they
the
look at
U.S.
the
and around the
cameras
world.
because they're
actually.
all definitely
They've
looking
gotten to know each
over
other
like,
pretty well here at some of the
Like,
warm-up
see the
games, some of the
faces.
I
practices.
say it's
And it's
good.
wonderful to see that kind of camaraderie and
heck, when they're
teamwork from
looking
these
at the
folks. We
thing,
know
they're
there's a lot on
probably,
the
like,
line.
looking at the
Competing
video
for $1
and
million
looking
is a lot of high
The
stakes,
lines are at
but
the
keeping
far
that kind of
bottom.
general positive spirit and a good sense of
Oh,
camaraderie is
he
important.
probably
for
won
folks.
the far left.
Yeah, so
dude.
we have our
Oh,
judges
sorry.
tallying
That
up the
reaction's
points
actually
right
crazy. Yeah, yeah, he's
now.
definitely.
Again, this is
Oh,
going
he's
to be
like backing
combined
up. He's
scoring
actually.
from
Yeah, he
both
won.
Dress
He
to
definitely-
Impress
yeah,
and
he's
our
winning.
second
Okay, he definitely
game.
got
So we have
second.
soccer, which
Wait,
is coming
okay, I
up
guess they're
after
showing him
this,
the.
but I know
or he
every
got
one of these
last?
matters because it is
Yeah,
cumulative.
he definitely
All
won.
of your
That's
points
like.
from this qualifying round
Okay,
count
so.
towards being one of only 4
dead.
players
Like, look at
that
the
is going to
one-
progress.
Right,
I know. Look
definitely.
at him.
Just
He's
You
like.
cannot
scared.
take the
He's
first
like
round lightly
dead
because the
at-
scores,
He's
like
like,
Mimi said,
he's like
are
saying,
cumulative.
I'm
So
losing. I'm
going into
losing.
soccer, though, is going to be a
know,
much
I never
different
thought
skill
we'd
set
make
that
a
they're going to be showing off. Some
stream
teamwork,
off of this,
as
off of
Jay
something
Party
like
suggested. They
watching
got some
something.
time to spend with each other. So it'd be nice to see their teamwork.
I'd definitely be on the edge.
All right,
Big
all right.
he
trouble.
has
Scores are flowing in. As a reminder, in
Nah,
our
I
first
forgot
game,
the-
we saw
I
Dude
fought
Dude
with
taking
that.
first
The
place,
hairstyle,
followed by Jay
I
and
fought with that
Bicycle.
heavy.
We'll see if that
It
holds
looks
again for
normal
this
in
one,
the
but
front,
I don't
but
know.
the
I'm
back,
expecting
it's like
some
all
upsets
party,
this
you
time
know what I'm
around.
saying?
We'll see. A lot of those looks
Yeah,
were
pulling on it.
we saw the Blues
Yonder
standouts. We'll
here,
see what the judges think again.
Also,
I
like
know
how
they're
DTI is
color-coded,
not
too.
the experts of a lot of these players, but hey, a win's a win, and you
That's
Yeah.
gotta
the
come
thing
to win.
that's-
He
that's
said
what's brutal,
DTI
right?
is
It's
not really
like,
the
it's a
best for
category that you're
everyone,
having
for
to
all
set
these
where you
players.
figure
It
out
really
within
is.
4
I mean,
minutes,
like,
put a
What do you
look
mean?
together that's cohesive. But let's
a
take
lot
a
of these
peek
people
at
don't
what
really
our
play Dress to
scores
Impress.
are. This is going to
so-
be the cumulative points from both
Yeah, Death
rounds
Eagle.
now, and it looks like
Was that
our
the
player
guy?
coming out in front
He
No, wait.
is the Death
No,
Eagle.
yeah,
A
Death
Midland
Eagle at
placement
30.
in the first
Oh,
round,
he's
and a
actually
strong
top. He
30
actually
points
won
in the second,
just because of
puts him out
that.
in the lead early on.
Even
Great
it's
showing
safe
for the
is
Lithuanian.
at the bottom.
Absolutely.
And
And now
Poking
total
Dragon,
points
too.
coming in second. We had Mad Max, which is going to hopefully raise
I
him
hope
a bit in the
Robe
standings,
and
but unfortunately still
Antrell,
down
really,
here
because
as
he's
Jay
the
takes
oldest
another strong
player.
spot and bounces up from
I'm just saying
into
that
the
because like
second
if you play
spot here.
Roblox for that
Up
long,
by 3
like
points,
stay
followed by
dedicated to playing
Dudadud, who does
events.
fall into
I
third from
really
that
do
one.
think you should.
Unfortunate showing in the second game, but
Hey,
Hayes
yo,
still in a great spot. You see the spread of points is still pretty tight.
You probably
It
can.
will
I
be
mean, like,
anyone's game here.
Yeah, you can.
Going in
He
to our
probably
next
has some
game.
rare items then,
Here's
right?
some of the players.
Right,
That is the Death Eagle there already out in
Don't
first,
get
feeling
rid
good
of
in the
what
first
I
round.
did.
Although it is not over yet.
I just thinking
Because
that.
guess what?
I don't.
I
You know
think it's
what
time
I'm
to
saying?
see some of
Yeah.
our next game here.
You know, you
Yeah,
just thinking
definitely. I
that.
mean, even just
All
going from
right.
the first round of dressing
Next
room, you see
game,
how
this
those
will-
rankings
I
change
think
so
choo-
drastically after the second round. So it's good to be confident,
choose
but
everyone.
definitely stay alert.
All right, folks, the judges have put in their
No, I
verdicts.
think they're
Let's
only
hear
going
more
for the
from the
Roblox
judges
things, I think.
No, they get- that's what they
themselves.
keep
See if
on
we can
the
get them here on the stream and find out
Yeah.
what stood out
Yeah, see, that's the
on
judges.
today's runways. Judges, how y'all
They
doing?
got-
Oh, that ain't.
I'm doing
Oh, I thought
great.
that was,
How are
amazing.
you?
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we are just getting underway here. All right, we saw some styles, hopefully some of them even fierce. Love to hear from y'all. What stood out on today's runway? What did you love seeing?
They have. I'm pretty sure they have nothing to do with Roblox
start
too,
with
because I
Ian
don't
here.
think they've
Work our way
ever
down
played
the judges.
Roblox
Okay.
unless they play Just
For
Dance.
the second round,
Well,
I
I think they did play
loved
Just-
the person
This
that
is
won
just-
for the Ice Fairy round. I think it was all very well put together. The accessories were great. The ice cream was great. Obviously, ice cream, ice fairy matched perfectly. I was really looking at themes. I took poses into account, not as much as Dante obviously talked about doing, but
No, not. Oh.
I don't know. I was surprised at how good some of these outfits were.
Yeah, here we go again, seeing the recap of the Ice Fairies round for all of our contestants here. Some of those exciting outfits, as you mentioned. I think the one you're talking about might have been the last one here to come up. That was our winner.
Yeah, that was the Death Eagle with that
Yeah.
double wing, the ice cream look.
They have that replay.
Iron Mouse, I want to ask you as well. When we were talking the other day, you were saying you were going to put a lot of emphasis on how well the players were fitting into the themes. How well do you think they did overall? Did they impress you in how on brand they were with these?
I have to say, I think the second round was much better than the first. I feel like they struggled a little bit in the first round, but I think the first round was kind of like a warm up. So the second round was amazing, and I was very impressed with all the different looks. They looked so good.
All right, Dante, how about you? How you feeling today? What impressed you? What stood out?
Music reaction.
What stood out to me was some people were going too blue. It wasn't giving ice. It wasn't giving cold.
It was giving mermaid.
Yeah, mermaid, more
Water,
ocean-like.
mermaid.
Is that the Deadpool?
Yeah, docked off some
bucket?
stars for that. But the white, the snow,
The
the
background?
crowns, the antlers,
Yeah,
Antlers were good.
giving very much. Giving very much Ice Princess.
we love
I
that
think he
too.
needs to decorate
All right,
his
folks, we're going to
room,
move on
though,
to
like-
our next segment as the players are
Yeah,
antsy
he
and
has
getting ready
to
to
do
jump
that.
into
He
Super
has
League
to
Soccer.
do
But a
that.
huge thank you to all of the judges. That was a lot of fun. Joe, Iron Mouse, and Dante, thank you again for joining us as guest judges on The Hunt.
Yeah, he's doing
Mega
that.
Final.
Love
He's
your
just-
outfits, by the way.
silly.
Yeah, y'all looking like you slay yourself.
Fresh.
So,
Super
good,
fresh.
good
All
stuff,
right.
good stuff. All right, coming out of
So,
that first game, what do you think
that's
so
the
far,
first-
Mimi?
I was honestly impressed. I think
Round.
the players did super well. It's ETI, but we've got something more coming up. Super League Soccer, it's a team game. It's
So
going to
Super
be
League
super
Soccer.
different than what we saw in Dress to Impress.
All right, folks, the players are ready. And while the Death Eagle may be on top for now, it is still anyone's
So it's like
competition.
1v1s or like
Let's check out the
5v5?
rules for Super League Soccer.
It's probably one-on-ones.
Game 2, Super League Soccer. There are 3 matches total, and contestants will play 5 versus 5 in randomized teams. The team with the most goals wins the match. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for
Remember
each
I said
match.
cumulative?
Right.
Oh, it is 5v5?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
All
they all
right,
get
all
20 points if they win.
right.
Tie 7.
Folks, I think our players are
0 if
back
they
there and
lose.
ready to go. And you,
This
how you
is
feeling about
left
this
versus
one?
Right.
Very excited.
guess so.
Sports is probably something I'm a little more into. Watching, not playing, but yeah. Like
Have
to
you
see-
played many of the sports games on Roblox?
I played pretty much all of them. Like I said, just video games. In person, not so great. So I think
Oh, you
I'd be
played
a
this
good
in
judge of how
before.
good they are here.
Well, here we go. Our second game of the day. It's Super League Soccer. The
Is that
players
Rob
randomly assigned to teams 5v5. That'll get scrambled between
Ooh.
every round, and we're off to the races.
Oh.
The Death Eagle first in possession of the ball.
Yeah, and strong initial breakaway already from our leader, but there he
Ooh.
goes down. And we've got a steal
Yo, they
from the
both
away
have
team. As you see, we're going to have
no
home
way.
versus away. Home in the, we'll say purple, and away in the green.
That they are. This game, the one where you're having to actually work with the team, trying to pass, find the right path to get that ball in,
That's
is
not
very
smart,
important. Only 4.5 minutes per each of these rounds.
And I will say, for soccer-type games in
Also, it's
Roblox,
gonna rain
key is
over
to
here.
stealing the ball from your opponent. It's very
That it
easy to
is.
steal. So,
that a
as I
goal?
say that, there's a goal.
That's Icy with the first goal for the green team
Is
here.
that Sparta
Very
Town?
nicely done by him. Gets the pass
It
in
is.
from
That's
Roby
Sparta Town, isn't it?
and just sends that
I
ball
keep
straight
thinking-
down
is
the
it-
left side of the net.
What? His name is Icy.
All right.
Celebration.
Strong opener from the away team here. And again, you see at the bottom of the first player screen,
And
there
maybe
is
I'll
a
ever see
boost
that
bar for
Yang
your
picture.
stamina.
Oh, you can
here.
actually hear
Something
him
important to
talking.
manage. Do
That
not want to
Yang
use it all.
picture.
Getting the ball and then get caught
Oh,
out. You're going to lose it real
oh.
fast. Wow, Icy
There's
with
the
a huge
steal, like I
break.
said.
No
He
one
stole.
is on the offensive side of the court. No one can pick this up. Goalie should be able to drag
Oh,
that
and it's out of
ball.
range. The
I
goalie
can't
can't
pick
get
it
it.
up.
This could
Can't
be a
get it.
crazy turnout.
Oh,
if this works
oh,
out for green.
oh, he's so cheap. He
Yes,
missed.
the
He
shot.
missed. Oh, but it needs
Oh,
so
yes.
bad.
From Roby.
Sue!
Roby set up the first goal, but he knocks it in this time. 2-0 lead to the away.
Yo.
That was
The
actually
LA
an
Soccer I
incredible use of
watched.
the mechanics of
The
Super League Soccer.
Roblox.
I'm not sure that pass could have been more accurate down the field. That did not allow the
Oh.
goalie to get it, and they did get the
He's
recovery.
joking.
Here's Roby again. Trying
There
to
you
get
see
onto
he
the
kicks
ball.
it?
multiple steals per play.
This time the home team
They will
has to
get the
defend on
recovery.
their side of the
Oh, he
pitch.
kicks it?
A setup on the
The
shot.
goalie
but
gets
the
it.
goalie's got
Oh, yeah,
it,
where they
and he'll
based
send it
that?
back away.
Oh, and that's unfortunate.
San
The team down by
Mateo.
2 misses on that breakaway here.
That's
There's still a
what
lot of game left here, as you see, 3:40 on the game clock. So they've got time to play.
I hope.
again-
No, I'm not saying that. Never mind. I'm not saying that.
Teammate there. Not sure what he was
Oh, you can
thinking.
bounce it?
Yeah, brave to think about that. They're definitely going for this
Oh.
deep kick strategy, hoping to find someone to recover.
They're definitely going to be
They're gonna have
focusing
to
on him
defend here.
more because he's
Shot going
in
just
the
to the
lead.
right, misses out, and a pass back
Dude,
into
the
the middle
bit
of the
rate's getting
pitch.
so low.
Somewhat even here, and both teams have just been kind of clumping the ball.
Of all the
Not a lot of
characters'
setups
outfits,
for
which do you
passes
like
thus
the
far.
most?
Hard to get that
I know
teamwork
it's just
going
video
perfectly.
game, but the
Yeah, a little
hats
too much
is
clumping
weird.
happening. You can hear the contestants
Probably,
behind us.
Good slide though.
Getting pretty
make
pumped
the
back there. We're
federation
seeing a
look
lot of
good.
yelling for the strategy.
They're into it. They're
They make
definitely
the-
into it.
The
Love the
Federation
energy.
look good. So wait,
Absolutely.
it can't go
is
out
an
of
exciting and
bounds?
intense one here. I know Super League
I was,
Soccer
like,
brings the
kinda
competition a little
wondering
more
about that.
fierce in
So
a
it's
different
no
way than
foul.
we just saw.
Chance for a goal here. Death
Ah.
Eagle.
Oh.
Save.
Oh.
That's
Beautiful
very
save.
nice from Antarell.
The goalie, always an important player here. A big
You
cheer
actually
for
hear one of them
players.
going, "Oh!"
He knows that was a big important one to catch.
It's funny
Maybe
to hear
another
him in the
chance. No.
background.
Pass back up. I see a setup for it. No one
You like
here to
Oh,
defend
no
but
one
the
here.
goalie. It's a one-on-one for
Yeah.
this shot. Can he get it through?
Oh,
what?
Oh,
Misses.
oh, what is he
Right.
doing?
Wait, was he trying
What
to
is he
fake it?
doing?
Playing like a
Looked
first-person
he was,
shooter here.
Like going left or right?
I like the fake out attempt though. Looked like he was going into the right side of the goal. Went left
Yeah,
instead.
yeah.
Doesn't work out, but they still have a
Yeah,
good
is
offense
he
going
faking
here
it?
in you.
He was trying to fake it.
Definitely. Looks like the away team is definitely
What's
in
your
the advantage
favorite
here.
team?
Let's
Yeah.
see. There's still 2 minutes left, though. They can still
I
turn
like
it
how
around. A goal
pixelated
can
the
happen
face
in
is
10
like.
seconds.
What's
Sheriff
your
sends it up to
favorite,
anonymous lawn. Middle of the
player?
pitch, trying to find a person
Player?
to pass to, but no one's open in time.
I mean, I really
Ice
don't
is
know
on
any
the
of these
offensive.
people.
Yeah,
really.
Still has the ball. Another chance for a goal. Passes.
Oh.
Oh, he's on
Oh,
it.
it-
Trying to
oh.
find
Ronaldo!
Forced it away. Repossession from the green team, but it's just going back and forth, and the goalkeeper sends it back down the middle.
Oh.
The home team got to give a break to their goalie.
I
It
know,
looks
really
like
relying on that here.
Mexican-
Oh.
Shot from the Death
Oh.
Eagle.
Absolutely, the one-on-one with
That's
the
an
goalie.
illegal
Not a
shot.
chance there. Death Eagle has shown he has come to play
He's an
today.
Eagle
He is an
fan.
incredibly strong competitor.
As these few minutes have continued, we've seen the players, I think, doing a better job of setting each other up for passes.
that
That
why
was
his name is Death
Shafe
Eagle?
on the setup there for Death Eagle to get the goal.
Absolutely, we're seeing more of a spread formation
You
here,
think these
playing a
are all fake
proper
names or real
offense and defense, and that's going to pay off for sure, as this is still
His name's
anyone's
Duddy
game here.
Did.
Yeah,
Duddy
I'm
Duddy.
reading the chat here from the live stream.
Oh.
The chat is rooting for Team
Oh, he just
Bloxcola,
missed.
which looks like the home team here.
That's good
The
to
home
hear
team
here.
They're rooting for a
Bloxicola.
comeback.
Another pass up the middle.
Wait, Bloxicola.
They've got to
Oh,
come
that
back
is fun.
quickly. Minute and a
Wow.
half
That's
on that
fun.
clock.
And which
And
is
Chaves had to
weird.
do a lot of work as the
What do you think
goalkeeper
tastes
here.
better?
Okay, Dragon gets possession again, and the
Right,
passing
which is
seems
better?
better from the green team thus
'Cause
far.
you gotta
A
pick
chance
your
for
poison.
Roby. Too high.
Oh,
Oh,
And
he was
gets
trying to
spun
backshot it.
out of control
Oh, wait,
as the ball
wait.
bounces back.
almost gets the backboard shot for himself there. That would have been one heck of a pass.
Self-assist.
Yeah.
Stat padding.
1 minute left to try and tie up
Did you
this
actually
game.
buy that? They actually made
And at
that?
this point, I mean, you're
Blood
oftentimes
point
just thinking
gummies,
about trying
don't feel
to
it.
keep possession
They
of the ball,
sound
run
good.
down the timer. Every
I think
second
they're all. I think
continues
it
to
says
move
they're
in the
literally
favor of
all
the
be
team at
strawberry or
advantage.
cherry.
Yeah, this is an intense game, and as we've mentioned, these are some of 10 of the best
They know
players
how to
in all
play,
of
too.
Roblox.
The
Each
goalies
one
are
of
really
them
good
deserves
'cause
to
they
be
know
here in
how
their
to
own
play.
right.
Shape it.
But for these players, this is another game where a lot of them said they weren't
You think the guy
experienced.
is
They
named
had to learn
Hoagie
it for
Dragon
this
because
match.
he likes Charizard?
Another chance at a goal.
Did you
but
say
the keeper
Hoagie
got it.
Dragon?
Shafe
Hoagie
doing so well to
Dragon.
defend, but he just needs some offense.
That's
Just
his
a little
name, right?
overshot. And that isn't important to note here. We're warming up
They
with some of
said
their least
Hoagie
experienced
Could be the
skaters.
tie. This could be the tie.
Oh, and the
Oh,
steal.
oh, he stole it.
Okay.
He
Oh,
got
they
it.
got it back.
No, he gets
Oh,
it
they got
back.
back. Oh, they got it.
Just in the nick of time, he
Six
tied
more.
this
Complete
game up.
request.
Oh, man.
This is intense.
30 seconds on the clock. This becomes anyone's game now.
Oh,
That
gosh.
Eagle is hyped. I like that.
It was. We'll see if we
replay
get a
all that.
tiebreaker out of this one. 30 seconds is enough still to score.
That's the question.
You
Roby
think
and
they
Shay in
actually
a
have a
competition
highlights
for the
reel at the end
ball.
of the stream?
Roby takes it back, trying to
Yeah,
make his
they
way up the
definitely
court.
will.
A pass
Like, they probably
out
show off
wide,
the
a
best
shot,
moments of
an
people
opportunity for Da-da-da to end the game, and it's
Oh.
saved. Yet again from Shafe. Excellence from the
They're
goalkeeper.
literally dressed to impress. It's
Oh,
just that
man.
one dude
Intensity
who's
is
outstanding.
high behind us for the players.
Bro, that's
They
kind
are
of dumb
aware
how
of
you can
what's at
like
stake
actually
here.
just
This is a lot
like
of points
run
for
into
the
the
Wide
goalie
open.
and try to pick
Oh,
ball.
another-
I don't know the worst
What a
of that,
steal
though,
from
but-
him. 4 seconds till we tick into
Oh, it's a
overtime.
tie.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's
And the
gonna be
time is
overtime.
up.
Oh, no, so I believe we're not playing the rules
like
today. We'll
someone
not be
don't know
having
how to
overtime.
spectate.
You're
There
right. It is just going to be a tie here.
Tie scoring,
it's a
which
straight
means
up
equal
tie,
points
okay.
for
It's 7
both
points. They all get 7 points.
teams.
Great
Uh-oh.
comeback by Bloxy Cola.
Yeah,
All
seeing
right.
some of the reactions from all the players here.
Yeah, we
They all
are. We
wearing the
are.
HUD? You think they
All
make
right, I
them
think
wear
we
it?
have seen the conclusion of our first soccer game, as far as I understand. Unless the voice
I
in
know
my
that
head
person
tells me
in the
something
back that's
different. I
watching them
believe we saw a tie, but
is
no, we're seeing a
definitely
kickoff
don't
here.
like it.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
He's definitely stroking his chin.
You hear how
Yeah.
passionate the players are. Everyone is getting active in this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the folks at home can hear. What is this tiebreaker extra. We'll see if they're playing the extra innings. Oh,
wait, did they just skip the whole second round? I can actually hear him talking.
Still 3 kicks left for each team.
Yeah. All right. Oh, we are doing the free kick rule here.
Can they
All right, that was
curse?
a change from what I understood here. So as we see in the left there
I mean,
already,
if they're 18 plus, they can't.
looks like the home team is up by 1 goal here, but more goals to go during
They
the free
probably
kicks.
told him
Let's
not
see
to
if we can
curse.
take a look
That's
at Roby.
probably.
His chance. Left side. Nice
Oh.
goal.
That was clean. That was
Great
clean.
fake.
And guess what? We're back to a
I like
tie
how
here.
they're all
Yes,
bronze
we are.
one, too.
2 shots left for each of these teams. Lime, his opportunity. Antarell on the defense.
Oh,
Dang,
wow.
Blackpool is
Hits
gonna
it
win.
just over the shoulder.
Man on Lime retakes the lead for his squad. Another chance here. Dud-a-dud. Left side.
Oh.
Cuts
Wow.
up the
They
keeper.
are just
Save.
trading
No.
goals.
And no one is missing today.
Wonder why they just start.
5
Oh, I
to
mean,
4
it
for
would
the
take a
home
long
team.
time to
Last chance
actually
for away
go
here.
through all these rounds.
Save though. That's very good from Antarell.
Wait,
So here we go.
is it rounds?
The
Oh
final
wait,
kick.
never mind.
This
It's just
is
kick,
it. Antarell to bring it
kick
home.
Oh, that's
To
what it
tie
is.
it
Oh,
or
okay.
to lose the game. All pressure's on.
Dang.
Oh!
Oh,
Wait,
that
Wait,
is a
it's
goal.
tied?
That-
Tied
So it's an
again.
actual. Oh,
Sudden death.
So that.
First team to get ahead wins in this one.
All right.
Oh!
And it's a goal landed
No.
for the home team.
Wait,
Now
they
another
get
chance
okay. They get another
to
chance.
bring things back here.
Oh,
Icy, the
okay. Can he
game
block
in
it?
his hands.
Oh, okay, they win. They
Safe
win.
again.
No
Down
way.
the whole match.
Oh,
So
Thanks
is
my
to
it
an
a tie or
excellent
is it
goal
actually-
No, they
They
won.
bring things
That
back
team won.
and take the
The Blacksea
first
Cola
round
team
of
won.
Super League Soccer. What a sick way to kick off this game.
That was, and we saw
That
a
is
lot of modes.
actually
It was a fast and furious game. We saw the overtime
really
and then
good
extended overtime.
Gut game.
As the skills of these folks
good
truly is
game, gut
unmatched
game.
here. But we do have a win for the home team, which is huge. Starting behind in an 0-2 in the first minute of that game, they pull it out in the extended overtime free kicks. So that was exciting. I think it's time to check out these scores and see where we stand after that match.
Yeah, I think we're looking good on the
okay.
winning team
So
after
yeah, they all
being
have
our
20
winningest player
points
from
for that
TTI
team.
as well.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, there's
We see
gonna be
Jay as well in
3
that team, so this is
matches
a
of
strong start for the folks who are already in
soccer?
the lead here, winning that match 1. As reminding the folks at home, though, we are going to mix it up. These are fully randomized teams for 3 sets of soccer, although at this point I think everyone's pretty excited to play as they do seem equally
Bird Bats?
skilled in this competition.
Honestly, that was a lot closer than I expected.
They are pretty
It's
equally
clear that
skilled,
I think
actually.
compared
They're
to when
actually
they
all really
gave us
good.
the info that, hey, like most of us haven't played SLS, they put in some work to go into it. And even throughout the game, really, I think, built into it.
Yeah, very impressive teamwork, some amazing passes, some on-point shots, and like you said, Mimi, it really looked like it was over in the first couple of minutes for the away team, but the home team pulled
Who's
off
that big
the
away?
unthinkable.
You guys got
Good for
any
them.
MVPs from that first round?
What's cracking?
Boy, it started off strong, and I would say Dud, setting a good pace for that one in the beginning.
Couple
Was
good
a big
goals from
score
him.
of those goals. Yeah, we saw a strong start, but again, unfortunately, his team did
Duddy
fall a
Dud.
little
I like
short
how
in
it starts
the end.
messes up the
But really good
subtitles.
player. Again, Death Eagle showing again that he truly is a strong competitor in this game, and I think we're going to see him excel in a broad array of games today. He has a
Yeah,
very
Death
serious
Eagle
track
might
record of
actually
being one of the
pretty
best.
good,
So we'll see
maybe.
if he can keep that up today. Nerves
Yeah,
is
He
a
might
big
actually
part
pretty
of
good
today.
get the
Absolutely,
maroon
absolutely.
color.
I do think these early games are a good way to just get comfortable on the stage,
like a
feel
music
things
band?
out, especially a team game like this. It's a
Maroon
little easier to just be a part of the group, feel a little bit more together than the competitors, than just every single win being about making a step up ahead of them.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely takes a lot of pressure off you. You know, you're
Don't-
not just out there on your own. And just to go back on my favorite player for the game, I think was
Please.
Shafe at the goal.
Yeah, I have to
Really
agree.
made some
Reverend
clutch
your
saves.
enemies.
I mean, his
Don't
team has a
forget to lose
lot of
that
him. He had
username.
to protect that goal
Yeah.
so many times in the first 2
I
minutes, and
butchered
then
that.
he's one of the guys that hit the penalty kick at the end too
Yeah.
to bring things home.
Yeah, we talk a lot
What
about
was
the
it-
mental
what does it
game in these
say?
competitions. It's a
Remember
long day with a lot of
What?
competition. You got to
Forgive
not
your
let yourself get
enemies.
down. I know there's a
Yeah.
handful of folks back there who are going to be feeling the
What?
burn of a loss. Not
Actually, I
as high
can't.
of a fashion score as they'd like,
Remember the
but it's
username.
never over. Again, qualifying from some of the other games, it just doesn't matter. Put it behind you. You got to keep the attitude. Momentum can't destroy you. You got to let yourself turn it around here. So, fantastic start from the folks here. I look forward to a day of good games ahead of us.
Do they actually have stuff to
And I
get read
do
off
as
of,
well.
or
It
is it
seems
just?
like the players are just about to get into our second
You ever
game,
think
just
they'd get
picking their
DDoS?
teams. Reminder, things are getting scrambled up a little bit. We'll have different players on the home and
they
away.
have
So
lights on.
an opportunity for any of these players to put another 20 points on their board, as it looks like the players just hopping into the lobby now. We get
All right,
underway
here we
for
go.
our second round
next
of
team.
Super League
I think all the
Soccer.
teams are
And in the center
randomized
field,
too. I think.
Duddy Dud and Roby, the ones to kick this off.
After that first game, I'm really excited now.
Because they said something about. No, they look
Yeah,
like
we'll see
they-
who can
they're
shine
the
here.
exact same team.
And if they can keep their form
Ooh.
strong here, again, we're seeing a lot of
The
deep
pass.
passes, but a hard cluster of all the players.
Oh, but
Really
he
want to keep
got
that spread. All right, here is go. Our
pass it to
first
the wrong
breakaway. Do
person.
they have the stamina to go across the board here? The home team could come into a strong initial lead.
Ooh,
Flicks too wide to the left, and Duddy Dud misses that shot out to Icy. A tough one there.
Yeah,
Icy
and that's
has
not
it.
going to stick there. Icy playing goalie this round, switching it up from offense in the last one. He's going to be the anchor man to stop those points from being scored.
5 great competitors versus
You get
another
that slide
5
tackle
great
every 3
competitors.
seconds. Got to be precise when you're trying to
No,
steal the ball.
I'm just
Okay,
saying, like,
a chance
Alright.
for him against
Lots of
Icy.
stamina.
this
Full
is the team
breakaway.
that's supposed to be
It's
the
too
best
high.
out of everyone.
Nearly had another chance as well, but
Taken by the
bonked
goalie,
out of the
Icy.
way.
But if they
Great
play
work.
ranked on here, they
Good work by
probably,
the goalie. You got to catch that. You
if
got
they're
to
playing
get charge it
competitive
down,
against
get the
random
ball. If
people
they're
in this
within the
game,
goal zone here, you
they're
have the
probably
power.
not
Make
gonna
sure to
do that
capitalize
well.
on that and ensure you don't let them get
I
again.
really
But
do
wow, the
think
home team
that
unrelenting on offense
for
here.
every game that has
I don't
competitive
think
in
away
it,
teams even had a shot on
or
goal
any
yet, while
sort
the
of
home
like
team has had
competitive
really.
awards
full
and
control
stuff
the
like
entire
that,
time. Yeah, good spin
there's
there, using
gonna
those
be
abilities wisely.
someone the best at the
Nearly
game
there.
that
Icy
beat these
saves it at the
people.
last second.
Gosh, Icy is just the ice
Unless they
ball
really are
here,
this
not letting
good. I
anything
mean,
get
like,
in.
Another pass in. They just keep going. Poke, third chance of the game. This
This
time
one
lands it.
sticks.
Poke
I mean,
Dragon
that is
actually made
unrelenting
the first
here.
goal.
Good work from Poke Dragon. I mean, they're going to have to step it up here. You can't rely on Icy this hard to just stop every shot here. We've already seen 5, maybe more shots on goal here. One was bound to go in.
But every kickoff, another chance. Roby in possession, and for the first time, a bit of offense going. The Death Eagle has possession. Switches back towards Max. Goal somewhat open, but the defenders do well, and they push it back the other way.
They got mosh
all
pitted.
right here. Can this happen for
There's
the away
dodges.
team? As
he's
again,
kicking
they
it to someone
lose
else.
control of this ball so fast. Okay, here we go. We got a breakaway here finally.
Great
for our away guys.
cross.
Oh, and look at that.
Amazing
Players
cross.
down the field. They are ready. No
Here we go,
offsides in
Roby.
this one. Roby, time to
Teammate.
shine. Pull it back for the team.
Oh,
Yes, and look at that cross up. That is what you want to do. You want to bait one direction for the goalie, make them use the dive, and then switch real hard, real fast to the
actually
side of the goal.
I saw somebody on
really
chat
hard to
earlier
even,
asking Roby to lock in, and it looks like he read the chat and sure did.
probably
Yeah,
be goalie
great
like
goal.
that because
Is
it's like a
again
50-50
a master
right there,
gamer
actually.
and a developer on
So he
his
could
own.
just
He
kick
knows
straight,
every
or he
element
could
of the
just
Roblox
flick.
world
Okay, he just did it there.
creation as
Now you
well
know
as
how they feel
playing.
in real
Wonderful
life.
stuff.
Roby, one of those players who said he had never played SLS before qualifying to this event. Clearly learns quickly. You got to in this competition. Roby
Yes.
again in
That's his
possession.
last
Chance
one
for
'cause it's
back-to-back
the
goals from this man. Can he make it happen?
They're
Defenders
only
on
broads
it.
in
A
this
pass
game.
back wide towards mid, but
That's what
possession
I'm saying.
changed
I
over the
know,
line.
like, just seeing that they're
Steal
broads
again.
and they're supposed to be the
Roby might have it
masters of
back here. Death Eagle,
Roblox.
no, stolen. They keep
Amazing.
getting so
Well,
close.
I
But
still
defenders
wish
doing well here from
the
home.
next event, or I
Poke
still
Dragon
hope
doing a
that the
good job
next
here,
event
actually
they
shining in
put
this
$1
game too
billion
here,
into
coming
the
to play
game.
for the home.
I actually really
Wow,
don't know
back
how much
goal.
money they
Wow.
spend on
Through
events, if I'm
4
going to be
or
honest.
5 defenders, the Death Eagle
I
threads
feel
the
like this
needle.
might be the
The one European
most
at
money they
this
probably
event.
spend on an
You know, you'd
event.
think maybe a bit more of an expert on soccer. No, he was asked his favorite team. Said a Lithuanian basketball team.
Oh,
Still
there we
showing up
go.
in soccer regardless.
Yeah, good to see some life out of the
Ooh.
away team here, who now pulls ahead
He
2-1,
grabs it.
which just shows you
He
it's not about
dodges.
the shots on goal; it's about
He
shooting
gets stolen.
accurately here.
Okay, got a little fancy
Here we
there
go
for no
again,
reason.
Roby.
Oh
There it comes
man,
back to
Roby
Roby.
showing
Is he
he
gonna
came
make
to
the
play in
goal?
soccer.
Oh,
Gets the
Oh!
short guy from the goalie.
Brutal. He did just
Yo!
pass the ball.
That was
Nearly made
actually
that save.
crazy.
Bit of a heartbreaker for Shafe.
That's his
Yeah.
second goal. Can he get a hat trick this game?
Yeah,
That would be impressive.
I know.
Oh,
their
it said
team
that they
now
said a
up
curse word.
3-1, just like that. What was
they
looking
pretty
as a
sensitive about that
rough
stuff?
scenario for the away
No.
team to start this is suddenly on
No,
fire.
it's just that the
Home team's got to
But
channel what they were
sometimes
doing
the
at the
mess
start of
looks
this.
so
Let's see if they can
bad.
get that offense flowing. Oh gosh, and a missed pass.
Is this another opportunity? No. Goalkeeper's just going to take it and push it back down the middle of the pitch.
All right, we'll see here. Things get a little quieter here as the teams kind of cluster. Can they get the breakaway?
Here's another opportunity for the Death Eagle.
Good spin.
Shot
That'll be really
lands.
funny.
Oh,
It's like
oh,
at the
yeah.
end,
Shafe, he's so
all the
impressive. on the
Yes,
not
yeah.
contestants,
Great
but
job
all the,
keeping my goal coming from the first game.
Yeah, that last
narrators.
second save here.
What do they call
Again, you don't want to be staring down the
commentators?
Death Eagle with this soccer
Yeah,
ball. He
They
comes
just all
fast
get
and
silent.
furious.
Man, Shafe is on point today. That's another save.
Shafe.
Yeah, the goalies are doing a good job in this
So do
game.
you think they're
Offense is
going
pretty
to bring out
unrelenting in
large
Super
check,
League
or do you
soccer.
think they're
So
just go like,
you got to be
No,
on it. Here we go.
Builderman
Nice.
This
brought
is your
in
chance, and
the
unfortunately,
briefcase. They set
Dirty
on
Doug just
table.
better in that
Nah.
position. A great bait
So,
out from him, and
Builderman
that
That's
should
himself.
tie this game back up.
Yeah, you know, it's hard. You can't blame the goalie in that situation. When you've got a one-on-one with that much time, it
Yes.
should be the offense's ball here. You need a defensive player to be there with you.
And that's the issue. We've seen a lot of these teams clumping heavy for the offense, and that can work well, but sometimes you take risks with that. You have no defenders, and your goalie gets kind of left
really
out to
picked it
dry.
up.
Yeah. All right, closing into a minute left here. The score is 2-3, and again, anyone's game. I'm shocked no blowouts
Man,
happening here in soccer.
immediately,
We are
like,
seeing fierce
switches
competition.
sides when the goalie picks it, though.
And can the away team pull it back? No, they lose it.
Oh, they have it back though. Lime has a
returned it.
good pass, goes a little wide to Duddy Dud. Off this left side, it's a tough angle to get a shot through.
Oh,
and the
that's-
pass is
yeah,
not in time.
Beautiful. You need that from your defenders there. A strong offense, force the pass, force them into the corner.
Oh, Roby, a shot maybe here. Can he get dove on in time?
Oh,
Pass
nice
pass
pass
to
to
himself.
himself. Oh.
You see that attempt of the self-assist backboard into a sliding kick. He almost had that pulled
Very
off.
smart move.
Yeah.
Jay just missed that slide.
Da-da-da might go for a second goal in a
Oh,
row.
let's
Here's
see.
his 1v1 against the
Tying
goalie,
it up.
left side.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, Duddy
Wow.
lands it again. He's on fire
He
this
got
game.
double
Quick
goal.
short shot. The goalie wasn't ready for it. Overshot the dive and could not get the defense. And we are closing in to a potential tie on another 30 seconds
This might
remaining
be
in this
another
round.
tie.
I mean, you can see the two forwards on the team, each with 2 goals. A great choice in their position.
All right. What are you focusing now? You think you want to
Ooh,
play
this
defensive or
could
go all
potentially
out
be
here in
a
the last 30
tie.
seconds, knowing you've got a tie game?
You got to go on the offense.
Come on, we don't do
Yeah.
ties.
Dud
We
knows
don't.
it.
These are the best players in the world.
Yeah, it's true. Go for that win. Don't risk it in the free shots. You don't want to
Whatever
have
this
free
game
kicks.
does.
Lime wants his chance here. Poke Dragon keeping possession for home. Is there anyone to receive that? Up front, Duddy Dud.
Ooh,
The
Duddy
striker.
Dud has it.
Could he close it
Can he
out?
make a
Striker
third
for
goal?
the
Vlasicola.
Oh.
Nearly misses out. And with only
Come
a few
on.
seconds left, it
The
goes back
wishes
down the
for
middle of the
team.
pitch.
Can they
Yeah, that was a
make
hard,
one?
low
Oh,
probability
wishes.
goal there, but the ball's moving down.
And it's overtime.
All right,
It's
it's overtime.
again another tie into the free kicks. Let's see what we got
It
here.
actually
Dragon
is
bait
pretty
now.
Oh, that
Even.
was
Great
a
movement.
strong base.
surprisingly.
Pulls the goalie completely out with a whiffed dive and gets an easy, easy tap in. Death
Come
Eagle
on.
here. Let's see if he can continue his streak. And boom,
Oh.
that is that patented crossover from the Death Eagle. He has got a good look here. Really baits goalies
Bro,
well.
they
Makes it
gotta
look easy.
Good
Yeah,
on
he
these
does.
start
goals.
blocking these
Shafe,
goals.
the goalkeeper, hero of the first match. He's good again.
Oh,
2
he
goals in a row
tricks him
for home.
completely.
Yeah,
Hits
you
it
can
off
see
the
they've really
top.
developed a better strategy here, going again in overtime. They've all had some practice.
Just okay.
Oh,
What?
they definitely learned from game 1.
Oh.
No one is missing.
That went
Ooh,
in. That
That's
actually
safe,
went
though.
in.
This one there. That's a
Yeah.
little rough. The goalie finally coming out here, not as warmed up as the rest of the players.
Oh, he had a chance for redemption, but Duddy Dud
Yeah, the
sneaks
Black
it by.
Skull team might win this
3
again.
goals landed in a row.
Yeah, this could be time for them to really shut this down. If this goalie pulls off this defense. Oh, and he does. This
what?
is now a dangerous
Shame.
scenario.
He
Do or
made
die.
that goal.
Shea
Oh,
Farnaway
the Black
looking like
Skull
the
team definitely
strongest
won.
goalie today.
All right,
Definitely.
if he puts this in, it's game over.
Icy, tough position, can't save it.
Yeah, they won.
Wow.
4
That's definitely
goals
one,
landed,
yeah.
and that's
And it is
game.
over.
Dang.
Home team.
All right, so we got on this team, Antrell,
Oh,
Death Eagle. I don't know if I
team
saw it
Watergate.
injury, but we're going to see it shortly after the judges tally up some scores. We will go back to the board and show you guys where the standings are. But here are our players
Wait,
here.
judges.
Fantastic
There's still judges
performance
to
from
judge
everyone.
that?
Some spirits higher than others.
Shafe only got 16 points in DTI, but thus far he's won both matches here in Super League Soccer and
Yeah.
is starting to compete with some of those top players now. Goes to show there's always time to come back here.
Yeah, and again, you're never out here. Again, we've got many games on our way on what is a crazy Roblox octathlon today. But let's see those scores from match 2.
All right.
All right, so a
So
couple players
there's 2
undefeated
people
here.
that actually
Lime, Shafe as
Yeah,
well.
Lime and Shafe
As Poke
has got
Dragon
40
are
points
all
now.
looking good there, but Lime and Shafe, the 2 members to win both
And the
matches.
bottom
back-to-back
people
in
is
Super
still
League Soccer.
Rove and
You know, the
Icy.
folks needed that. I'm seeing a lot of the current leaders on the loss for that round. So
Dang.
that means the points are swinging back to the folks who need it most. An impressive display here on round 2.
Yeah, those
All
guys
right.
trying to go 3-0
So they are
into this third
randomized.
round if they even can end up on the same team. Again, it's randomized
see.
every time of how these teams lay out. So we'll wait for the players to shuffle back in and have one last round here in Super League Soccer. I'm liking the development we're
Can they
seeing throughout. I
compete?
think
Can
they
they
did a
actually
much better
compete against
job
each
this
other?
time of setting up for some of those passes, especially the home team.
It's just
Will they get lucky?
Absolutely, yeah, the whole team. I mean, Da leading as striker scored 3 goals that game, along with Shafe's amazing saves. Definitely deserved that win.
Yeah, you're going to be happy to have either of those guys on your team going into the last
Yeah,
round.
Shafe
Still
and
some
Lime.
players who have yet to take home a game here in Super League Soccer. Icy, Poke Dragon, those guys definitely have the pressure on them as we head into this final round.
Yeah, they'll need it because they had such a strong showing in that first round here. To fall in Super League Soccer is a little rough. But hey, it's a whole day of competition ahead
It
and
is.
not the last chance here. Well, folks, this was an exciting one. Super League Soccer has been a wonderful game here. Some fun facts about Super League Soccer. It
Please.
is one of the top sports
So
games
one
on
last
Roblox.
round of Super
And actually,
League
the governing
Soccer.
body of soccer for North America, Central America,
Who's
and the
gonna
Caribbean
take
actually
home
released
the
a
victory?
mascot through Super League Soccer specifically. That was their major announcement. So it's exciting to see these actually large governing bodies using Super League Soccer as a way to talk to their fans and
Wow.
do some major releases. So it is a legitimate and recognized game in the world of soccer.
That's a
And
cool.
up there with some of the
tip.
iconic Roblox games we're playing
Fact.
today, the super classic ones like the way we're ending, of course, with Tower of Hell. This is a relatively new game, but it's definitely taken off very quickly. Similar vibe to Dress to Impress.
Correct.
Let's take a look back and see
I
some
like how the
highlights
second
from
game
that
just
second game.
instantly
It
picked
was a
up in
very
just
exciting one here and here.
competitiveness.
Really?
Yeah, taking a look
Yeah,
here.
because like the first game,
I can't
was
tell
just
whose
like
costume that
completely
is, but
casual.
there's
That's
Roby.
Roby.
Yeah,
Mr.
Roby
Preps
coming
was
in
kinda
strong at the
casual.
beginning with 2
Still
goals, but
competitive, but
unfortunately
like
he has not won a game.
it was definitely casual.
Yeah, that is painful to see. Such strong
Yes.
individual play here, but could not actually eke out the win. Look at
Yeah.
another breakthrough, and that goal was
Oh,
beautiful.
yeah,
was
that was
beautiful. I
crazy.
love
That
that
was a
one.
crazy.
Yeah, you got to feel bad for Shafe there. He dove just past the ball. Almost had that one.
To get past Shafe, I mean, it's not an easy task. So Roby's 2 goals are very impressive.
Yeah, Duddy Dud as well. I mean, I feel like we can't say
Safe.
enough good things about him in this one. He's looked so good on that offense.
Yeah, definitely needs to continue playing the striker for the next game.
Yeah, we've got some good stuff here. Maybe we can learn a little bit more about our
Yeah,
players here as we're
please.
taking a brief pause here to get our next game ready. I know they've come from a lot of different places all over the world, or some are from around the world, some from Canada, and a handful of them all from here in America.
Yeah, I believe we have a Canadian, and then we have one guy, the Death Eagle, coming from Lithuania. Everyone else here is living in America. We have a Korean American as well,
Yeah.
born in South Korea. So a pretty diverse group of guys here from different places around the world
Yeah,
and
so
around the
leave what their
country
ethnicities
to
are.
come out and compete today.
Yeah, we had some fun stuff. The Death Eagle on camera right there, you know, a really impressive player. Not only did he come all the way from
Most of them
Lithuania,
are Americans.
he actually
but
turned
some of them-
18 on the plane ride over
Wild.
2 days ago, which is required for this competition. So we were excited to see that. That was fate. What did you do on your 18th birthday?
Was they wanting water or something?
You mean yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. That's
I
right.
don't remember.
Yeah, no one does, but I bet you didn't compete for $1 million. So that is an exciting twist on an 18th birthday that a lot of us don't get a chance
No,
to
I'm
do
very
here.
jealous. I'm very jealous of these guys.
Yeah, well, I think they put in the work, and it's paying off here. Nothing like a couple thousand hours of real
What's happening?
playtime, dedicated and focused on the skill. And really, the competition itself, the hunt, was a wild competition.
Yeah,
It was
can you
the
talk a
big
little
zone.
bit about the qualification? Because it was very different than how we're actually playing the games here today.
Yeah,
A lot more
multiple
about
people.
solving puzzles and having to do some really challenging stuff to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing through 25 events, these
What are the
contestants,
odds
as
that
well
someone
as
cheats
100
on here,
plus
though?
million, had to
Oh,
compete over
cheating.
solving intricate puzzles.
It's still
solving
possible if they're dumb
clues,
enough to
solving
do that.
tests, and actually dealing with a handful of missions across all of these games. The competition took over a week. And hours of
I
gameplay,
mean, just like
and it
with
was
the
a really
Counter-Strike
collective
one,
thing. We had
that's the
some
most
pretty master
popular
puzzle
one.
solvers
Where he
build
had cheats in
these
his
internally,
mouse.
including a handful of PhDs within the company who specialize
I'm
in
pretty sure
puzzle
all these-
algorithms.
Oh, they
And
get
what's
you a thumbs
wild
up.
about that, some of our top players here actually completed those puzzles over twice as fast as the PhD
That's so
masters
wild.
internally at Roblox who helped construct them and peer tested with each other. So really like unfathomable talent when it comes to completing complex puzzles.
Yeah, I think it's so cool as well. Some of the different backgrounds. A guy like Icicle here, he's native to the area, grew up in the Bay, but he went to college for robotics, and he said like one of his biggest hobbies is like web puzzles, is riddles, is trying to solve challenges like that. As I imagine, looking at robotics would be a similar thing there as well. So pretty cool that
one of
he got
them's
to
into
cash in on that
robotics
skill
and
set, but now gets to show a pretty
He just likes
different one
puzzles.
with
I mean, like,
actually
yeah, I mean,
playing
like,
a competitive
all these people
game
has to
and
have some
coming
sort
out
of
here.
fascination with
All these guys
puzzles
have
and
had different backgrounds. They've obviously played a ton of Roblox, but for
challenges
most
and
of
stuff
them,
like
this
that.
is going to be one of their first times playing
Well,
an
obviously, not only
in-person
that,
competitive event like this, and
competing
certainly
against
will
each
be the
other
biggest
in
one
just
any of
actual
these guys
skill-based
have
games
ever
is
played.
I like that you
something
guys just
completely
gave out
different
some
from
facts about where the players are
competitive.
from, because now the
Or,
chat
I
is
mean,
going to supporting their home countries with Lithuania, the US, and Canada, along with Team Bloxy Cola or the Witcher's Brew. So a lot of competition in the chat as well. Very exciting.
Yeah, we have two Canadians as
happening
well.
over
Poke Dragon hailing from Saskatchewan, and then another player in here, Anonymous Lime, coming over from Ontario as well.
I'm rooting for Canada.
Yeah?
Canada. That's
I
where
am
you're
also
living right
from
now.
Canada.
Andrew.
Oh, wow, is that
Yeah.
really what
Yeah.
it looks
The
like
folks
right
don't know.
First time revealing it.
Okay. Now we know.
No one
What
could
are you,
ever
I'm
guess.
from
I imagine, are you rooting for Lime then? Another guy from Ontario?
I am rooting for, honestly,
Oh, really?
I'm rooting for Roby. I think he
Okay.
deserves some points in this competition. He's been doing really well
Are they
scoring the
connected to
goals,
his
so
mouse?
I
Oh,
hope to
did
see
his
him win the
mouse
next
die
game.
or something like that?
Yeah, a lot of our players,
Oh, he
when
must
they
have been
talk
using
about
like
their
a wireless
expertise, I would say
mouse
the
or like
most
wireless
common
headset or
games
something.
they told us was Tower of Hell, tons of Obby players. You
Because
heard
I'm
it
pretty
in
sure
the
they could bring
intro.
in their own
And Rivals as well,
preferables?
our penultimate game, the
Preferables?
first-person shooter arena game there. So for a lot of these guys, it's a matter of
No, they all use the
being
exact
great
same
and being
thing.
confident in the later stages of the tournament, but you still need to make it there.
They all
There's
use
10
HyperX.
players in this
Do you think they
competition.
have minimum
6 are going to get
computers?
No, I
eliminated
think
in
they
this
actually have really
qualifying
good
round.
computers.
And even then, you have to
Yeah,
play
they
a
all bring
driving
in
game
their own stuff.
before you even get to some of the ones you're going to be the most comfortable with. And even when you are there, it's going to be the highest pressure you've ever felt playing those
She
games.
must be
As
plugging
a
in.
reminder from the folks at home, we are a couple minutes, or hopefully seconds
stuff
away
from-
from our final game of Super League Soccer, and this will be the first time we progress a player.
Another dude.
So the
one of
first
other guys.
rounds of this are going to be a progression-based, as you heard from us earlier. But just a reminder for the folks just tuning in here, we're going to be closing out one more match of Super League Soccer, and we will progress our first player who will be in the top 4?
Our players that we're looking at to be the most likely to make it here are going to be Death Eagle, 66
I'm
points,
gonna mute real
Jay,
quick.
63, and Dudidud at 60 points as well. Those are the front runners right now. Remember, a win in Super League Soccer gives you 20 points. There's no bonus points for being the best goalkeeper, being the best person who's going offensive and actually hitting those shots into the goal. So it comes down to how well your team can do. And let's say all those guys ended up on the same team. It would be the Death Eagle, thanks to his great performance in DTI, who would be the first qualified member.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's
Only
right.
for this round.
Only for this one, and then no more teams.
Free for alls.
Then the friendships end. But yeah, the top
All right,
9
I
are
may have
within
to
20
just
points
leave
of each
this
other.
up
So
here.
again, it is anyone's game.
I
You
have to go
definitely
do
want to get that
something.
win here and secure your spot early on in this competition.
That you do. For some context, one of our players is having an issue with their headphones. We have our admins looking into it right now and working through that issue. We'll give you more updates as soon as they're available. We do want to make sure that everyone has properly working equipment and the field is perfectly
that's
fair
why.
before we start another round with stakes as high as this.
So for anyone at home wondering why we're yapping, that's why.
Very concise.
No, I kind of know why they were yapping. I
All
understand.
right, well, it seems like we are still going to be waiting just a bit to get into that one. So why don't we go ahead and check in with our correspondents, Geach and Sabrina. How you guys doing? What do you think of Super League Soccer thus far?
Oh my gosh, we screamed whenever Roby hit the ball right over Shape. We were actually back here screaming.
I
That
know,
was
I
really
actually-
intense.
that was a
match
crazy
was
moment.
amazing. I actually haven't watched a gameplay of Super League Soccer, so I thought that was really entertaining.
Yeah,
It really
and
was
I'm
pretty
not a
good,
big
actually.
sports
I'm not
girly
gonna lie.
myself, but that move, my heart is still pounding from some of these moments. I've been in here taking notes, it's that real. Really impressed by Death Eagle. Watching all of this gameplay. I mean, I don't have the coordination. You'll hear me say that a lot today. I don't have the coordination for something like that, but I feel like I've been literally watching the World Cup or something just on the screen. Via Roblox. It's so cool. It's amazing. It's been so fun to watch back here. I know
I
everybody.
have a fun fact for you.
Oh, yeah?
About the World Cup, by the way. Super League Soccer hosted an in-game integration with FIFA for the launch of the Club World Cup trophy, which is taking place in America this summer.
Rightfully
But
so.
you're actually
Because
doing an
look,
integration
you
with
would think
FIFA
that I was out
instead of
here
simple,
in South
world
America screaming
soccer.
from the streets the way I've been
It's
hollering back
actually
there. I'm
really
surprised.
cool. They're
She's not
a
kidding.
real
I'm just
organization.
Yeah, I hope
Is
I
it-
don't
no,
scare
is
you.
it-
no, you
please.
didn't.
Is it
It's
actually-
been very entertaining.
No, are they talking about the game, video game
Yeah, I've been
FIFA,
having a
or
lot of fun. Who do you
actual
think so far? Who
soccer
have you been
being
impressed
integrated?
by so far?
I am rooting for Roby, Death Eagle.
I
I really liked
Yes.
Jay and Dress to Impress. Yeah,
Jay has some good looks.
Oh, 1 second. I'm gonna pause this real quick. Right now they're just talking about anything else, but I'm not gonna lie, it's been very good. It really has.
What's the chat?
Hold on. How much people's watching this right now? 14,000 people's watching this, or 15, I should say.
No Twitch drops.
I'm just trying to see if there's other Twitch drops. We'll try to look on Twitch. Oh, there's over 10K people playing. Or watching it on Twitch. So there's over 25,000 people watching the Roblox thing right now.
Really?
Yeah. There's Fortnite Twitch drops right now. On
Yo,
Twitch.
put that on. Put that on.
Yeah.
And Dress to
Alright.
Impress.
And Death Eagles, obviously, the last one was the really
the
good.
icy, the ice princess fairy.
The two-wing thing was very
Right.
impressive.
That was a good. What's that gonna look like?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
It's
put this
probably
on,
gonna
I need to go
be
do
sort of like a
something.
big
I'll be
galaxy
back.
explosion.
I can understand. All right, so
All
we're
right.
gonna go ahead and kick it back over to our casters so we can get this last match started for Super League Soccer.
All right, folks, we are back here. We've got hopefully we are closing in on the opening of this last match here, but a couple more seconds for you to enjoy the soothing sounds of our voices with our faces. It's a wonderful thing.
We just stare at Jay Party's beautiful face.
Yeah, that's the real stall content. For some context, viewers at home, they're still sorting out some of these tech issues, making sure the monitors and the headsets for one of our contestants is working perfectly. I pulled up some trivia for you guys. You guys are Roblox experts,
no.
right? Would
Nope.
you consider yourself such?
Yeah, absolutely. A historian.
Would you consider him an expert?
Yeah, NU is, regardless of his opinion on it, he is a master of all things
Don't
knowledge.
put me on the
All
spot.
right, I'm going to ask some questions. Just slap the desk to buzz in. This one should be easy. What year was Roblox officially released to the public?
Here you go.
I'm going to say 2006.
Ding, ding, ding. Good job, NU. That's the first point to you. Another year question. What year did Roblox introduce the ability to create and sell game passes?
Okay, I know this one. It's
Go
about the
ahead.
birth of the expansion of our developer program. I believe it's 2012.
You're correct. Another one. This one about number of players. And chat, you guys should play along too. Write in chat who you think this is. See how well you know Roblox. Which game on the Roblox platform holds the record for the most visits as of 2024?
It's probably the wrong answer, but I'm gonna say Blox Fruits.
Incorrect.
That is incorrect. I'm curious. I'm going to give the folks on the chat a couple seconds to respond here. I think they know this one, and it is a surprising favorite amongst the roleplay community, if I know correctly, as I do love numbers, and that is
How are they doing, NU?
Brookhaven.
That chat?
Yeah, what they get? They get it right. The answer, I believe, is Brookhaven.
The chat is still rooting for the players.
RP. Well,
We're still rooting
honestly,
for players.
Good for them.
Yeah,
That's what they
absolutely.
should be doing. I love to see that passion coming out. All right, another historic question. What was the original name of Roblox before it was officially launched?
Oh, this is a fun one, dude. The folks, this is a good one for chat. I wonder if they do know this one.
Yeah.
I might even be wearing those socks. Oh, no, wait, I'm not. We didn't. It's different ones. I believe it was called Dynablocks.
You're correct.
Dynablocks was the original, and it was a physics simulator at the very start here. It was a pretty impressive little creation here to kind of demonstrate science and physics to kids and everyone around the world to kind of learn. And it turns out if you allow logic into a block, you can pretty much make any game the world has seen.
Yes.
And that's kind of the origin, I think, of all video games. And we saw it here in Roblox kind of evolving over the years from the old world of Dynablocks into the Roblox we have today. A full-fledged game engine. So, you know, for the folks at home, we're waiting. Go ahead, open studio, start publishing your own experiences and find out what it means to create and build some of the coolest things around in the world.
What experience do you guys have with actually building games? Have you spent any time in the creation studio and tried that out much?
Yes, actually I have. I went through a tutorial with some of the developers here at Roblox. They went through a simple one for me, but they threw out some terms that was very complicated. I did not retain any of that information. So whoever can make games in Roblox are very smart.
It's so impressive what people actually put together and how much work it takes. I know you get to work with the devs on a day-to-day basis. Must be special to see what creative things people put together in this Roblox game.
I do, and it is fascinating to know our developers from around the world. They are incredible folks who do awesome and wonderful things, but they're also good people. I think that's such a fun part of Roblox.
I'm gonna try not to talk too much over them, even though we already have.
It's both a
But
profession for them, so we see incredible stuff.
Try
Yeah,
to turn
and
on the
for
volume when I'm
this
trying to
tournament as
speak.
well, we had to ask a lot of developers to change things up about their games and make modifications for this tournament.
Really?
And it seems like everyone was pretty willing to do that as well.
All right, folks, so here's the deal. We are trying to ensure this is a fair competition as much
Are they
as possible,
still
and I believe we're ready to get back in it. But to solve some of this
modifying
out, we're going to be removing the headsets for this next round of Super League Soccer here to ensure it is an even playing field for all 10 of our players. And guess what? I think they're on the pitch.
It's going to be new teams,
Oh,
a
there
new
you go.
look, and a
All right.
last chance to make it. Two players competing for that top spot, Duddy Dud and Death Eagle. One of them will be able to be the first making it through. That or 3J, who's going to be on the same team here. Mad Max in possession, sends it up. Good pass, but a little too wide. No one super well in position to receive. Another pass going back. Chance for a goal, and it's not in. Schaefer again on the defense
Shape
end.
once again.
Yeah, almost bobbles the ball from the goalie there. Thankfully, he recovers that, and it is out of there. Another chance for another play.
I think it's the same goalies over and over.
I'm looking for Roby.
It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense though.
Which team is
actually.
he on?
A crowd
Because
favorite
they're probably the
again,
best goalie. They're
without a
probably
win
tell
under
each
his
other,
belt,
"Oh,
and maybe
who's
the
the best
most
goalie?"
goals on the field.
He probably is.
Hopefully, Rovi gets his big break soon.
He's going to be back on the green team there, joined by Duddy Dud. Jay as well, rocking with the home team.
Indeed, indeed. Again, a little slower of a start here. No one really securing those quick goals in this third game here. I'm sure the defense is starting to shore up and understand the strategies from all the players.
Actually,
Good defense from
Lime is on
a
the
new person
the
stepping
goal.
into the goalkeep position.
That's true. This is the first time with Lime here, and I know they discussed briefly beforehand who would be the goalie as they need to rotate that with their
Ooh.
new teams.
Wow.
The quick
Looks like
turn.
a lot of fouls there, but nothing being called.
Okay.
What is happening?
Where is the referee? Those slide tackles are not coming in from the correct angle.
It is vicious in this game. The
Whoa.
only way to change possession other than a
That's
missed
actually
pass is
crazy.
to just go for those slide tackles.
Yeah, they're
Gonna
really
get the
good.
red
This
card.
game, I
Oh,
tell
and
ya.
I feel, this is that's not in the sweet spot. I know they try to put it just out of the goal box here. Definitely a specific strategy tied to SLS, and that's what you got to understand here with the best players in the world. understand the mechanics perfectly well, and we see that kind of sweet spot in the corner. When you don't have an out-of-bounds mechanic, it's definitely where you want to put it for some of the safer passes.
Let's check in with Jay, one of our top performers thus far. Passes it to his goal.
Yeah.
He'll send things back
We
into
don't
the
have
middle yet
edges
again.
or
This one a bit more
out-of-bounds.
reserved from our teams than
Pretty
the first,
much
but maybe a chance here. No.
do a whole lot
Shafe,
more
again, very good on the defense.
with
Yeah, closing in on that first minute. It
handing
has
off the
passed.
wall or
We are
just
still
like
0-0.
close to the
Low scoring
wall.
by far, and really low shots
Nothing
on
to
goal in
be
general.
scared
Nothing
about,
too serious. It's
out-bowling.
been pretty casual.
Out-bowling?
Defense playing
Yeah.
it up.
Maybe that long pause
Going out of bounds.
really slowed down their adrenaline.
Absolutely. Gave the players time to breathe here. And I think, again, we're seeing a bigger plan. These folks are learning just as much as we are, again, how they play, how they perform, what the strategies are. But
This
here's
could
the
be the
first
first.
breakaway, and that is it.
Oh, Death Eagle.
Our top player in the standings thus far, Death Eagle with 66 points. If he can win this game, he would bring home the first spot in the top 4 for himself, and he wants to do it with his own hands.
I know we've talked a lot about his skill in so many competitions. If anything, the players maybe need him to get out now. Give other people a chance here, as he has demonstrated he has a strong fortitude for a broad array of game types.
It is truly a luxury to qualify this early. But it seems like there is a bit of a technical problem with the match. For competitive integrity, the admins have made the decision to reset this game. So forget what you saw in that one. We're resetting to where we were. With 2 games finished on Super League Soccer, 1 yet to play, we want to ensure that with stakes is high, everything is perfectly competitively fair for our players. So they're making that call. We'll get you guys back into game with the proper 3rd match as soon as possible when that technical issue is sorted.
All right, well, it wouldn't be a sporting event without something to solve in the physical world. So we're going to get that resolved here, folks. Thankfully, that was a much slower game here. Defense was really dominating that one. Not a lot of hard breakaways. So, you know, it is what it is, but still an exciting day of competition. So while the team figures that out, we're going to talk about a couple of other things here. Maybe get to know some of our players, maybe some fun facts about the folks competing today. As you can see behind me a little bit on the screen here, they each have a color. That is the player's corresponding color. So as we go about the day,
they're just going to be yapping about anything.
With that, so you can understand who they are.
And it matches the monitor back there, so you can kind of reference the face to the player as well of who the real person is repping that Roblox avatar.
And they've got their outfits to match here. A very stylish way to identify folks and keep it cohesive. So very cool stuff.
Indeed it is. It looks like they also have pretty jackets as well with their names that are matching
That
up
is really
for this
nice.
event.
That is cool.
Yeah, can I get one of those after this is done? Or
Yeah.
just steal it off their backs? I really want. I like those jackets.
Don't let him in the player room. He's going to just start paying people for jackets.
If somebody wins the $1 million, they could afford to give me their jacket.
I want to see if we could take another look at those points maybe, because
I
we're
would
starting to get
actually
to the
do
point,
that.
like we were
I probably
talking
would
about,
sign
where
it
the
too.
first player is going to qualify their way into things. And every time you win at Super League Soccer, you get
So
20
the
points.
thud
You
match
see it
is
thus far for Shafe
not
and Duddy
official
Dud.
still.
But the overall standings right now have the Death Eagle and Jay and Duddy Dud as the top 3 players. So basically, if any one of those players
Oh, is he
is
really
to
having
win
an
this
issue?
next
It
round,
has to
and
be
they
like
don't
his
have
mouse
someone
or
with more
something,
points
like
than them
he's
on the
not
team, that's basically
responding.
their ticket into the top 4. So definitely important things to look at and important players to keep watch on as
Bro,
we
they
get
have to
into this
keep
final
going
round of Super League
through
Soccer.
technical
Exciting
issues.
times,
I know
exciting
it's
times.
smoky.
But don't worry, after that, we're going to be playing some blade
They have
ball. We're going to be
smoky,
playing some
Cheez-Its.
slap battles. And of course, doors to
Yeah.
round out this progression system in the first
I
set.
was
I
like,
want to ask you guys, we got a lot of games today. What are,
Ugh.
what are you most excited to watch?
My favorite on the list is definitely Blade Ball, and that's coming up next,
That's
so I
kinda
can't wait to
nasty,
see
dude.
that.
Why do you
And-
like it so much?
I like that it's fast-paced, action-packed, and not a lot of
No,
teamwork
they put
because I'm not
extra
into
stuff in
that.
it.
I like individual
I'm trying these new
competition,
smoke
so
shooter
I like to see that
Cheez-Its.
bring out their fierce competitor in these players. So I think that would be very exciting.
Obviously,
a
they have to
lot more
put-
shouting in the back, probably.
Yeah, Blade Ball is an exciting game of reaction speed. You know, I'm pretty excited for Rivals.
guy really is
myself. I
having
know
an
we've
issue with his
talked to a lot of these players. Rivals is one of
computer.
their favorites, but I think
Oh,
as
yeah,
just
he's
an
trying to
internal
install
employee, we
some
play a lot of
packs.
Rivals.
No,
It's actually how
I don't
promotions
really
are
know
decided within Roblox.
really what's
Fun
happening. He's
fact
probably
here,
like
so
his
always
mouse
ensure
or
you're on a
like
team where
audio
you're better than your boss at Rivals.
How do I apply?
I know.
That sounds like a great job.
You'd love it.
What is this flavor?
So that's going to be a real exciting thing to hear.
I think I have to agree on Rivals. When I was prepping for this event, I played all the games, and I gave myself like a good few hours to practice them all, and I think I spent half the time just playing Rivals.
So the
Because
next
I got a
game's
win streak going,
Rivals?
and I was like, I can't stop now. It's really
Garlic
addictive. I
powder,
love
onion
how
powder.
the movement has so much
Dextrose,
skill
whatever that is.
expression in it. You can really go back and forth with the slides. You can
Vanilla
out
beans and
movement your
sour
opponent
cream.
in a lot
Okay.
of ways. And with that main AR only having 20 bullets, precision, movement, it's
Yeah,
all
it's
super
nasty.
important. So a super
That does not
fulfilling
taste
game to play, and one that
smoked.
even for players that hadn't played it before, I think a lot of them had the same feeling we did,
I'm
that
d-
it was one
I
of
think
those games
yeah,
that just
well,
gets you hooked once you
I'm
start
done.
playing.
Yeah, high adrenaline,
good.
high-paced play, and a fun
That's
competitive
nasty.
mode
That's
to boot.
actually
It's really
nasty.
got the perfect recipe.
All I like is
Looks
the
like it's
extra
2-1.
toasty.
Rivals versus Blade Ball. I want to see what the chat says. What's
Oh, no, I actually
let
wanna
us know
see
what your
Rivals.
favorite games are on here today.
Yeah, we talked about a lot
Also,
of them.
wait, they have Twitch
In the
chat,
meantime, I think we might
but
just
no
toss it over to our correspondence team.
chat.
I know they've had some time to think, some time to talk. What's going on over there?
Hello, J Party. We are just talking about our experience in this event ourselves, right, Geech?
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not good at any of these games. So I already know my strengths, and I just,
I know that
when the hunts
Rivals is
start,
gonna be some.
I
Just
do my
watch.
thing, I jump in, I just kind of like dibble and dabble here and there, nothing too serious.
Who are
But
these people?
Sabrina, you actually had a
That's
chance
Sabrina
to,
Bryant
you got
and
all the tokens,
I
right?
think her name's
I got
Gage.
all the mega
I think she's
tokens. I
just
did. I
a worker at
spent, I
Roblox,
think
I
I
think.
did a total of 19 hours streaming live.
Am I supposed to know who they
that-
are?
It's not as long as some other people. However,
So
I
she
did
played for
have the help of
19
the
hours in
community,
the mega
so
hunt.
I had a little bit
Wow.
of a people helping me through.
W community. Which would you say was the most challenging game?
Oh my gosh, definitely pressure.
Pressure? Everyone's gonna say
I
pressure.
literally, there's a clip of me. There's a clip of me screaming. I'm like, no, like because I tried for 4
The
hours
hardest one, in
straight
my
before I
opinion,
beat
was
it.
either gunfight
Yes.
infection
I got the mega token after
or
like 4 hours. Yeah.
or
People were, they did nerf it though.
what's the
So
other one
Did they
called?
nerf it before or after you got the mega token?
after.
Of course.
After.
Because
What's it
that's how
called?
it goes. That's what
Think of
happens.
it.
And so
What
when
was
you
Pressure
were working through that, did you have your
Pressure is that
community
horror
helping you
game
with
that I
that as
was showing
well,
you
or
that I
were you
said
just
that was like
Yeah, they were
unfair.
just they're in there just giving me moral support because I was literally just doing the same thing over and over and dying over and over. Yeah.
and you
But,
didn't
but I became a pro by the end. Like I felt like my last run was so
It was
good.
easy. I did it
should
like on my
upload it as a
first
video.
try.
you definitely should.
I don't even know
Because
how it
after
was.
4 hours, I need
in the
Pixar
Xbox,
didn't
though.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta put it out there for the
You
people
know, I
to
mean, like
see.
the first
So how
part.
did you
I mean, I
actually
just kept
get? What
dying
was
due to just
your
stupid
intro
stuff.
to Roblox? How did you get into Roblox?
Because
I
and bugs.
started
It was
in
mainly bugs.
2017. I had
was
a
like mainly
gaming channel
'cause,
already. People were,
Like
commenting.
whenever
You
he
should
would
try
get into a
Roblox. You should play
locker, I would
Roblox. I actually
barely
played it with
hear
my
it,
little brothers at first, and then I was like, this
I
is
would
kind
die
of
to the
cool. There's
rusher
so many games, and
or whatever it
just
is.
within like that year, we became Roblox exclusive. DJ and I,
Nice.
my boyfriend, who also is part of the channel Terabyte Games.
Shout out to DJ.
DJ.
Yeah, so similar to
Yeah,
me as
DJ
well.
Monopoly.
I actually started
And
because of my children. Hi, children.
Russo.
Yeah, so it was one of those things,
I will
where they
never.
kind of introduced me to it. It's
I
of
could
course,
never
mommy,
not see him as
you
a
should play this game
trio.
with us, and then I get
Sabrina
on,
Bryant
and now
and
that's like
DJ
all
Monopoly
I do.
and Russo.
Is play
That's
Roblox.
awesome. That's such a good thing to bond
Like
over.
It is. It's really cool, and
they're
it's
never really
nice
all three
because
together.
it's you
Well, when they are,
can
pretty
there's
sure
such a
they
wide
really are like
range
three
of
up.
options when it comes to Roblox. Everybody who knows me can tell you I drive them nuts all the time. I'm just constantly preaching the gospel of Roblox.
What's your favorite genre of game on Roblox?
Horror.
That's
all
your
day.
favorite?
Yes, I love horror. I like horror games.
So you
in
like
general.
doors?
So about that.
Oh, I guess we'll talk more about that
Oh,
later.
We'll get to that later.
she don't like
but yeah,
doors.
while we wait to get
I
into
do like
that,
the
we're gonna go
horror
ahead and
games
get
on
back to our
Roblox. I
caster
don't
so we
play
can
it
watch
that
this
much, but
last match
I probably
of Super
should.
League
I probably
Soccer.
should play more
Thanks, guys.
horror games on Roblox.
All right. We are back again, folks, and hopefully we are getting through things here. We are just checking out what's going on in-game and hopefully testing the replacement equipment to ensure the playing field remains even.
Yeah, so it's going to be our third round of Super League Soccer. Reminder of
They
the
definitely
stakes.
don't have
Our first
anything
player that qualifies
lined
to
up just to
the
say
top
right
four
here.
elimination round will be
So they're just
decided
saying anything?
here. The player with the highest
They're
points
just
at the end of
yapping.
our
They're just
first round, or our
saying.
final round of Super
It
League
sounds like
Soccer
they're kind of
will be
reiterating
that player
maybe.
making it through. So exciting stuff here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of those guys who are going to be the focus
Yeah, they
here
have the
as well.
fights of just to talk
And
about.
actually, we're ready to go. Let's get
Yeah.
into the game.
Oh,
Enough yapping
hey.
from us. Let's start
Oh,
this
it's
last
actually
match
Cannot
of
wait.
Super League
ready. Okay,
Soccer.
okay.
It looks like the players just getting their ready checks right now and getting set on the teams. I can't wait on you.
Yeah, and just to go back, a couple minutes ago, I asked the chats what their favorite game is, and it looks like the most popular answer is Doors. So
Okay.
all three of us are wrong.
Doors is fun.
Yeah,
All
Doors
of
is great.
us.
So stay tuned, everybody. Doors is coming up really soon.
Yeah, Doors will be
Dorsey.
the deciding match in this one. But for now, the deciding match of this first session is underway as guess what? They're on the pitch. The players are ready.
Like how far
Let's
they
get
can
this
go.
kickoff here. Again, the final round of
Well, that would
Super
take too
League
long,
Soccer.
I'd say.
The first winner will be chosen here. And boy, you get a long break if you win this first cluster.
And our two strikers, the two center fielders, Dud. And of course, on the other side, the Death Eagle.
This is the last match. This is the
Trying to compete
official
to
last
make it into that
match.
top
Let's
four.
Yeah, Dud showing he's not a dud in this game
They're
at all.
probably
Here,
gonna
doing a
have
great
to
job. I believe scoring
work
our
up more of the
inaugural goal
equipment.
of the entire set here. See if he can do it again in this game.
Can I just make a prediction here? We got done. Oh.
I mean,
Wait,
he's
what
not going to let you talk, and you Dud. Another goal. He started
Look
us
at
strong
that.
here, and he wants to qualify.
Hey, my answer has not changed. Definitely the away. They got Dud and
Dud.
Roby on the same team. Two amazing strikers. I feel like they can pull this off.
Yeah, this is his
Is this
chance.
supposed to be an XGC
The
reference?
Roby comeback here. He deserves it. He's been doing such a great job here. And look at this. The team gets the breakaway again. Can the away team do it?
Jay and the Death Eagle are two
Oh, they're
top
actually
players
holding off
thus
who
far
gets it.
on the
Wow,
same
they're-
team here.
They're feigning right there.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, nearly another goal there. That would have tied the game, but not today. Death
Not
Eagle has it
today.
back in possession and will pass
he
to
gave
his
it back to
teammate
the
off the
goalie?
side.
Ooh,
That pass was a little dangerous.
Actually makes sense.
that was a dangerous. The old crossover on your own goal
They're
there.
set up for another one, though. Pass back to the Death Eagle. Oh, we can't
So
get
they
it.
got two
Goes a
on
little bit
defense,
wide.
like, right
No.
there.
Oh,
Has
but
it.
he
Just
got
a
it.
good time.
Breakaway
Here's
through
his
the
shot. His
defenders.
chance. Death Eagle.
Oh,
Does
whoa!
get
It
it.
looked like it
Not
went
there.
in, but it didn't.
It was
It
very
did
close.
not.
Ooh,
An attempt
okay.
there, a little short. Not the
Still on
Death
the
Eagles' usual
offense.
style of a
Yeah,
cross
they're still
goal.
on
He
the
kind of kept
offense.
that one a little too short and easy, and they're
He
able to
kicked it.
recover it.
Too quickly.
Great teamwork there by the away team. A lot of amazing passes.
Ooh, let's see
Can
just
they-
which is.
oh.
Oh, they don't.
That's a scary spot. When you see the cluster
Which
just
is they'll
gathering
get
on
it.
the net, it's hard to tell what's
I don't know,
really
when
going
they
to
start
happen there.
getting
and it's a
close
good
like
chance
that,
for
like,
the
closer
offense
it
to get a
goes.
score.
Looking at this match, on your home team, you have the Death Eagle with 66
Ooh,
points.
he's
On
still
the
right
other
track.
side,
He kicks it.
Dud has
Okay, that was
60
just
points on the
simple
away team.
kick.
If home or away wins, their respective top scoring player
Well,
will
actually,
be
Koa
the
is,
first
like,
one
on
qualifying.
the offense, like, bro.
So especially for those
The Witches
two,
Brew team cannot get
Yeah.
a
this
chance.
is where their
Thanks.
performance counts.
Everyone must be really
see, does
hungry
he
for
make
this
it?
win.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot
Oh,
of
he gives
commotion
it
from the
right back
players
to
in the
the
back.
box.
Passions are
Color
high
team.
here.
Oh!
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 And fall results in a quick
Dang,
goal
he
there.
actually did it, bro.
That's
He's,
2 goals in a row
he's
for
golden.
Dud.
The world's greatest striker.
who's that
The
showing?
away team showing they
Duddy
came to
Dud.
play in this round here. Dud gets the 2 goals for his team so far. Off to a really strong start, but again, with 3 minutes remaining, we've seen major comebacks.
Dud is truly doing this for himself,
A
trying to
one-man
get himself in.
Yeah, again, his own breakaway. We'll see if you see that backboard shot.
Ooh.
No, I like it. Baits in the defender a bit,
Ooh.
but it's not enough.
He got
Jay
back
gets
at
the
him.
steal, and it's out.
Here's a chance at offense. This
It's
game has
actually
been all about our
really
top scorers,
crazy
but
that
maybe
the
a
Texans
new
are doing
member
that here.
stepping up. Antarell needs to score some more points in this group stage, and
I mean, all they
with the
do
help
is
of
just
Icy,
steal
here's
it,
his
like,
chance.
back-
Open goal.
back to back.
It's in. And no.
No, it is not, but the chaos
Nearly.
continues
Bro, that
here. It's a
replay,
dangerous
though,
spot, and they're going to get it out. I think
like,
that's the right move here.
That
Just get some
playback,
time to
it's like
breathe. Death
really
Eagle is a
buggy because like
one-man
it
army here on
shows the ball
offense.
going in and then
Oh.
Antarell again takes possession,
Good
passes
steals.
to Icy. That
just
duo
doesn't.
back at it again. Can they land it?
Ooh.
No. Lime, good on the defense.
Yeah,
Bloxy
absolutely.
Cola
That's
is
an
winning,
important
though,
goal to
2
save there. You really
goals.
want to keep your hopes alive here. 2 goals is nothing to catch
Or
up to.
not Bloxy Cola,
That third
Witches
goal gets a
Brew.
little dangerous.
We proved it in our first game. It was an 0-2 comeback to make it to overtime there.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, the
Great
goal
save
took
by
it.
Anonymous Lime.
Hey, you're not going to get the charge down on the goalie there, hopefully.
The,
Oof.
Oh, and
Wow.
another
Ooh.
save.
Death Eagle
Dangerous.
cannot catch a break.
I
Yeah.
know. He's trying his hardest here, but the offense has been rock solid for the away team.
I
It
know,
is
it's
really
like,
tough for Jay and Death Eagle here. They're going up against Shafe. He's
Honestly,
been
it
the
looks
best
like Box
goalkeeper of the
Goes, like-
day.
Roby
Yeah.
went from an amazing striker to a great defender, really holding it down for the away team.
Yeah, and
ooh,
they need some of their best players there trying to play defense on the Death Eagle, who shows that he is unrelenting on offense.
Antarell's done well. A couple key steals for him, but he's yet to actually get a goal off of it. Another steal, but it's back into the
Dang.
possession of the home team. And again, they steal it out of
I
the
feel like
clutches
time was
of the
gonna run out
Bouquet
before they
Dragon.
came
Oh,
in
and
the
here's
goal.
the
Great
breakaway.
movement.
Can he do it? His best shot
Oh, he's
at it
gonna-
yet.
Oh, he
And
just
it's
locks
easy
it in. He
peasy.
basically
Death
locks it
Eagle
in.
keeping their hopes alive here. He is unrelenting on offense.
He wants to keep that first spot in
Dang.
the competition so bad.
They worked
Yeah,
for that goal
absolutely,
right
and
there.
that is important. It would be nice for him to get out early, get a little rest, stretch the fingers out, take a sip of water, and watch the rest of your competitors compete. Really see who the competition's going to be in the finals.
And it's just serendipitous that, again, it's Death Eagle and Dud on the kickoff together. Those two trying to make that qualification happen here. Dud back on the offense. No one defending but that goalie.
Not
However,
sure what that was.
home team's going to be a little ahead of it, and they'll pass pass back to the goalie safely.
Yeah. Easy exit, end that play. Oh, no, the goalie gets a missed kick.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Bit of a fumble there. Lime had his chance, tried to send it back up
Wait,
the
what?
middle, but
I
a
wasn't
great
even paying
position played in from Icy.
And that was an actual mistake there from the goalie. Played it too short, and on a missed pass, it just comes right back to his team.
Same two players up at the kickoff.
Yeah, and
Okay,
again, still down by 2 with a minute remaining. This is not over yet here. They're going to need to step up that offense as we see the Death Eagle again trying to get in position. Oh, but Dudda plays it well. Slight delay allows him to break away with the ball.
Dudda is still on the offense, even though they're up by 2. Oh, no, looks like he's killing time.
Yeah, he is.
Well at it. Down to 40 seconds. Tried to pass it out, but stolen by 3J at the last second. They need goals, and they need them quickly. 40 seconds to try and lock this up. But Antorel again, they're just killing time.
Lockdown defense by the away team.
Yeah, that was a big steal here. Very important stuff here.
Defense yet again.
All right, back down in the field. Another shot for offense.
He's
I
being
think
like
the Death Eagle
very
needs a support
verbal
player here. He can't do this again all on his own.
It is 3-on-1, so
Antorel
with how many steals?
Antorel really came through in the clutch here as defense. That was a 3-on-1 and manages the steal and ends the play.
And that's just not enough time left. Dud. This is his opportunity. If they can wane down these last few seconds, they'll lock this game up. And that's time.
They're just standing still there.
3-1, the away team. They take things home. And that's Dud. Our third place player heading into this round with 60 points. We'll claim 20 more. And that should be enough to put him ahead.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. We're going to let our judges tally some of those points in the interim. We're going to talk through some of the incredible things we just saw there as we bring to a close Super League Soccer, our only team event in the day here, working together to start.
So this is the only team event.
Competitive right after this.
They absolutely are. Really
okay,
impressive
so I can see
stuff
why they picked
across the
Justin
board
Brennus
from our
first,
players. I
like
think
more the casual.
my biggest takeaway players were honestly just the 2 stars. Dud and the Death Eagle were both looking excellent on the offense this game, but you can't forget Shafe and Lime, honestly, in that last round as well, holding things down at the goalkeeper.
Antorel did great, played amazing defense there. But if I was Dudda right now, I'd probably feel like the main character. That is just, I must feel on top of the world if I was him.
It's the game that mattered for him. He was just in that tight race to make it into the top 4. And that win there, of course, we have to officially tally it still, but that should be enough to push him across the line. And let's take a look at those scores and get official confirmation. And there it is. Dud takes home 40 points there from that one, but that's cumulative with their first points from TDI as well.
Luckily got 60 points and is the only top.
Yeah, worth noting, Shafe, the only undefeated player in Super League today, holding it down with 60 points. You know, it's interesting. We didn't see as much of him on offense. He was a really strong defensive player and even a strong goalie.
Yeah, he had a pretty tough DTI as well. Only picked up 16 points in that round, but bounced back here in Super League.
Yeah.
And that's a big opportunity for the comeback, which means a lot of our scores have shifted dramatically. After this, we will do the full calculation and show you where we stand. And again, we will crown the first progression in our tournament. And that player is going to go take a nice break in the back room, put their feet up, sip some water, and watch the competition from there until we get to the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really cool stuff there. The competition, though, only going to continue to heat up. We have a lot more games in this qualification round, but while we wait again for that final tally, let's go ahead and check in with our correspondents.
The people at Roblox would be goofy, though.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mimi. Geach, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, do you call it soccer or football?
Honestly, Sabrina, it depends on whether or not I'm wearing socks. You see, if I have socks on my feet, I'm going to call it soccer because that just makes sense. But, you know, if I'm barefoot, you know, it's got to be football. It just makes sense. I mean, why I'm playing the game with no shoes on? You know, we're not going to get into that. Maybe it was a wild night.
We're not going to tell her. We're not going to tell her. No. Okay, I have another question. Number 2, who do you think was the MVP today?
You know, I'm not going to lie. It was different for me each round. So, like, the first round, I was really watching Icy. Icy's goalie work was insane. Like, just, he was really going for it.
Even though he
well, maybe, sorry, second round. First round, it was Death Eagle. Just straight out of the gate, just the juking and just ripping the ball and taking the shots. Like, I was really impressed by Death Eagle all the way through. And then at the end, though, Daddy Dad came through and really just showed, I'm not here to play with y'all. This is a game, but I'm not playing with y'all today. I'm coming to win this $1 million.
I think Shafe also is putting on a very good game today.
Shafe definitely did a great job. Shafe's defense, except we got to talk about, we got to talk about the
really
shot.
Like,
we got to talk about the Roby shot.
Somebody's got to clip that.
Listen, it's getting clipped and going to, both of you are going to be forever immortalized in Roblox history. you know, not necessarily for the best reason, maybe, you know, but Shave, you know, great job regardless. Like, I probably it would have gone the same way, real life or in Roblox for me.
Yeah, like, literally,
right,
you
let's
would
take
be
it back to
immortalized in
you.
Roblox
Thank
history,
you so
no matter
much for
what.
answering those questions.
Just being in the top 10 right here.
All right, folks, we are back again.
When-
Exciting stuff here as we
When
draw
anyone
to a
looks at
close. The first
wiki,
two games
Roblox
you saw it
wiki,
here, Dress to Impress and
or
Super
just going
League
back to their
Soccer
number
done
banks, or just looking on
and
YouTube.
dusted. Now we're coming into
On the
our
Roblox
officially first contestant into our next round.
Channel, they'll see all these 10
Maybe you want to let the
contestants.
folks know who it is.
Let's do it. After our
think they add the
first
pictures
two
to the
games
profiles?
played, we have our first player advancing to the top 4. It's none
So the
other
first player
than
is
Duddy Dud.
Duddy Dud.
All right.
Congratulations to him. He'll have a chance to
first
step
player
back,
won.
take a
That
bit of
guy right there.
a break
So
before
he gets to
coming
have a
back
break
for
since
the
he won
top
the first
4.
2 rounds.
He's
These
already
other
one
people
step closer
have
to that $1 million.
All right, incredible stuff. Duddy Dud really showed up with some fantastic scores in both of our first games. Let's see if we've got the leaderboard. We can pull it up and see the total scores of the day. Always fun to see where our players stand.
Pocket
Duddy Dud
Dragon
advancing,
and
I'll let
Icy
you know his
is
score was
not doing
80.
good.
So 4 points ahead of
Dang.
Shafe.
He's
And
more
then
likely
a
to
little
lose.
bit of a
You would
stretch
have
from
to
the
win,
Death Eagle,
like,
but you see
straight.
all top 5 of those players
So
within
Shafe
20 points, which means
and
that game of
the
soccer
Death Eagle
mattered.
and Interrails.
It definitely made the biggest difference because
mean,
if I remember
everybody else has
correctly,
a chance
Death
of
Eagle
winning,
was
but
very
Dragon-
far ahead in the first place.
He was the best player of DTI.
Right, yes.
And as we take a look back at some of the replays from Super League Soccer, we can think about some of the best players from it.
what's the
Because
next
Shafe,
game, do you know?
really, that
Even
guy,
if-
he went
even
from
though they're all
16
competing
points in Dress to Impress to
competitively
then rally back
on
and win
equal
every
terms,
single
there
match
still
of
is
Super
gonna be
League
someone that's
Soccer.
the
He was the
least
only through line across
best.
our 3 victorious teams.
And here's
Oh.
Duddy Dud's goals.
Or the loser.
For
They're
his
still
last
gonna be
3
loser.
matches,
Like,
incredible.
I mean, like,
Yeah,
well,
showing
try
that
to
he
say,
started the
like, even if
competition
they
off in
lose
SLS
or like
making
do
those goals,
really
and he ended
bad,
up making goals.
there
And
still
Death
are
Eagle.
With games so close,
some of the
2
best
of them
people.
going
So
into
they still really
overtime.
are the best.
You got to
person.
feel a little bad for the Death Eagle because he was performing so well, but only managed to actually get the win in
said
one
some
of
of these
these. It
people, like,
goes to show that
insider
no matter how good you
information,
are, it always
Well,
comes
I don't
down
know.
to
That's just
your
from
team and
what
how
the
good they are.
community
Let's take a look at
were
Duddy
saying.
Dud's reaction. This is him feeling things out and getting that win there. And you see
Obviously,
how excited he is when
people
he
from the
found out
Roblox
he was
community are going to say, like,
progressing
oh,
to
they're
the top
cheating
4.
or they're getting insider info
Oh
or
man, that
this or
is
that.
awesome, folks.
Oh,
Well,
so
there
it's
are
a
still
scorpion?
3 spots
Yeah, I
left,
think
folks, and I
mostly
think we're
it
getting ready to
is.
see it. And you want to tell us what game's coming up next?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
so
they
with
could.
3
I
spots
mean, the
left,
only thing I
no
can
one's
really
gonna
think
go
of is
down
that
without
they
a
were
fight,
all
though,
in a group
definitely. I
together.
hope you're all ready
they all
for an
actually could be playing
absolute
with each other.
battle now because
Friends.
Blade Ball is up next.
But I don't know. They
Game
don't
3,
really seem
Blade
too
Ball.
chummy with each other.
There are
Chummy?
5 free-for-all matches. The
Oh,
goal is
like,
to
they-
deflect
they
the
wanna
ball
win?
and hit your opponents. Last one standing
So
wins.
it's a
The
1v1 in
contestant with the
Blade Ball.
highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4.
1v1?
Here's the scoring for each match.
So you gotta have 4 wins, and then you get to challenge everyone else.
All right, all right. We are getting ready for Blade Ball, and this is one of the hype games of the day, I will say. And you
Yeah,
said it was a
Blade Ball.
favorite
I
of
thought you
his,
said
but I'll
Borges was
say
gonna be next game.
it's one of my favorites as well.
Rivals.
Yeah, so what should we be looking out for here today? Is there any strategies, anything like that we should get excited about as we are about to hop into our first match here, and you?
Fast reaction time. Who can click their mouse the fastest?
That's
Yeah.
all it comes down to. And who can click it at the right time? Because you misclick there, you mess up, you don't have the block.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that part.
Yeah, and here we are. We're into our first match
Also,
of
it's
Blade
all
Ball
about battling
with
each
the
other.
block.
Yeah, I'm not very good at.
It is just going to be
So
9
they have abilities,
contestants
too.
competing for 3 spots. And you see how quick this gets going. A real back and forth rally here. And
Oh, and there we go.
Ooh.
you see how tough it is to react.
Yeah, the first player falls. And
Is this
again, it's
only
a
like one
quick
round or
game
is
here.
this gonna be
Slow
like
to start
4
with.
rounds?
Every hit
5?
speeds that ball up a little bit and a little bit more
Yeah,
until
they
we
get
have
to
the
use
showdown at the
abilities.
end here.
By the way, guys, there are only 4 abilities unlocked.
Oh,
in the
4
Blade Ball
abilities,
Tell
match.
me
okay.
about them.
So there is going to be freeze, which freezes the ball until parried or until 5 seconds. There's blink, which allows the user to teleport up to 3 times before the cooldown. Rapture, which unleash a ferocious upward slash. And of course, pull, which pulls the ball towards you. Not sure if anybody wants to use that, but that could be an interesting strategy.
Yeah, you see there a couple players with
When you do
one of those
pull,
abilities you were talking about.
can
Largely,
build up
you're
a
just
lot of
going to be
velocity,
spamming
that's
that
why.
left click and making sure you're blocking. Making sure you get the timing down right. It
Ooh,
is
it's always
going
getting
so
so
quickly. Our
freaking
players
fast.
clearly adept with the reaction time. Freeze in play. Ball
Looks
will
like
come back
Freeze-
going
yeah.
pretty quick onto Icy, and you see how fast it is out of that freeze.
Icy.
Oh, misses it. Jumps
Bro,
and
you
jukes
see how
himself there,
locked
throwing
in
off
they
his
are.
timing. Yeah, that's all it takes is a second. And that's why some of these abilities matter so much. Freeze, you'd think slowing the ball down matters, but you throw off the defensive timing, waste
They
your
probably
block
just
too
use
early,
default
and guess
characters
what? You're
really
sitting
just so
duck.
they
Yeah, it's actually, you'd think
make it
on
really
hearing the
simple for
ability that it would be
everyone to
more about
understand.
using to protect yourself,
Yeah,
but you're almost
watching.
always going to be using it to grief other players and freeze it right before it hits them and screw up their kind of internal clock.
They even gave their
Yeah,
characters
there's that hit.
custom
Another
shirts.
player goes down here, and we are getting to the finals here.
too,
Roby's
actually, on
still
the
in it.
characters.
Exciting stuff here. We'll see if he can come back in this one. Sure. And there's the rundown. We see it
Ooh.
there, an elimination.
They did a
The
runoff.
final approach, so strong of a strategy.
That was one of those strats you were talking about. We see it here
Oh.
again. Oh, impeccable.
He wanted him
Death
to
Eagle,
go.
great from him, and it's a 1v1 against
So it's
Antarel. This
Death
ball
Eagle
is
and
only going to speed
Antarel.
up. They run each other
Oh,
down.
he
Antarel.
won.
Terrell pulls it off.
Oh, there's one more
Oh,
left, though.
Roby.
Oh,
Roby
yeah.
avoided being seen.
Roby?
Now
I
he
said
has
Roby.
this 1v1.
He's been
Roby.
sneaky.
That he has.
I did
We'll
not
see.
see him all match.
Roby,
They
the
run each other
powerhouse.
down.
Oh.
Rupture.
Very nice from Antarel. Great usage of
Dang.
all of those abilities there, and taking home our first of 5 rounds here in Blade Ball.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to see from the folks at home when you see that slight arc change, but it really comes down to a millisecond timing here. Anything matters to throw off your opponent, and it came down to that, and a quick mistake from Roby gets him second place with that one.
Yeah, impressive for
was
Antarel, the
cool.
oldest player that we have in the
was
competition
good.
today. Still looking really on top of things in what is basically just a reaction time test in Blade Ball.
Yeah, I mean, reaction
is,
time plus
actually.
good gaming chairs definitely makes a good difference here. So, great job,
didn't
Antarel.
look back
Amazing
physically.
defensive player in Super League Soccer, and you can see that in his blocking abilities here in Blade Ball. So, definitely translated well.
Yeah, he wins the first round there. That's going to be 15 points to him for winning that first round. And, you know, it wasn't a great DCI for him,
are they
but
just
he
doing
won
a
2
little
games of
gap
Super League
dollar
Soccer. He
section
won
right
this first match of Blade Ball, so he's starting to sneak up those standings real quick.
Absolutely, that's what matters.
I
Can't
know, I
lose
think he is
spirit. This
actually
game is
gonna
still very close.
Come
Looks
up
like
from
we've got
the
some scores in here.
below.
Maybe we can check those out and let the folks at home know where we stand after that first game.
Oh, so they're playing 5
Yeah,
matches. I think it's
Antarel,
up to
they're
4.
up top
if
with
you win them
15.
all.
Roby, second place. The Death Eagle following along there as well. And
So
whittles all the way down to 0 points with
3J
3J. And the player unfortunately eliminated
is
first
now
in our
at the
opening
bottom.
round of Blade Ball.
As a player, though, I really like Death Eagle, always on the offensive, you know, very brave, showing off his quickness. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him, but I like to see him keep that going in the next match.
But placements are still important in Blade Ball. Making a top 3 across, 4 or 5 of these games, or even less than that, is still going to be enough, even if you're not winning every single one.
Yeah, we are seeing that as well. It is tight race amongst the top. So anything matters, every win. Can't let yourself get down. Momentum, be darned. Come back and win it. And we're in
Alright,
here.
second round.
There we go.
Match 2 of Blade Ball.
I'm looking at 3J here. I want a redemption run for him. He went out first in that opening round. Here's his chance to do a little bit better here. And thus
Let's
far,
see,
he's
come on,
mainly
3J.
eluded the ball. Nice defense from him. And he's going to get into a bit of a rally early on.
Yeah,
Actually,
play with that
really,
delay. Use
Ja.
those abilities now. Let folks kind
Three, Ja.
of hopefully screw up their timing at the
Three, Ja,
base level here.
underscore E.
Knock out some of the good players with a surprise.
Freeze looks like the most popular abilities the players are electing
Oh,
to
I
choose.
see what else.
There goes Icy down. Where is Death Eagle? This is a real cheeky spot.
Finding his way onto the tree. He knows things that others don't. Look at that stylish avatar right there. Let's see if they can find where he even
Stylish
is.
avatar, he is fine.
People might get a little confused when the ball disappears into the trees.
I was kind of hoping
Yeah,
they make
you
more
can also kind of
jokes.
aim when you're
Like
bouncing
me,
back.
kinda
So if
avatar
you're not paying
is like,
attention,
yeah.
you won't see
There
him
it
up
is
there.
again, Rapture.
Quick,
But,
very well.
Yeah, Rapture's showing a good job here. Everyone is really focused on
The
that timing of a
fly's head.
direct flight. When you see that arc and that increased speed, it throws things off.
So for viewers who haven't played a ton of Blade Ball, what does Rapture actually do, and how does it change how that ball travels?
Yeah, so Rapture is an upward slash where you're seeing a different kind of velocity coming from the
And
ball.
that's that flaming sword icon we're seeing on a
Yeah.
player like Poke Dragon.
Significantly increased curve and an influence on the power here allows for, again, a shift in timing, trying to throw off those reaction speeds.
Personally, I've never avoided a Rapture before. I've always died when it's used on me, so I'd like to see somebody survive that here.
It's going real quick here. Frozen up in midair.
Oh,
Who's it going to
beautiful
go after
play.
here? Death Eagle in the hot seat. Needs
Look
to
at-
reply. That's good from him.
Oh, wow. Actually, incredible anonymous line play there. You saw Death Eagle hit a
Ooh,
direct
it's
shot
starting
to
to
the
get
person
so
right to the right, and
fast.
they
See,
still
I would actually
recovered it.
die right here.
At this point, this is where things heat up. People are going to be falling real quick at this ball speed.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
line
Even
could
with
do
the
it.
freeze, he
Bad.
could not cover.
He did not count to 5 effectively. We'll have to bring that back to counting. Oh,
Wow,
Oh.
Roby.
Death
Roby's
Eagle,
saying
bro,
it
come
on.
on.
He can do it.
He was kind of
He
the
wasn't
unsung
paying
hero of
attention.
Super League Soccer, scored a lot of big goals,
hit
but
the ball,
only actually
like,
managed to win one round of it.
Oh, good freeze there. Giving Poke Dragon enough time to back up, though. Hopefully he's got the space. This ball's going to become nice and slow.
Going to max, yep.
And this is as fast as it's going to get going. Zipping back and forth. Our players doing well to react. It seems like it all comes down to the abilities with how you survive. And just the flick to the left there is very nice from Mad
Dang.
Max. I don't
Yeah.
think Shafe was ready.
That was
No, send him
actually a
back
good
to the
flick.
AFK zone to observe this match from afar.
Now Roby's on a tree.
But they're
Yeah,
making
we'll see.
Freeze
It
look
didn't work out
really
with the Death
good.
Eagle.
I
He
actually
did
have
go
the
down
Freeze
on his
Eagle
tree,
on
but
stream.
Roby,
It's like,
king of the jungle right now.
Rapture used. Actually, I think the first time we've seen Rapture not end in an elimination.
Dang,
There's
man.
one back with the Rapture as well.
Look who we see again.
Looks like
Antorel,
Antorel.
defense of the soccer, now showing this is what
Oh,
matters.
you can actually see there was 3
in
admins
Blade
in the server.
I want to try and check in with Antorel. Let's see if he can go
Obviously,
back
those are the
to
people
back
that's
here
expecting the.
Yeah.
and win
Impressive
both
display.
rounds of this one. Has looked so good in this mode thus far. Clear the practice is paying off in a long rally. At the Rapture, he avoids it.
Oh,
Back
Rapture
it goes
and back
again.
Rapture.
Antorel
Wow.
staying alive.
Incredible.
Impressive. Double elimination.
Impeccable from him.
All right,
Dang,
Roby's in it
Antorel,
though. Let's see what he can do
Roby
here.
and
We've seen
Antorel
some
the
of these
last,
favorites already coming out here.
two.
Is he going to stay on the street for the
Again.
one-on-one? Interesting. A good position. We see the rundown strategy
He's
happening a lot.
definitely
Folks close
either
that gap,
lucky
force
or he's actually
incredible
very
reaction
good.
speeds back and forth really, really quickly, but we won't see it here if he stays up there, which means no, he's coming down. He's going to play off this field. Doesn't like the angle for himself either.
It's going so fast. Who's going to make a mistake
Come
first?
on.
Who
The
messes
rematch.
up at the beginning? Roby.
Wow.
Roby,
Now
he's
again
trying to get a
for
little
Antorel.
stylish on
Back to
that.
back
Man.
for Antorel.
That is huge for Antorel here. Really
Antorel wins
suddenly
2
securing his
rounds.
spot here so far in Blade Ball. Really important stuff. Incredible to see. Back-to-back wins showing he does have what it takes.
Truly impeccable from him. I mean, just looking
He's like
so
a shark.
clean with the reaction
smelling
times. I think having really
blocks.
good positioning throughout and definitely not afraid to take fights. We saw a lot of players trying to hide, almost play placements up in the trees, and it worked pretty well for Roby to get second place. We'll take a peek at the scores here, which is going to show us another
30
15
points,
tallied up for
wow.
Antorel, adding 30 to
Roby
his
still
running
got
total.
second.
Can he go
Looks
for
like
the perfect
almost
score in
same
5 matches?
score from
That would be
impressive.
ridiculous.
Slightly
That would
different,
Clean
though.
sweep of Blade Ball, and unfortunately, Roby going for the clean sweep of second place.
same
But
place
hey,
for
that's still a
second
lot of points
round.
here, keeping him in this game. A couple wins might be what he needs to pull ahead.
We got to see more from Jay. He lost first in the first round, went out early in this one as well.
Bro,
There's 3 matches
Jay,
left to turn it
come on,
around,
man.
but
You
definitely
have to
has to
fight.
step things up for him.
Yeah, scores are tight. I will say again, anyone
You can't
else,
just
anyone's
get
game
beaten
still
down.
just got to get a couple more wins here, and it's not over yet. Blade Ball is just the beginning. We've got some slap battles indoors still in the progression round, so there will be some more folks moving on. However, after Blade Ball,
Slap battle.
we will have one more progressing. So, all right, the folks are getting secure. They're getting in here. Final game. All right, and you, how you feeling? Who's going to take this one?
Third game. There's still
Third game.
3
More
games left.
after this.
Third game.
I'm just gonna go with Antorel. He's shown
Yeah.
nothing but perfect gameplay here, so I
Antorel.
don't want to be
I'll
wrong.
tell
here.
him the sword fight.
All right, you've heard it here. The master of Blade
heights.
and Ball. We'll see how this
Nice.
progresses. Look at that. 2 players already running
Wow.
into each other. That was a quick
Dang.
close.
Icy
I
down
like that
again.
from Poke Dragon. Had a couple
Bro,
of
Icy
rough
and
runs
Jay
here
is
in
just
Blade Ball,
getting,
but
like,
starts things off with
completely
an
dogged.
elimination.
Yeah, impressive stuff here.
Tough positioning for Icy right at the start there.
That was.
Freeze onto
Ooh,
the ball.
Antorel.
No obstacles
Oh,
on this
Poke
one. The folks
Dragon.
are on a flat, even playing ground. There will be no hiding in the trees.
Death Eagle. Very interesting strategy. He's just going into the center of the map here. Clearly
Oh, he wants to
extremely
get
confident
Antorel.
in every one of these games we've seen thus far.
There's no
Yeah, he
tree to
wants to
stand
hit
on, so he's got no
Antorel.
place else to go.
Yeah, Icicle and Poke out already. The remaining players still on
Bro,
the
he's
board
getting
here.
hard
Doing the
targeted. I'm
spread
not even
out,
gonna
slow
lie.
play for the beginning
It makes
here. No
sense
one
though
wants to
because
get
like
sloppy
he's
on these easy
winning
hits.
really
All right,
hard.
good catch on the freeze here. You don't have to wait for freeze. That is important. People can close in on that gap and just hit it, which I think is part of the mental bait. They want you
A
to
lot
run
more
forward
people
and
using
forget
freeze.
your timings on defense.
Yeah, the thing is though, sometimes when it's frozen, you basically have to choose to
Dang,
back
Ryan
up and
gets
take the
hit.
risk on the timing, as we see
Oh,
it
you can
doesn't
definitely
work out
tell
for
he's-
Lime,
he's
or do
in
you close the
denial.
gap and do that? Because it is tough to get the timing perfect with how fast
Jay is
that
surviving,
ball
though.
gets moving.
Indeed, indeed. We see Shafe playing with the jumps there. The jumps is a dangerous one. It can throw off your ability to see when exactly that timing matters, but it can confuse your opponents as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It almost looks like he's reacting less off of actually seeing the ball and more off of just like feeling the timing. It's a very cerebral
Ooh,
way to
Death
play it.
Eagle.
Is unfortunately for the Death Eagle, he's eliminated early this
man.
round.
Look at his expression. That must have been devastating.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Well, they're
devastating,
getting
but I will admit his
devastated.
fun fact
This
on
is
his
when it
player card
really
for
starts
that was that
getting,
he is a good loser. Unfortunately, we
put
don't want to see
pressure
that
on
today.
you.
We'd like a good winner.
This is
I don't
the
know how fun
second
that
round.
is.
Uh,
The
That
third
means
round.
he's a
That's
good
a sad
sport.
Third match, third game.
no, he means he's a good sport.
And this is
that's
when
what
like
matters in a
everyone starts
competition like
leaving
this.
for the winning.
Oh, it's going real quick here.
Bracket.
Couple freezes from both sides. Jafe ready to receive this one. Does he have the timing perfect? It's not going for him. Another freeze, and that's an elimination.
Who got down?
All right, but still some important folks in that. Unfortunately, that is Jay, and this was an important round
That
for him.
was
But guess
Jay.
what? Roby is still in it.
Bro.
Antorel is still
Hey,
in it. And these
Jay.
folks are on pace
He's
right
trying to
now for
hold
the
on
top
by a
scores.
thread though.
And honestly, I'd love to just watch Antorel here. A chance to go for the three-peat. And thus far, he's playing a little bit back,
Yeah.
letting the other competitors eliminate each other. He does a great job of choosing when to get proactive, when to actually become a part of this fight. Ability's online. It's going real quick back and forth.
Is it the
Antarel
pull
not
ability?
finding him yet. Frozen for a moment. Roby hits
Oh,
Mad Max is gone.
Mad Max is
And that's
put
unfortunate,
down.
coming right to him from
Once
around
again,
that
it's
corner. He might not have been looking the
Antarel.
right way.
Roby has been our
Shafe
other
again
best
and
player of
Robe.
Blade Ball. And him and Antarel are both in this. Another competitor, though. Someone who was good in the last round. Shafe here
This
as
is
well
Rapture.
with his chance to dethrone Antarel in this mode.
Yeah, I think we saw some impressive goaltending or goalkeeping from Shafe. Oh, and
That
then
backfired.
but
That's
He
Roby
tried to
gone.
that's
get
Roby.
Antarel
1v1.
out.
Antarel. He's
Once again,
3-peat
Shafe
on the
and
line here.
Antarel.
Up
There's
against Shafe. The goalkeeper extraordinaire. It's back and forth. So
No way! He actually won
row.
3 matches
That's
in a row?
a row.
Look at that fire
Oh.
emoji on top of his head. That must feel real good.
Jade!
That is an
Dude, he
important
must have
win
just
for
win.
Antarel, who takes 3 top spots in 3 rounds here. Boy, he must
No
be feeling good. He got a little
way.
room to breathe here, a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, look
that is
at
the
that.
face of
He's
the champion of
glowing.
the blade.
Yeah, I'll tell you
And
what,
ball.
if he gets a little bit better, he might just be able
That's
to match up against me.
actually what he
I want
needed
to see that.
Yeah.
to
The
I
push
Actually,
feel like
throw
he
down.
might crush you. No offense. He looks kind of undefeated right now.
After this competition, I challenge Antarel to a 1v1 in play ball.
Let's see it.
Yeah, you know, we did have one of our teammates warming up with these folks earlier as a 10th sub-in 10th player who we consider a very good player, and he was destroyed by every one of these guys, so
Yeah.
they are good. All right, folks, looks like the scores are in. Let's check it
So
out
here we
and
go.
see where we
45
stand. No
points for
surprise there,
Antarel.
Antarel.
Robe still in second.
Sweeping
Shafe
Blade
is
Ball with
now
3 victories and
still
45
third.
points on the board.
Mad Max in
Antarel had
fourth.
66
Death Eagle
points
at
coming into
18.
this one from 2
then
wins in
Icy
SLS
keeping
and
the
a
same
solid performance in
trend, and
DTI. This should now
Jay
put him
keeping
out
his
in
excellent
front of the lead. If he can maintain this through the rest of the rounds of Blade Ball, he is setting himself up for a bit of a break to not have to play through doors, to get to skip out on slap battles as well, and put himself in a great position to win $1 million.
And we'll see if he can, though. But again, our top players are still within 20 points of each other, which means a single bad round of Blade Ball could put you down on the scoreboard pretty quickly.
That it could. I mean, it's a lot of the times comes down to which way that ball is going. You can get caught off guard. One slight mistake, one slight slip up,
There we go.
and you lose a lot of points. And
Is this
we're
the
into our
fourth round?
4th round, the penultimate playthrough here of Blade Ball.
Yeah, sometimes I notice when playing Blade Ball, you get caught up into other people's battles and you don't notice that the
Yeah,
ball
all
is
the
coming
swords,
to you
holiday
next.
beats,
So you
and
gotta be always alert.
Erogen Steinem?
You got to watch the
Right,
cross.
Susan?
We see in the movement, they mostly want to
Three
keep
admins.
space with the players next to them, no surprises.
Even
but
those three
that
admins
cross-up is
actually
a
could be
dangerous time for both players.
Immortalized.
Try to avoid, I think, in general,
As
again,
the
Antarel playing it safe, and this
referees
has
or
worked for him in
cameramen.
this initial round. Carve out
Slash
your own
women.
corner and just play it easy.
Slash they them.
Let the fools charge in.
Slash.
We've seen 3 rounds thus far. I want to ask you guys, how are we feeling about the ability choice of our players? I think we've seen some value from the freeze, from a couple different ones. What would you be choosing if you were competing?
Well, I think Rapture's really shown its shines here. Just being able to change that arc and mix things up has been awesome. A little
since
harder to
Antarel
notice
won
the
3
magnet that pulls
rounds, did
people
he
in
just
the pull,
automatically beat
but
the
that
winner?
is an important one because when you sneak up on someone a bit there, use the pull and get a quick return, and that's what's going to throw folks off.
My go-to abilities is the
He just
Infinity,
gave
which
up, bro.
unfortunately
He
is
got
not in
beaten
this
so
game.
bad.
Yeah, this was chosen by the developers to ensure we had the most competitive mode here, and these are the 4 they deemed fair,
Jay,
balanced, and a
I
wonderful
know he's trying to make a
sport to watch.
comeback. He really is.
That's one of the things that is so cool about this tournament, the involvement of the developers. I know talking to them, you were saying a lot of the devs of these games were so excited to see them played here at the Hunt Final.
Yeah, we appreciate all the work the devs did, adding some custom tweaks to some of their modes, and we know even some brand new modes, as we'll get to a little later in this competition.
Yes, we will.
And that's one of the special kind of magical fun things about Roblox is working with our developers so hand in hand to make awesome competitions and awesome tournament games that can stand the test of time.
Well, our 3-peat
Yeah, they do
winner
work
here in
really
Blade Ball
closely
is
with
alive yet
developers
again. About half the
of the
contestants
other
are gone, and
games.
another, that's Death Eagle falling yet again here.
Oh, he's
Oh, and
visibly
that's rough.
upset.
Unfortunately for Death Eagle, that was a real important game for Win. He's still high in the
He had
standings,
to
but
win
needed a
that.
good first place here to really secure a top spot.
The players
Or
that
at
are
least try to get
closest to
second.
Antarel in score are going to be Roby, who's doing pretty well for himself. Shafe up just a few points behind. Those are the guys you're looking at here. It's Jay taken
Jay
out
got
of this
taken
round,
down,
and
dog.
we've whittled things down to a final 4. Again, Roby, Antarel, those are the guys to watch in this final.
Yeah,
And an
Roby
important
and
one. I'm not sure they're
Antarel.
paying attention to these scores
They're
as much as we
rivals
are
right
back there
now.
as the competition's fierce. But if
Which
I
goes
was
into our next
Antarel, I'd be
game.
going for some of the folks who I
Rivals.
know could compete with my
That would
top
be a
spot,
really good
and that's Roby, who's still in this game.
An
James,
anonymous
Antarel
line,
live
the 3rd
and
contender trying to
Robe
step
again.
up. He's closing the gap. Antarel somehow always avoiding getting involved in these early fights.
Yeah, they really should be teaming up on him.
Yeah, that's right. They're kind of playing a little passive here, just splitting the board across this triangle.
It's just going back and forth around the triangle. Lime hits it in. Who slips up first? Who makes a mistake? Roby,
I feel like Interel
abilities
might go
being
down.
used. It's going so quick, but every one of them up to the task.
Whoa.
Still
It's going
staying
so
in it.
freaking
And finally,
He is-
Amazing.
I mean,
This is going to be hard to recover.
Let's see.
Go to
Let's see if
Iceball.
Enter.
And he can't do it.
Oh!
No
I thought it went to
way.
Enter.
No, that was
Nice.
Anonymous
Still in it.
Lime.
It's
a
Robe
1v1
and
between
Antarell
two
again.
top performers. Antarell,
And this is
Roby
the
wins
rundown.
it back and
Oh
forth.
my
They
goodness.
go. This
it's
is
Viper.
down and
No
Roby
way,
is
Robe.
Lunches up.
uncrowns the king and is the first player besides Antarell to take home a round here in Blade Bowl.
Well,
No
that's
way.
an
Actually took
incredible
down
rundown there.
Antarell.
An important win for Roby. That
Look at
is
that net
a
game.
key moment for him to capture those points and put himself up there.
So
Where
stoic.
He's just
So
ran with
stoic
6
and so
stars.
relaxed.
Yeah, that's his
Zero
vibe.
pressure.
Yeah, he knows it, man. Just
Honestly,
keep it cool, keep it chill.
My
Hey,
neck be baby as hell if I was part of this event.
doesn't matter to me.
If I was right there,
Seems
I'd
like
go
he's been
like
there many times before.
You
Lock
got
it
you
in.
got to be stoic when you're doing it. Our scores are ready
Like,
to go.
really
The
hard.
umpires have tallied things up, and still
Antarell
it's
obviously
Antarell leading
still
out, but Roby is
top.
close behind. The issue is, if it keeps going down to those two, another 3 points is not going to be
actually
enough for
Antarell
Roby to
could
overtake there.
possibly get
No, we're
second
gonna need some
place.
tactical plays here because again, they can win, but they need to
That would
knock
be
Antarell
crazy
out
if we
early.
won
I'd be
4
hunting, I'd be
matches.
looking and try to use those abilities fast and get him out of this competition.
58 points across DTI and SLS for Roby and 66 for Antarell. So not only would Roby have to do better than Antarell in this round, but significantly so to be able to pull ahead there. So he
Antarell.
basically has to win and get Antarell out early if he wants to overtake here.
And another name that's not mentioned enough here is actually a chat favorite, which is Death Eagle. Everybody wants to see
Yeah, a
him
lot of
come
people
back,
like
and
Death
let's see if
Eagle.
he
It's
could pull
probably
off a
'cause
win
he's
in the final game here.
I
trolling
think
a
we've
little
seen a couple
bit.
emotional
Yeah.
reactions
He's
from him
probably gonna
losing
be
out
like
to
a
these
fan
early
favorite for
rounds, and
everyone.
he's definitely going to have to step up here.
I
Only
feel like-
taking home 22 points across the first 4
But
rounds. We
I
want to
really
see
don't
some
know
more from
actually
him in
because
this final
I really don't know
But a
any of
reminder,
these
it's
people
never over
really.
for all of our players.
You
We
know,
need to
there's always
keep on
just
fighting because this is a
precedent to
progression
see
system with
big
points
like
that
this.
count across each
That's
game.
what I mean.
So
Yeah,
you
this is
do need to
definitely.
try your hardest in each and every round here. It
something.
is important to secure as high of a
I'll tell you
spot
this
as
right now.
possible in each round.
I don't think they should
But
keep
here we are.
doing.
The final round of Blade Bowl.
games on Roblox,
And
right?
here we go.
Can't
Anonymous
believe
Lime.
it's almost over.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I
Not
just
a
don't
Blade
think they
Bowl
should keep doing
I
this
could watch Blade
because
Ball, I think, all day. It is a beautiful game of art.
It is really fun to watch. The pace at which it plays,
like I
it's
said,
kind of
a lot
unlike
of people would
anything else
rather
that we're gonna be
have
playing.
$1 million
tournament
put into
today.
the
Absolutely.
event
And a nice,
rather
quiet,
than put into some player's
distraction-free map
pocket.
here
You
to
know,
just show this is a game of
'Cause
skill.
then,
because,
like I
again,
said,
there's a boom, and I believe the first player
everyone.
goes down here.
Let me
Exciting
turn that
stuff,
up.
but Shafe will not be remaining in this round of
Everyone could get,
Yeah, the
you know, the chance that, or not chance, but everyone could enjoy $1 million
That's really tough
spent
for Shafe.
event.
He was one of the
Obviously,
players
they
on the
have
front
never
edge
not
cumulatively
disclosed
100
how much money they
points
really do spend
for
on
Shafe.
events.
He could have if Antarell
I would
and
imagine it's
Roby had
probably not
eliminated early,
too
maybe looked to
much,
overtake, but
considering that
unfortunately
they really don't
he's
spend
at
ads
least
and.
in this one
I mean, I would
because
imagine they
more
paid
for
the
him to play, but
developers and the modelers of the
opportunity to qualify
cosmetics,
straight to the
the
top four. Not
accessories.
really looking too possible.
Yeah,
All
they
right,
probably
Death Eagle
do.
takes down
But that's like, and the
quickly there.
I should say the developers at Twin Atlas that makes the hub world,
Down for the count.
That play just before that too.
and
was
probably
Jay
the
freezing
director.
that Rapture
So
was
I mean, they could still easily
Yeah,
spend
it's
over
one
$1
of those
million
direct
on
counters,
just
I
one
think,
event,
when we're
but
talking about the abilities in this game.
absolutely great reaction time there.
if you put another million in the event, though,
All
that's
right,
the thing.
well, Antarell's still in it, and that is the player to be watching in this round. If they can take him out early, there is a chance here. It is an important moment for him.
I would just like to
Freeze
see
going.
Roblox
Not sure we
go
saw
all out really
trajectory.
with the events.
Mad Max.
Oh, go
Which
for it.
they have.
Freeze. Absolutely.
Oh
Wait,
no
this is a chance
way!
for
Huge
Roby
play.
to come
King
back.
Antarell got
It's
sucked
true.
it
Now,
down.
suddenly, this is a moment of truth here.
Early
Roby
in the
can
game.
claw this back. That was an early knockout.
Was it safe or
really
was
gonna
it
come down to
Robe
how
that was
the
the top
points roll
second? I
out.
think it was
Did
safe.
Antarell go out early enough? Can Roby actually win this? It'll be
Oh,
neck and neck
Robe.
between the two
Roby.
of those. But
Roby
to have
now
the best
actually
chance
has
at the
the
points
chance to
working in his
win.
favor. Roby wants to win this round.
Yeah,
The chat is still talking about Death Eagle. They can't stop talking about him.
I mean, it makes sense to target him actually at the
He's
ending
gonna
right here
shine still.
because
I have a lot of
he
faith in
had
our remaining
won
matches
3
here.
matches in a
But
row.
for
I
this
mean, you
one,
think
this is the moment
he
for Roby.
won
If he
both
can place top
matches,
2, I believe. He
so
might have
I
the
feel
points
like
to
he
move
should
on. We'll
still
find out.
win. But
We'll
you
have to
know,
see the umpires tally
top,
it,
if
but
you're in second
all he's
place
thinking
all
right
the
now is that a
time,
win
you
would be
still
so
have a
important, and
chance to
that's Death Eagle, the
catch
fan
up with him.
favorite,
Oh.
going down. And I think we're down to 4 contestants. Jay still in this one, Lime still in this one, but they're fighting each other. And the real man who's winning off of that is, of course, Roby, sitting in the corner, letting his opponents fight each other off and buying time, buying placement in this round.
Yeah, good plays from Mad Max. He's been a little quieter in the earlier rounds, but he's done a good job.
I mean, I'm not
targeting
gonna lie,
some
it's fun to see this
players
in a
and actually
competitive
sticking to
setting
it,
rather than
staying
playing it
alive.
yourself.
I like that we see Roby use the fully zoomed out camera and get as much situational awareness is possible. He's not looking at it from his character's perspective. He's looking at this almost bird's eye view and staying in the race.
Yeah, it's interesting timing. That means he knows the distance to the map, because you're not going to see the collision with your character here. You got to just watch the ball, your opponent, the timing, and know the second count each and every bounce of this.
If you've played Blade Ball, you know you're not even really looking at the ball a ton. You just kind of feel it. You feel the momentum. You get in a rhythm, and that's why the abilities are so strong, because they break that natural rhythm.
Yeah, that's why I play with my eyes closed.
I was going to say we should have a blindfolded Blade Ball competition and see how far anyone gets.
You probably could play
blindfolded Blade Ball.
Also, shout out to Jay.
He's visual
moving his way up the ladder in each
is the main part about this game, but it's also the connection.
We've got a top 3. Anonymous Lime also
because they get to start hitting earlier. Ooh, Roby. No. So now it's only Lime and Jay. Jay actually made it to the ending.
So Antarell is going to have to be really kind of getting a sigh of relief out of there, knowing that he's getting a pretty comparable number.
Oh, he actually won.
Wow.
He needed that one. Was sitting at 77 points going into this round, adding 15 more to the total from the win.
Don't disrespect your
We're going to
opponents.
have to tally everything up, of course, but I think that's likely to be a position that Antarell is feeling good about. He took 3 out of 5, got a runner-up position in the 4th, and got about a middling placement in that final round.
Yeah, it is cumulative, so as you get the scoring, even if you don't clear this,
He's going to be in
hurdle,
second,
it is
I think.
important going on
I
to
think he
final,
actually
but
gets second.
Wonderful stuff. We'll find out from the judges.
Just because of how
we're
early he
talking about,
lost.
right, our top performer being the one who gets that insta qualification, but
they
there's
double
still
as
the other
security?
players who have to go and now play slap
They
battles
look-
after
Look at the
this,
guy
and
behind the
doors
trees.
after
They
that.
purposely did
Getting
that.
into second, third place and being competitive in that way means
he
that you're
did
in a
that.
way better position once
I'm
that
pretty
top
sure you're supposed
number is
to
taken
help
off the
him.
board to sneak in and qualify in that next
Oh,
round.
well, help him
I feel like in
and
a way,
watch
slap
the
battles coming up
screens,
next are
obviously.
very
cheating,
similar to
but-
Blade Ball, fast-paced individual competition, and here are the scores. So let's take a look.
Oh, he just barely made it.
1 point lead for Antarell
Even though he
over
lost
Roby in
so
that one.
early.
Yeah.
And
He
we'll wait
still
for that
actually
official
made it
tally,
with the
but
1
Antarell
point.
did go in with more points than Roby as well,
And
so
Roby.
that should be enough. But we of course want to wait for that official confirmation from
It says it's
our
not official,
referees.
but this is
Antarell,
just
though,
the
what an
tally right
impressive
now.
performance from him. 2 wins in SLS, a solid
He gives
showing
out a cold
in
stare.
DTI, and now 60 points tallied up here in Blade Ball, looking like a fierce competitor there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that was epic,
guy
everyone. Let's
won
all take a
Buffalo.
deep breath after
Jay
Blade
Party.
Ball and see what's going on with Geach and Sabrina and what they
Jay
have to say.
Party's like the main person, really. Everyone loves Jay Party.
Thank you, Jay Party. I needed that. I'm over here losing it watching.
He is.
these
He's
games.
been
They
doing
were
this for a long
so
time.
Good. Oh my gosh.
He
now,
has been a
Sabrina,
commentator
who
for a
surprised
long
you
time.
the most?
For Roblox?
Well,
Yeah.
Antarell,
He-
because
I mean, like-
did
Like,
not
announcing the
expect those
best ball
skills,
that
and then
he
they
throws
started.
He
he was
going after
always the
Antarell,
events,
so that
Right.
was,
the
that
person
was
to
a good
talk.
strategy on
When
their
it's like
part.
events like
Of
this,
course,
where it's
because you
like to
gotta
do
get
with
off
other
the guy
people and
who's
stuff like
getting
that, he'd be
everybody
there.
else.
Like
3
RDC,
wins
he
in a
always
row.
does it. And
That's
Yeah.
scary.
stuff like that.
Especially with the intensity that I really
I
enjoyed
mean, I don't
watching
think he really plays
Antarell
Roblox
and
that
Roby
much,
go
but
at it
he's
because I just
really
knew
part of it a lot.
that
No,
Roby
I
was.
just realized
I don't
this.
know. Roby
How
had the
come
strats.
every
It's just
like
like you
game
just
studios they always have
quite the
those like people
reflexes.
that
Yeah,
wears those
and it's just the
casual
back
like
and forth
outfits
so
that like
fast,
looks
man.
nice,
But you know,
but
Jay
like
pulling
casual.
out
You know what I'm saying?
Like
the
those
last
jean
round.
jackets.
Yeah, that
like,
was
Sorry, I didn't know.
I'm
unexpected.
just saying, like,
I didn't
it just
expect
seems
it.
like whenever you watch
So
like events
it could be
or
anyone's
even
game
like
at this point.
showcases,
We have
they're
no
always
idea
like
what's
wearing
going to be
something like
happening in the
that.
next
Like
few
just
games.
casual.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely
Bilderberg,
didn't
he always wears a
expect
black
Antarell
shirt,
to get knocked
black
out in that
Loxley
last round,
shirt,
especially
and
the way that he
jeans.
played the
Like
first
that's
four
literally his
rounds,
iconic
and then
style.
for
That's his
Mad Max to
style.
come and just take him out.
Yeah, I mean,
think
like
I
no
had some
matter
double take when that
how many
happened
different
because I
times you
couldn't
see him, he's
believe
always wearing a black
that
shirt.
Antarell got eliminated. I was like, wait a minute, did I say Antarell got
I guess he
eliminated?
just likes
I didn't
wearing
expect
black,
that.
maybe?
But then, you know, for it to end in Antarell and Roby to only be 1 point apart.
Yeah, that's
Like that 1
insane.
point
Only
difference.
1
That's
point apart.
that's
Right now,
that's
those two
history
are
right
the
there.
top
That's
for
cinema.
$1 million.
Absolute cinema.
That's crazy.
Man, I mean, if I played like that, I feel like I'd have a pretty good shot. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
If I
I'm not
played
a
like
blade
that,
baller.
I'd
You
probably
know,
have
it's
a
a little
seizure.
too fast for me. I don't think my eyes
Fun
can
fact:
keep
they
up.
said something about
No
playing Blade
problem.
Ball blindfolded. I actually did do that.
How did that go for you?
I got on voice chat in
Mhm.
Roblox and I asked a random player if they would
We
help
want
me.
RB
You tried
Metal
to
Season
random?
4. I
Yes,
just
I
wanted to
was
say RB
blindfolded.
Metal
I
Season
played the
4.
game. They told me when to hit.
Play
and
Claw
I won.
Machine Simulator.
That was
How much,
amazing,
how many
though.
people's
Thank
in
you
the
so much.
background, you think?
Now back to you,
Like
Jay
the
Party.
producers and all.
All right, riveting
how many
analysis
people
from
think is in
our
the background?
fancy correspondence team. Y'all
Probably
doing great
five.
stuff.
She won
Appreciate it.
blindfolded.
Because there's
That's
probably like
crazy.
someone
crazy.
looking at the stream.
I'm into the
You
blindfolded
have to follow,
blade
like,
ball
a sound
competition. That's going to be for the next
person,
hunt. We'll see.
editor.
All right. Well,
They have,
another
like, 3
game
people in
down,
the
which
back.
means a new contestant is
Not
advancing
someone behind
to
the
the round of
camera.
4.
And it's official. We are happy to announce the
Probably 5
next
people would say.
contestant making their way into the top 4. It's the 3-time Blade Ball champion, Antarel.
I gotta get down.
All right,
like,
give it up for
you know,
Antarel.
Oh,
here.
Antarel
He
won.
is deserving
He
of a
actually
good
won.
break after that performance. Wow,
gets
he
to
such a
actually
strong
dad
showing. So he's going to join our first contestant, and just like that,
He gets to
2
actually
folks
take a
have
rest.
progressed. Exciting stuff. Dudadud and Antarel
What do you think
get
the
to hang
resting
out and talk
station
about
looks
how they're
like?
going to
Just a water,
strategize in
like,
the top 4.
lounge? It's like,
Yeah,
You
let's
think
take
they
a look
fed
at
him
the
good?
scores here as well,
He just
because
gets-
we're getting
sometimes
all
he just
tallied
gets
up. We're
silent
getting
just
towards
immediately,
the
just-
last 2 games
I
here
mean,
in the qualification stage, Enu.
Yeah, that's got to be
So,
good. They're now
Duddy
one
Dud
step
and
closer
Antarel's
to the
advancing.
1
So
million
$3
Robe
looking at
and
Roby
Shafe.
and Shafe
But
here,
4 and 5
each
is
over
neck and neck.
100 points.
Yeah, that is strong. But hey,
Actually,
players in the
6 and
90s still
5
have a
is,
major chance here as we
uh,
see
Death
the points
Eagle.
start adding up in these 5-round games that we're going to see.
Yeah, I want to give some credit
I-
to Jay there. He lost first in the first game of Blade Ball, went out
This is
early
really
in the
well
second as
done,
well,
though. I ain't
and
gonna
then
lie.
rallied back in those
This
last
is
2
really
games,
well
or the
done.
This
last
is their
3, getting
first time
deep
doing an event
placements
like
to
this?
tallying
This
nearly
is like
30
the
points on the
very
board,
first
and
time to
bring
do
himself
something
now
like
into
this.
the
Like,
top
yeah,
4
a
of our
competitive
standings.
event like this where it's live at headquarters.
All right, all right. Well,
It's
things are
the
heating
first
up
time
here.
ever
We've got
doing
our 8
something like this.
contestants left. And now would be a great time to get up,
Because, you know,
stretch,
usually
grab
all
a
the
snack,
older
and take a brief
events
pause.
was
But don't go
like,
too far
oh,
away.
the
Don't
first
change
person
that
got the
channel. We're
badge,
going to be
they won
resuming
it.
the stream here, but first, we're going to
Or
see
the
some
first
stories
person
of some of
just
the
go ahead and
incredible
claim the
creators
item.
that make
That's it.
Roblox possible. I think we've got some fun stories, some
Well,
fun
here
content
it's
for you
like
folks at home. So maybe we'll check out
you're
some of
actually
these
there.
creator stories.
You're not
And we'll be
playing
back
on.
with live
I don't think they're
competition
playing on their
soon
accounts.
with
I
$1 million
don't
prize. That's coming.
think so.
You don't think they are?
I think they're playing on.
What is this, lady?
Wait, what? What's this?
Yeah, jump scare.
It was funny.
What
seeing
would
the
jump
art
scare?
director for a high-end fashion game. And I wear Crocs on the daily.
Crocs?
Why is it? It's like robotic sounding. Why is it like breaking?
The color pass is actually just kept blank. I'm an art director for
She
Sawhorse
sounds robotic.
Productions.
Is it
Sawhorse
voice?
makes interactive brand
Oh, she was the one
experiences
that
on
made the game?
Roblox.
The audio's like breaking. Oh, that's Elo. That's Walmart. I think they're having audio issues. I think that's what it is. They're having audio issues. That's what it was.
Nah.
The music sounds really good though.
You're the only one to say that.
I mean, like you have to like even the graphics over here, I guess, looks pretty nice.
Video game OSTs are just kind of like.
I listen to video game OSTs, Imperial Marches, and music, and and
What does he say? I listen to video game OST.
Eminem,
and- What?
Eminem, and Tupac,
Why are you listening to that
Mumbo Jumbo. Here.
Now there is some good games with good music.
What's funny is
Like
that
I know I just thought of it just on the spot though. The game that I always think about like when it comes to good music, I really do like Mystery Dungeons soundtrack.
I wonder if they're gonna.
Pokemon
Re-
Mystery Dungeon.
I wonder if they're gonna reveal anything on this event right here, though. Or, like show off anything else, or unless this is just the whole event right here. Like I wonder if they're gonna show off like maybe the next events. I wonder if they're gonna maybe
No, I think this is just this.
make some more items, like maybe something, or if this is just all it. They should have got Creekcraft up there. I saw where he was saying like, "Oh yeah, can I be invited to host it at least?"
I guess he wasn't.
I wonder why Sabrina.
They should have got Flamingo on there. Now deceased Starcrow.
Now deceased Flamingo. You get his dead body in there, just laying back on the couch.
He got
It's like,
sunglasses
so
on.
what was your most popular trolling video?
Just dead with his mouth open.
Yeah. And the other
I
person
didn't
just
see
says,
a soul
interesting.
behind him say, It was when I got admin.
That's it. I remember them young people. Anyways, my thoughts on the hunt too. I said it yesterday. My final thoughts. I have already said it when I was playing the event. So I kind of collect them more. I want better items. I realize that. Because the items of this event, they were alright, but like, it wasn't massive as many people wanted it to
When you
be.
say better items, what do you mean? Like,
I
is it
want them
like
to be
items
better
you like,
looking.
or you just say, like,
They need to have effects, shines to them, like
oh, you need some type of uniqueness,
like textures or shiny textures like PBB,
or not effects, like animation.
PBB, PBR. I don't like saying PBB. PBR or effects like and all that, or just make them look better in general.
They make animated heads, and they make them like very rare and exclusive.
When you say animated, you mean like moving accessories?
Like moving
I mean, they have never done that. I think that was something that they probably thought of, was to make like a moving hat, but they never did. I don't think it was ever thought of or really done, but people have said that, to make a moving hat.
Maybe like increase the hat limit and all that.
But I'm just saying, I want them to be more better, and I want more prizes, obviously. Just make more items in general and make you do more stuff
You feel
for
like
them.
you can't get enough, right?
Because, I mean, there was a lot in this event, but they were all recolors. You got like 4 recolors in the first tier. Just because you got the Noir and the Blanc ones, and then you got the quantifiable one, and then the other one. I can't remember the other one. So you got 4 items. That's not a lot, but they're just recolors. It's one item that's recolored.
Yeah.
So you got 4, 8.
But the thing is, though, at least they're legit.
4, 8, 12, and then 16. You got like 20 items, 22 items, something like that.
At least you get just some like random person trying to recolor it.
On the first page, but they're not even unique. They should make the Blink Pass have unique items. Like the bottom one just be its own tier, the top one just be its own tier, not just a better version of the item. That's what I think. If they want to make more items. Second, the mega token. What do you keep? The mega tokens, they're all right. I mean, the Corrupt TV and the robot, that's how I wanted it, where it's like 2 separate types of items.
Seems like more unique.
Or even at the end of the Mega Hunt, where you get the Diadem Crystal Crown and the Arcs of Resurgence. That's what it's called. You have to pay 1,000 Robux. I know that they're just testing that just to see if someone would pay separately for the last item to be upgraded, which only like about 9 to nearly 10,000 people did that, including me, because obviously I want to collect everything in the event.
You think they're restarting everything?
It's not bad, because I guess I would. I know some people might be like, "Oh, don't do that because it's the final item. You should get it for free." I mean, if they want to, they could keep that because they could make it rarer. I mean, that's all I'm really thinking of. I do like the idea of them bringing back old items as recolors, like the Federation Crown that they remodeled and remastered. A lot of people says that they would have rather liked it if it was just the normal one, but I mean, it's up to the 50 contestants that won, really, if they like it or not. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't even care because we're not gonna be able to get it. That's why I think they should make an item they can buy. That's an old retexture.
Oh,
I'm saying always have a paid old item and then like a really rare item for the contestants.
So you're saying that you should you're saying at least give people a chance to get something they want rather than
just like be able to pay it for it. I'm saying so you can still you can still buy it and get it. It's always open when you can buy an item.
Recolor an item back then, but you have to buy it, and then make someone else remodel that hat.
I mean, that's the only way they could do it. That's the only way they could do it is if they make it payable for everyone to buy, or maybe set like a challenge they could do to buy it, just to make it more rare. I know that sounds really stupid, but they could test that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people would say that. Like, why would you want to do a challenge?
No, that's stupid. They shouldn't do that because a lot of people would hate that. Just make it purchasable. Just make like a Dominus, and then sell it. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're kind of stopping on doing the with the purchase of Robux, you get an item. The Domino Crown, I'm pretty sure that was the last item they made, and they have not made another one. A lot of people like that. It makes Roblox so much money. Like off the gold clockworks, they made over like $1 million.
Why does it keep saying here?
What?
It keeps saying on subtitles here.
I guess the music sounds like it's saying here and it's picking it up. That's all I can think of.
Should you restart the stream?
No, it's still live. It's just that they're taking a
Do you
break.
think they're resetting everything?
They're just taking a break, checking everything and all that, and going over the points and stuff. But I think they should do that. I think they should either make it Robux purchasable or money purchasable. That's my personal opinion. They should do that every event. Either make it $200, $100, or just Robux they can pay for
Why
it.
haven't they did this? You know, like Fortnite. You know how you can like buy packs with dollars? How about you can do that in Roblox instead of like buying Robux to like purchase an item? How about you just spend just real money straight to them?
Like, I do like how they're doing the shop items where they're all limited and they're not going to go off sale. Because I'm guessing they finally realized, like, oh yeah, these people don't really like off-sale items where they're just going to be rare, and only those people that bought it.
I just realized like what I said.
I don't like UGC. I'm trying to finish what my statement I'm trying to say. I don't really care too much for the UGC items because I never buy those. If they say UGC are made by someone that's not Roblox, I won't buy those because I know that they ain't going to be off-sale or rare. Like, just be off-sale for forever, or even go limited, because UGC items can't go limited and become tradable and sellable.
And usually they're not good, right?
But
And welcome back,
the
everybody.
user-generated items
Thank you for your
also kind
patience
of
because the
ugly.
wait is
Like during the
finally
Haunch,
over.
that was the most.
Even
I think
more
that had the
chaotic
worst
slap
accessories.
battles is about to
Personally,
begin.
and they were all UGC.
Let's check it out.
Game
I like
4,
the stuff that's
slap
made by
battles.
Roblox though.
There are 5 free-for-all
Like
matches.
Roblox
Contestants
admins
must
or
knock everyone else off the platform. Last one standing wins. The contestant with the highest cumulative
The
score
old
will
Blue
advance
Collars, I
to the
like that
round of
too.
4. Here's the
If they
scoring
do
for
that.
each match.
But anyways.
All right,
I think
folks.
that's about
Don't
it, really.
let that
The
charming
game's
music
limited.
deter you. This is a serious
Well,
competition,
yeah, because
and
they
it's
don't
really
they
important
don't
for our
change
players
any
as there
time.
is a
They don't
pretty
do
close
anything about
scoring
it.
amongst our top
People
here.
says
And it's still
personally,
anyone's game because in 5
everyone
rounds of slap
says that the best items
battles, you can't get
has
any
to be the
points.
classic.
If you make it to the top, you're getting a lot.
Obviously,
So,
because it had the Valkyrie, it had a
competition is in
fedora
it. We've got some
for
exciting stories
the
from our
character
players,
bundles.
and I think they're
Um,
doing good stuff here. Mimi,
I think the
what are you
Clockwork
thinking?
headphones or shades was on there. I can't remember what was during that event. Or no, it was the I think it was the staff of Roblox Royalty or something. The Kaleo was the top tier prize, which is really good, and had even effects on it. And the Doom Bucket hat, and even the shop items were kind of good. The best one, in my opinion, was the vending machine one. I like that one the most. And some people may have liked the skaters hats, but
Absolutely.
yeah, I do think the classic is the best. Then the Hunt.
As this game's going to have a little bit of a slower pace start, the players are going to kind of jockey for position in the middle
All right,
here with this
anyways, let's
basic
go
glove.
back
It doesn't
into
have a
this.
massive knockback, which is kind of an important part of this.
So
as the
everyone's still
terrain will
alive.
start to burn down around them, and
Death
force them onto a
Eagle.
smaller and smaller island.
So right now,
I gotta say,
Safe
everybody must be trying their best, fighting for
and
life to win.
Robe
because losing in
is
slap battles must be the
the
most
top
disrespectful way to go
contestants.
out. I will not take that.
Yeah, you hear a fart sound effect and you fall off the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to go down like that. Pressure definitely on. I think
Lag
it's
out
a
like that
lot
right there.
of strategy in it. As silly as that might sound for how silly the game
I
is,
think
you have
this is
to
a
calculate
custom
your
game mode,
risks. Do you
too,
play
that they
towards the
made.
center where there's going to be a lot more conflict? Do you stick more to the side but risk getting hit off in just 1 or 2 slaps? Positioning is a lot of the game in slap battles.
This game's really like
Yeah, as you get a
annoying.
breakaway,
I'm
you'll
not
see
gonna
as
lie.
players start to get knocked towards the edge, you kind of see the whole mob move
Johnson
towards them a
can't
little bit,
lose
trying to get
again
an extra
unless
slap, push
they
them off the cliff,
target.
because it takes a little bit of time as all players are still alive here. But
Why
this
even
board,
slap
is getting
battles?
smaller.
You
I
are
genuinely actually
incentivized
wondered why
to,
they-
not take too many risks
made
because
this,
you're not getting points for eliminating other players. You're getting points for surviving and being the
I
last
know
man
it's a competitive
standing
based
on
game,
that
but-
island as it slowly whittles away. Still, our competitors all up, but players starting to get a little closer to that edge.
Yeah, we see with this next drop
Oh,
on the layer on fire now. When that falls, we're going to see people
Fart
dropping
blast.
real quick here as we might be a single
What's that
slap
do?
away from the center, and that's where the action really heats up.
This is getting intense.
All right, yeah, still 8 players alive, actually, which is a high score. I'm surprised.
I wonder if
we
they're
saw
gonna be
folks
targeting
falling
each
to
other.
the
Oh,
ground.
Ooh, Death Eagle died.
no, Death Eagle, the fan favorite.
Tough
Ooh.
for him. He had a
The fan
couple
favorite.
slower finishes in Blade battles. Still,
Oh,
one
Shafe.
of our top half contenders points-wise, and another
No way.
one
Yeah,
falls down.
Dragon.
Shafe, making a lot of noise on the way down.
Wow, and we are going to be making it to, it looks like our final small
It's up to
pedestal here with
Robe.
a
Can
lot
he
of
do
players
it?
still in this.
Yeah, 6 up on a very small island. Who's going to be the
Where's
first
all
to
the
slip?
rock
Another
characters
goes
at?
down. Second player
Oh,
falling as well. It's down
Roman.
to a final
No
4.
way,
Who
they're
can stay
actually
up?
trying to
Who
come
can
back.
hold on? Mad Max in the center. It looks like a
Dragon.
1v1 against Lime.
Oh,
Max falls, and that should be Lime
Lime
taking the
won.
first round.
All right. Wow.
Congratulations.
That got a wee bit chaotic here as all 8 players made it to a really small form of the island here. But Anonymous Lime taking our kickoff match of slap battles.
Yeah, that's what
and
the
a whole
characters
new array
actually
of
look
top
like.
players coming out in this next game.
That's instantly going to shoot Lime way up the standings here. The
Or
pack
that
was super
private
tight in the middle of the group, and getting those full points for the victory is big for Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, it seems like his name's just popping out of nowhere now. Didn't really see him much in play ball there. And me
Ooh.
personally, I played a lot of slap battle, and I have some overpowered
Lime might
gloves.
be making a
Just seeing them
comeback
use the
if he
basic
actually
gloves,
keeps going
it
on
must be
with this.
really, really difficult to knock somebody down. This is the game that induces the most rage out of me. So
Really?
it's nice to see the players
Yeah.
are still keeping their cool.
Yeah, I mean, we
This
already
will
saw some
definitely get some
emotion starting
mad.
to come
Oh,
out
I
in
didn't
the
know
last
that was
match
agree.
of Blade Battle, and I imagine it'll only get more intense as the games get closer and players realize that that chance to make a million is slipping away. But our scores are set to go, so let's take a peek how we're doing. No surprises,
at top
Anonymous
right
Lime
now.
up top,
So they're playing 5
16
matches
points
too.
from his win.
Death
Yeah,
Eagle,
Mad Max
Bomb,
coming in second with
Shades, and
13,
Rover.
and Jay needing those 10 points. And it's good to see some
Fan
folks popping up.
favorites,
Icicle had a
fan
rough
favorites.
I
round
want to say
in
he has
Blade Ball.
8, but
It
it's
takes
4
4th here.
total.
We'll see if that's enough to keep his
Oh,
hopes
well.
alive. Unfortunately,
Maybe
an upset
must
here
have
with the
come in.
Death Eagle
They
falling
must.
first and Roby going down again early on in this match here. So that's unfortunate. We'll see if that's enough to knock him down, but I think they've still got a shot here.
Yeah, looks like players are getting into the
Robbie.
match now. So let's go ahead and hop in. Our second
What do you
game
think really gets
getting
it to
underway
Roblox?
now, and the island,
Do you
for
think
about a
all of
moment,
them
is
plays
back
it?
to being calm.
Looks
I mean,
peaceful,
it should.
right? Not
They
for
all
long.
have accounts, and I know they all have accounts.
There's the
on
countdown.
Roblox.
Again, no early knockdowns that last
Oh,
round.
wow.
We'll see if that
You should
sticks to be the
follow.
case because
I think
it's
I do
anyone's game,
follow
but the
Jay
player's still
Party.
playing safe. Everyone kind of jockeying for that King of the Hill in the middle there. That's the spot
Everyone
to
is
be.
obviously
You
gonna
could see a
stick
bit of
to
a
the
rundown
middle
if anyone
until it
shows
goes
weakness on the edge
to
there.
the
I think we
end.
see the Death Eagle playing a
Yeah.
little more outside the pack.
Yeah, Death Eagle trying
No
to take
one
it a
needs
little
to
bit more
get their
safe.
hands dirty up
He's
front
playing
here to
too
take it slow.
safe.
It's funny because
there.
you actually see him kind of actioning a similar strategy to what he did
Really
in Blade
can't
Ball,
wait right
staying
here.
back, playing the fringe of the map, trying to just basically avoid attention
This
from other
town looks like
contestants
it's
until he
doing-
runs out of time. Icy, Roby, both doing the
Unless-
same.
Look,
Definitely
he's
feels
bouncing
advantageous.
him.
But there's a
What's
fight
that?
towards the
He
edge.
bounced
Lime
him.
goes aggro, knocks
Jay.
Jay off the world.
Ooh, that's rough for
Live
Jay.
is going
Gets some
for
more points here,
blood.
but goes down early in this round. Again, this is only round 2 of a 5 cluster of slap battles here, but yeah, an early knockdown for Jay.
Did you saw him bouncing?
Jay
him
was
like
having a
that?
good
Did you
run
see
back
that?
like you were
He
talking about.
bounced
Good
it
placement
off
in the
his-
first round as well as back in our last game of Blade Ball as
Yeah.
well.
Okay,
Maybe that's why
maybe.
Lime was targeting Jay right off the rip.
Yeah, you wanted to go for that. Go for the people who are leading
Bro,
right now.
I
You
swear
know,
they
while
double
the
team.
map burns
Oh,
down.
Poke
Oh wait, we
Dragon.
did lose another one.
Dragon.
Dragon
How
goes
he went
down.
for it, 'cause he keeps
Fun
losing.
facts about slap battles, you know, the devs develop and update this game all the time. There has been a
Robe.
one glove release
He's actually getting
every
teamed.
Friday for 4 years since
No,
this game's creation.
he actually
So
got
that's a lot
knocked
of
off
gloves.
again. He's getting targeted.
Yeah.
And there goes Roby.
Roby again going
The
down
Death
early,
Eagle.
and that
See,
is
look, he can
rough
just
to see.
keep
Roby
hitting
has a pretty
people
comfortable position here,
constantly.
but
See,
if he
like,
goes
he
down
can't
early
do
again,
nothing.
that's gonna slip away.
Yeah, look,
Oh,
that's
but that's Death Eagle.
they
one
could
of his
just keep
main
hitting you
competitors
because you
here.
keep getting stunned.
Close call.
That
Yeah,
was
that
first
was a
died
close
like
Anonymous
that.
Lime
Yeah,
early on.
Lime's down.
Oh, but he couldn't hold
First
on for
person
long.
died like
Couldn't
There he
hold
goes.
on there. That was a
It's
close
so
call. He tried.
annoying. I hate
Yeah,
this
so
game.
our
I really
winner
do
of the
hate
first
this game.
round off, and it's
Just
3
because of that.
contestants
Just because
working
how.
for it. Shafe, one of the top standers right now in terms of points, a chance to win a round here. 1v1v1.
Oh, Mad
Shafe
Max
pushed
trying
back
to make
towards
it.
the edge,
You gotta get
gets
up
back
quick.
on
Oh.
just
He's
in a
back.
good time, and
Shafe.
Icy falls
No
off
way,
the
he's
platform.
Yeah. But
He's
takes
coming.
third. Another important score for him. He needs
No
those
way,
points.
he just
Wow,
came
wow.
up.
Balls.
Look at what
He
it
came up
means
the
to him. You can
wall.
see the players heating up with their reactions as we
Dang,
go on.
yeah.
So for Mad
Yeah,
Max,
they're
back
starting
to
to feel
back
the
second
heat
places
now.
as
They're starting to
Shafe
feel
takes
it.
that win.
Oh, they're talking to the
Yeah, a
mic.
big round. You know, it's interesting to note here, Icicle and Poke Dragon were hurting a little bit, and we might see those in the scores. They're making a
What's
comeback,
that in
but
the
why it's
background?
important is
They have a
both
lot
of them
of
are
lights out there.
self-described
Yeah.
doors experts, which
You think
will
that's when
be the
they're about
final
to do an
game in the
emergency
progression
shutdown
round.
on
So
the server?
if they can keep it forward, they're going to be in a good spot.
Fix the
No,
It's also
they
weighted
just
a
prayed
little
to
more
the
heavily
servers
because
that
we're playing
works.
5 rounds rounds of Slap Paddles and Blade Ball. We played 3 of SLS, 2 of DTI. There was a lot of chances for
It's just like
repetition.
that meme of
We're
the
only going to be playing
black dudes,
Doors
just
once, so
looking at,
that is the real
the server
Blue Shell
racks.
comeback opportunity
like,
for,
"Yep."
for our players to get a ton of points if they win Doors.
100
know what I'm
points.
doing.
Everything will be on the line for Doors, which is coming up next. But first, we
What
still
was
have a
even the
couple more
origins of the
matches
meme?
of slap battles left to go. Let's see if any
stay,
player
like,
can
just
pull
looking at all
ahead
the
here.
wires
Yeah,
and
I'm kind of
stuff.
looking at the Death Eagle here. He's, like we've talked about, one of the fan favorites. He's the player who had to travel the longest
I
to
remember
make
that
it here. And
meme
with
with
a
the
really
white guy
strong
going like
early
this,
start in
like
DTI,
freezing the.
he's struggled a little bit in these more recent games. We've seen
I know there's
some
a guy with a
reactions, getting a
sword
little,
straight
energetic when he was losing these, a little disappointed to be falling off. So you're looking at him
Mad
to come
Max.
back
Oh,
here
he
as we see our
won both
scores.
times.
Mad Max,
No,
the back-to-back
wins.
second places, pushes him above
I
Anonymous
think
Line.
that still
Yeah,
messed up the
consistency
roll because it
is
still
key
says
as
match 1 is
demonstrated
age.
by their 26
Even though he
points.
is
Our leader
39.
so far, but right behind him, Anonymous Lime, 24, 18 for
They should have,
Shafe,
like,
and again, the rest of our players
12.
down the line. Unfortunately, Death Eagle in last place right now with slap battles.
Point of this game and
Okay,
the
third
penultimate
round.
game here of our qualifying round before moving on to doors.
Makes me wonder how Enterel would have
Also,
done in
Doors is
slap
gonna be the
battles. Doesn't
next
look like the skills are
game.
translating directly from Blade Ball to this.
Yeah, we've seen a whole different set of folks come out on top here. And the initial high fives
I
are
don't
happening.
think it
I like to
really
pretend
is.
they're all
It
just
is
shaking
kind of
hands to
skillful, I
start
guess.
here.
Doing
It's
very
all
important
about
business
placement
deals
of where
as they
you're,
Absolutely.
slowly
of
fall
where
off
you're
the world.
standing at.
Those slap
Absolutely.
sounds bring
In this
back some
game-
nightmares for me.
Is this how you do
And
the
if you know the
Roblox business
mechanics of the
deals
game,
when
too.
you're off talking to developers around the world?
Just slap.
That is true. More fun
Honestly,
facts about
they should
Roblox.
have did
After you
sword
compete in
fights with the
rivals for your
heights. That
promotion,
actually
you
be
will
really
compete in
awesome
slap
if they
battles
did
to have the
that.
best ceiling of
Just
the
go back to
contract.
sword
So
fights with the heights.
it is a
as the
wonderful world to
last
live in, the whimsical
event.
life of a Roblox employee.
What's
I
up
wonder
for
what the
IRL slap
ultimate
battles
challenge
after
is
this?
going to be then.
We'll see. Do we get to choose our own glove?
I believe that once a year. Still, all 8 of our contestants are standing in this third round. We're watching the Death
Ooh,
Eagle, the guy
Icy's
we've
gonna get
talked
knocked
a lot
off.
about today.
Ooh, they're playing
Yeah, it's an important
really,
run for him. He
really
needs to
close to
place
the
in the top
edge.
3 here to keep his spot
Plus, there was
alive
no
in this
move for Shafe.
competition. It's unfortunately a lot of pressure for slap battles, a game of whimsical fun, but serious
Oh,
money
Icy's
on the
getting so
line here.
close.
We'll
Poke
see
Dragon
Ruby
went
again,
down.
also someone in an interesting spot. Oh, but Poke goes down. We missed his fall there, but he is out. And all right, that gives a lot of our players
They
still a
placed
chance
the
here to get that
streakers out
score.
for
I know
half
Roby's
life.
going to be looking for it.
The second
I
round
love
now where
this
Poke Dragon
soccer
has gone
time.
down pretty early.
Ooh,
I believe he was
Jay,
first eliminated the
no.
last round too, and that's Jay
I'm
falling.
surprised Jay is still
Yeah, but they're
staying
ganging
as
up when
a,
Jay gets down in the
as a
corner.
good sport, really.
Yeah, he's been eliminated pretty
Because
early in the
he's
last
been
few
getting,
rounds.
like,
Yeah,
knocked
it's an
a
unfortunate
lot
spin for him here. And I'm surprised
in
that
these
first
past
round we saw
couple of
a
games.
long, drawn-out fight, but in this one, folks are dropping. With Poke and Jay out, only 6 remain.
Because Shay and
All right,
Shafe
platforms
and
are
Roby
applauding.
stay alive.
Okay, Roby getting hit, but staying in it. Now we see
I
back-to-back
think
King of
these
the
are all
Hill,
just
jockeying
normal
for
Roblox
position, staying in
players
the
that
middle.
are really good at events.
That was a far knockback there.
Yeah, a lot of these
This guy
platforms starting
playing
to
character
drop.
we never heard of.
Yeah, that power is a quick
Ooh,
boost. Very
that's starting
important
to
to
get-
kind of recover your position
You're
or
gonna see a lot
sneak
of
up
people
and
get
get
knocked
that
off right
push
here.
slap and get them over the edge as folks show signs of weakness. Ooh, the platform's burning in a weird way this time. It's gonna
Roby.
leave a funny shape
Oh.
at the end here. And we're going to see a lot of folks dropping
Safe.
real
Shafe
fist
make it
here.
back. Oh, good use of the
Oh,
blast there
Icy
to
just
boost
got
his way
knocked off.
back in. But
Oh,
ooh.
Ice
Oh,
Shape,
he
Anonymous
got
Line, they
Shafe
all
got knocked
fall
off
one by one
third.
by one. And it's Roby and the Death Eagle. Oh, this is an
Death
important
Eagle
one
and
here.
Roby.
Oh, Death Eagle, can he make it back onto the
Roby.
platform just
Wow.
in time?
He's
The slap
roping.
connects. Roby
He's
stuck on
roping
the
him.
platform. They're both falling.
Ooh.
Who makes it down first?
Good position.
Roby.
Oh!
Beat it.
Oh!
Oh! Roby's just above
Death
dead. Death Eagle steals
Wow.
it
Oh,
away at
that's
the end.
actually
The most intense round we've had as slap battles thus far, and you see the elation
Dang.
on his face, disappointment the first two
Even need to
rounds,
take
and
off
now
glasses.
feeling good off that win.
Oh,
The fans
man.
must be real happy
Dang.
after this one. They've given him a nickname. They're calling him the Deagle in chat.
The Deagle.
Wait,
Oh,
The
that is
Deagle?
a good nickname.
Wow.
All right. Well, a win that he needs, that is
Oh,
for
they
sure.
called him the
However, the
Deagle.
person he
They
didn't
called
need
him
to
the
get second
Deagle.
was Roby. So that's going to keep things
They call
tight
him,
here as this
Death
race is
Eagle
getting into.
Deagle.
What was that, our third round? I think we got two more rounds left
Two
of
more
slap
left to
battles.
go. Yeah, our umpires
They
keep
probably
it down
don't
to the
know what
wire.
that
They're still
means.
tallying things
I'm
up
gonna be
to
honest with
make
you.
sure we get everything right here. But
Sam,
you
I
were
think you
mentioning
just
it earlier.
smudged my
Doors,
glasses
a
more.
maximum
Like,
of
oh,
100
yeah.
points here. So even if you're one of these bottom players right now, I'm looking at Pokey Dragon, Icicle, the
He
guys who have been
slashed me.
struggling a little bit more.
Yeah.
As long as they are not more than 100 points behind the first player, they still technically have a chance to rally back.
Exactly. Yeah. It's still anyone's game. So do not give up on your favorite player
Bro,
here.
I've
in
not
chat.
actually been
Go
more
ahead and show
invested
your
in
love
any sort of like
for
competitive
whoever you're rooting
sport
for. But
than this right now. Actually,
yeah, Yeah, it's really interesting to
I've
see
never
that.
really
All three
sat down
matches had 3
to
different
watch
winners.
a tournament. Like,
Yeah, a little more
like
competitive
even when
than
it's
the
Overwatch is
domination we
like
saw from
massive
Antarell in,
tournaments,
the
I've
last game
never
they
really
played.
watched them. I
Yeah.
just watched them just for the
Good
drops.
stuff. Good stuff. You heard it here. Important for our folks. There is still
Like,
points
I
on the
actually
line
wouldn't
in the 2
watch
remaining
this if I
matches.
wasn't
Hopefully,
even
Poke
part of the
Dragon and
event
Icicle can
too.
step it up.
Like,
And again, our friend Poke
genuinely,
Dragon, the
I
player
actually
in red
couldn't
from Canada,
give
is self-described
any
expert
care
indoors.
to
So is
this.
Icicle. So that is their time to shine here. But
But like since I played the
keep it alive
Roblox
with the red
event,
slaps here as we are getting underway. And
kind
our
of
next
really
game
invested in the
ready.
hunt.
Maybe that's what they're
I
doing.
actually
Maybe
really
they're
wanted to
conserving
see
their
the
energy for the final match
contestants
to
to
pull
see
off
who
that
wins.
miraculous comeback. I would love to see that. That would be intense.
It's a good way to do
It's
it.
still
How to shark
slowly
your opponents. You
sludgy on
gotta
the
just let those
corners.
first games flow away and then turn it up when it matters.
Get their
That's
guard
how I
down,
keep
right?
Yeah, when the money's on the line here.
Smudgy
So
corners.
impressive stuff.
You can
Very
still see that
exciting.
one, can you?
Yeah, back in our last game of Blade Ball, it was
Yeah.
Jay who pulled off a
I
last-second
could
win,
see
taking home
better
the fifth game
before
of that
he
one.
played them all.
He's in
Really?
another position to kind of have that rally back towards the
Right
end.
after this
Born
too,
in
we're
South
gonna be
Korea,
making
moved
orange
over
chicken and
to
celebrating
California when he was
our
young. One of
champion
at least two
in
players that are
spirit.
local to California playing in this competition
We're gonna,
today.
like,
So for him, definitely
we're
looking
gonna,
to get another
like, put a
late win
picture
on the
while
board
we're
and
eating,
start
like,
to
on the
rally his way
table.
back up the
Get a
points.
kiss.
So Enu,
admiring that
as a
picture
as a
of that
master of the
character.
slap arts, are
Wait,
you
is
seeing
there-
kind of a meta forming
well,
in this
I guess-
competition?
Uh-oh,
Anything
he's
unique popping out here
practicing
that you
Kung
weren't
Fu.
expecting in the slap battles rounds?
I personally haven't played the slap battles where the platform falls down, so that is definitely making a huge difference in the players' play styles, I think. Rather
They
than
said
just
that these
having the
are some
original
unique
platform.
game modes that they made.
And like I
for the
said, I've
event.
always been the one to use the OP gloves
the
because I
challenges.
don't have too much skill. I just like slapping people out of the map for fun. So these guys are very good compared to me.
Roblox.
We do have such a mix of the games that I think very naturally fit into like a serious esport. You think something like Rivals, it's it's
just
an
took a
arena
pic for my
FPS. It's like a ton of
brother.
other arena FPSs that have been popular
Be up on
popular
our
esports before.
Patreon.
But Slap Battles is one
We
that
don't
is
have
so
one.
unique that it's
we
funny
need
to
one?
I'm
kind
still
of have the
going with
tonal dissonance
Cantarell
of
winning.
this incredibly silly game with these super high stakes and seeing the emotion come off
I'm
the
surprised
sleeves of our
someone's saying
players.
like, "Oh yeah,
duking
hope
it out.
Cantarell
Right,
wins."
and that's kind of the fun here, as I've nicknamed our Roblox Octathlon, a series of skills you would not expect
Octathlon.
to see in the gaming world here. Again, starting with fashion all the way to shooters and
You
platformers.
know,
And today, we're in the
And
reaction
these,
speed
I
games
mean,
with
Jay
Blade
Party
Ball and
is just
Slap
saying it
Battles
right
here.
now.
And it's a broad
That this
array
is
of skills.
literally
But
the
what you
only
get,
type of
these
platform
players,
that you
again,
get
with
all
the
these
millions and
games
millions
all
who competed in
together
the hunt initially
in a
was a game of
tournament.
puzzles and skills and
He's trying to
ingenuity
say
working
like you don't
together to
get
solve really
any much
complex
more
kind of
variety
mental
than you do on
challenges.
Roblox.
Now you're
on
testing
any
all
level.
these other
No.
elements of
And how
gaming.
many?
So these folks truly are masters of so many ways to engage in a
How
digital
often
world
do you
here.
think Roblox,
It's
uh,
quite
He's trying to
impressive.
basically
We
say
talked
that
about it a little
they
bit
are
earlier in the show, but I
masters
want
of
to go
these
back because
games
Enu, I know you
because
played some of
how
the
much
qualifying
games they have to
rounds
play,
to
like
make it in.
different
Can you
genres of
speak
games they
to
have to
the
play.
challenge that it is?
How
Because
often do you think Roblox
183
updates their
people
modding tools
visited
and
that
map
that main
tools?
page for the hunt.
Oh.
Only these 10 made it.
Mod
It was
tools. They
truly a
don't really
difficult
mod
run to
tools.
qualify here.
Studio tools?
Yeah, definitely. I think
Well, it's
it
very
really goes
rarely
to
in a,
show what their
once in a while,
perseverance,
but
as
they
we
work on
mentioned
them for a
earlier.
long time.
Over
They make sure
70,000
that they're
hours combined
completely
from these players.
Right.
The amount
good
of
to use.
and it's not just about the skill.
Like just
You could
recently,
be
they
very
made
good at
an
the game,
AI.
but if you don't have the
70,000
dedication and
hours
perseverance to put the
combined?
time in to the actual event, then you wouldn't have made it
There's
here
10
either. So
contestants
it's
and
very
70,000
impressive all
hours.
around.
All right, scores
So
are
that
in. Let's
means
see what we're up to
most
from
of them
this
got, like,
match.
10,000
And
hours.
ooh, it's getting tight at the top here. Anonymous Lime
That's a
now
lot of
tied
hours.
with Mad Max
Yeah.
for first place with
That's like
32
years worth
points
of
each, and
games.
Shafe at
So
28.
Lime and
All
Mad
right,
Max
big
is
comeback from the Death Eagle, who
all
goes from the
together.
bottom of the board
Actually
to
spend
fourth
money
place
on
here.
Roblox.
Very good from him.
Robe and
Lime, Mad
Shafe,
Max,
they have
not
to
just
try
tied
harder.
in the points for this game,
You
they're
think
both
games
sitting at
people casually spend money
123
on Roblox?
across our cumulative
Yeah, they
score
might
say,
here.
like,
They're
every time they get on
pretty
there, they're
close
always
to
buying
Are
Roby
they
it.
the
and
same
Shafe, our
person?
top two.
Is it the
Oh,
same
so
person?
That'd be
yeah.
Just move back and forth really quickly. You never know.
They probably.
It might
I
be
know
it's
a lot of
Anonymous
people
Lime. We don't
barely
know who
play
he is.
Roblox. I mean, like
Could be the
a lot of
Mad
these
Max
people
we've been missing. All right, folks, it's underway. The folks are
barely
getting ready
plays
to go
games
here.
on
I
Roblox.
think we're just getting them in position, and another
Like I don't think they
island
play it like as
battle
a
will be heating
casual
up.
player. They like get
Scores are
on it
tight.
like
We
every
just saw
now and
there.
then. It's
I
not like
think
they
it's
get on
still
every day,
anyone's
like
game, as we
totally
mentioned.
online and play games.
I'm excited.
Oh,
Let's
That's
see
what
what
I'm trying to
happens.
say.
Here we
do you
go.
think it's just a pastime?
Focusing on one of our front runners,
Yeah.
Roby. He had
But
a
obviously
really
these
good
people
showing
are here.
in Blade Battles, taking home 59
really
points
good.
there. He's
Well,
only
they've
has
been playing it for
21
a
to his
while
name
now.
thus
It's
far
like, you know,
here in Slap Battles.
it doesn't matter how
But still
long you played
leading
the
in
game
overall
for,
points.
It's actually a good
We'll need to step things up though if he wants to keep
Yeah,
that
yeah.
position and be the third player in the top four.
Sure, you can be played a game
Yeah, we're
for
underway.
8,000.
The
I mean,
music
we
is
almost got
a-bumping and the slaps
1,000
are
hours of
a-flowing.
Deathlock.
Respectable candidates. candidates all shaking each other's
How
hands
much
here,
is
saying,
that?
hey,
400?
let's just hang out in the middle and relax. Although we see
We
some players on
streamed,
the
like,
edge
literally
here.
all
Let's see if
those
Valen
hours.
falls.
Sometimes you just leave the game.
No,
on.
Shafe looks like he's
Oh,
going to be
yeah,
sick.
yeah, yeah.
No!
Oh.
Anonymous Lime.
Well, I'm
Big
saying
knockout for the
Lime.
team.
Like,
He has been
literally,
leading so much
like,
here.
more
Him
than
going down
half
first is
those.
going to be a crushing
If
loss to
not
his
all
score.
those hours,
As you
know?
can tell by his expression,
Dang,
here,
that's a
devastating.
harsh
Yeah.
defeat.
Yeah, that was an important one to keep his
And,
hopes alive
yeah,
here. He
like,
really used slap
I
battles to
wouldn't
come
call us
back
a
in this
pro
competition.
player. I'll say an average player.
All right, some more folks jockeying
Yeah,
for
you
position at the
definitely
edge here. We'll
tell
see Roby in a
that they're
dangerous
starting
spot.
to,
This could be it. If he goes down here,
get more
oh,
emotional.
he does.
Calls it.
Robbery.
Oh, that is crushing.
And
Oh,
then
but
the
guess
Death
what?
Eagle.
Death Eagle falls on the other side of the map. Oh, man, the two finalists of our last round, an important game for them both. fall.
Mad
A lot
Max,
of free.
It's been a new winner every time thus far for slap battles, and someone else up high in the standings is Shafe. He's going to be one of these final 5 players alive, but close to the edge.
Can Jay
He has a
make a
battle
comeback, though?
against Icicle, knocked off. Shafe is
Nice.
gone. It's going to be all new players in this
Wow.
final 4.
Gosh, that is rough. Poke
Yeah,
Dragon, maybe
I
this
mean,
is his
I
climb
think
to the top
I
here.
think
First place
Jay
here is a lot of points he
Icicle-
so desperately
Icy
needs. He's going to have to play this
can make a
fierce
comeback.
competition at the front of his glove.
His avatar looks like somebody who's just been slapped really hard.
That is true. He's shocked by
He can
something.
slap
Those eyes popping out.
Yeah, hopefully it's not his score at the end of this game here because he's going to need
well
it.
Yeah, I said his rival
Oh.
was John from Garfield when he was asked. Interesting response from
He
him.
got knocked off.
I don't know
see.
if that's going to be playing in his head here as he's into the final 3 up against Mad Max, the 2-time runner-up in this game mode thus far. Maybe trying to get his first
Oh,
win on the
Jay.
board.
No, he was
Okay,
trying to knock him
and
off. He
Jay,
got
and
knocked
Jay,
off.
he's gone. Down to Mad Max
No,
and
it's
Poke
Mad
Dragon.
Max.
And that's the slap.
1v1. They're
Who's
both
gonna
falling.
fall first?
He's on the platform. Who jumps
Oh,
out?
was that
no,
Mad
man.
Max. He pulls things through a
Almost
last-second
bad.
jump
The
and
documents.
after 2
The medium doc-
second-place finishes. Mad Max takes
That's
home
probably
a
where they keep it
win
on the
in
score.
slap battles.
Well, that was incredible. I think he actually did
Mad
get a delay
Max.
on the dropping
BMO.
platform there, and that was the millisecond he needed
Damn.
to
He was in
get
his
that
ear.
win, and just like
Ear.
that,
That's some
Mad
free
Max is going to
fireworks,
take our
though,
4th
I'll tell you
round
that.
of slap battles. That's an important one.
A very lucky positioning right there.
It was. It was. Another interesting round coming down to a different set of top 2. And as we've mentioned before, slap battles, a lot of variety coming out of our top contestants in that one. Unfortunately, Roby and
All
the
these
Death Eagle
colors, though.
fall early on in that
And,
one.
and those are things you're never really going to
It kinda
practice
makes the
for, being
rainbow.
both on a falling platform and having to like time your jump perfectly
Right.
to know when you're going to actually
Yes.
die falling
You
off the
think
map. Like,
Roblox never
you
looked
really
this
got to
good
feel it
and
out, have a
great?
little bit of luck, a lot of bit of skill
They
to
just
make
have
it there.
garbage
And
everywhere. They just cleaned
good
this
thing for
one
Mad
spot
Max.
up.
I mean, looking so good in the points thus far here for slap battles.
And I also noticed
You know they
in the
have 4
fourth
headquarters
round
on
there,
the
it looks like a lot
same
of
block.
players
They're
kind of
on
spread
the
out.
third
They have some
headquarters.
1v1 battles.
They have
Let's see
4
them do that again
headquarters
in
all in
fifth.
the exact same block.
Scores are up though, and
Oh,
taking
really?
a
Yeah,
big
they have
Mad
4
Max.
different headquarters. It's
Two-time
like a
runner-up,
So
first-time
do you think they have a
champion,
war
leading
of which
things by
headquarters
a
the best?
solid amount of points. They're up 14
Mad
over
Max.
Shafe in second.
Yeah,
Plants
that's a
like
big
bombs.
breakout. He needs that. Mad Max now at 48. That is a
Pokey
huge
Dragon
lead
is
as we see a
getting
clustering
dragged.
of all the other players.
So again, as we ready for
So
our
it's
final
Lime,
round here, I
Shafe,
have to
and
look
Mad
back at
Max.
Roby. He has the lead in terms of points right now, but Mad Max has whittled it down to
Did they
1.
introduce
Shafe
them
is
at the
only
beginning?
5 behind as
Or
well.
did it just,
So
like,
this final
pop right
round
in?
very well may
Pop right
decide
in.
who
Really?
is going to move into
Did
the
they
top
even
4
introduce
and
any of the
claim
people?
that second
what'd
to
you say?
last spot.
As
Yeah,
I
and we
didn't
see Roby in the
introduce
center of
any
our
of the
camera
people
right there.
at the
This
No,
is so
I mean, they
important
just
to him. He came
said
in
what
as
their
a
Roblox
massive
names
leader
were.
in slap
What their
battles, and
favorite
unfortunately
game,
has
the
fallen
joint
quite a
league.
bit
We
now.
don't know
His
what their names
competition
are.
is right on his
No,
heels.
we
With
don't.
We
multiple
don't even
players
know
within
what
5
flags
points and
are out
another
there.
within, looks like
What
15. This is still
nationalities
anyone's
are
game.
out there.
Roby
Well,
wants
that's
to
the
win
thing,
this
what
one,
was it,
not
the
leave it down to
plant
the
name?
math. Get a clean lead
think
out
it was-
ahead of his
one of them was like
opposition.
a
That's his
Caribbean.
goal in this final round.
I think American.
You'll see if the players
Doesn't make
recognize
sense.
it. There is some chance here for kind of some teaming up on folks as we get a push to the edge
Yeah,
here. Who's
the
involved in
double
this? Is that
teaming's
Jay and Roby here?
crazy.
They don't want to go
Out
down
of
early.
all of them,
Managed
Same-
to escape that.
which
Yeah.
one do you
At the
think
same
is,
time,
like,
though, the players,
really,
they don't see the points that
actually
we
good?
do. They're
That guy
definitely
looks
locked in
like
on the
he's, like,
game at
really
hand and
into
just
it.
He's the
trying
most
to win in
handsome.
every single one of these games.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
all
it's
that matters
CS2.
again, is collecting points.
Counter-Strike, they had like the most sexiest
All right,
character.
all right. No one
person
falling
player.
early on this one yet.
can't
They're all
remember who
taking
it
it pretty
was,
seriously, playing it safe.
but he
This is our
was.
final round of slap battles.
That was
No,
very
as I
funny.
say it, what happened? We missed it off
You
camera.
can tell
Roby
when they're
goes
locked in
down.
when they
Oh,
stand still.
no.
And that's
You
our
know
last
what I'm
place
saying?
elimination.
Like, when they're
That
really, like,
opens the field wide
their face
open.
is, like,
So
really, like,
the
still.
player
You know
down
what
in
I'm
4th
saying?
place, Anonymous Slime, was
Like, they're just
trailing
laser
by
focused.
17 points, maybe
That's
just
when
out
you
of
know
reach
they're
for him.
locked
But
in.
Shafe, Mad Max, those are the players we're looking at here to be able to do it.
That
Death Eagle.
is crushing for Roby.
I can see
Mad
why
Max
people
must
actually
be
know
really
that's like
excited
Death
right now.
Eagle.
This is his time to shine. If he can stay on this platform for just a little longer, he might be in the spot to move on, which is kind of a sneak attack.
I don't
You won't
know.
see him on the leaderboard at the top
Anonymous
coming into
Slime
slap
is pretty
battles, but
good.
showed consistency is key.
Shafe against
Oh,
Icicle.
bro,
Really
Shafe's
wants to
getting
stay alive. And there goes Mad Max.
He's
That
getting
is
knocked around. I
huge for our
swear,
score.
he's
And
getting
I'm not sure. We're going to have to turn to the
killed.
judges after this to see finals as Jay falls in 6th
Oh,
place.
Mad Max
The
would
way
know.
I see it, this game is in Shafe's hands. He was
If Shafe
great
actually goes in
in
first place, he
SLX,
might
winning
actually make a
every
good
match
comeback.
there. Now needs to secure this
He
win,
even
get as
died
many
on the
points as
burning-
possible.
Take
to
it.
lock
I think
in
that just
that
means
third
it's about to
spot in the
fall.
top 4.
I know.
Yeah, this is his redemption arc for what
Oh,
was
he
a
did-
rough SLS.
Oh.
Triple win and not enough
Wait,
to
one
progress
fell.
here.
He's in the final 3. That already
It was
might be good
anonymous.
enough. It's going to
It
come
was
down
lying.
to the wire, though. Icicle near
The
the edge.
anonymous
Shape in a
fortune.
commanding
Bro,
position.
look at
Look
how
at him.
crazy he
Yeah.
is.
Spamming
Putting
out
the
the
two
slap
Oh,
back.
he went. He
into
stuck
a
it.
Why is he
1v1 now.
anonymous?
He's falling though, and
that's
Icicle
careful.
out of nowhere
looks like-
takes home
Icicle
the final
actually
round of
made
slap
it.
battles.
Pumped. That was huge. All right, well, huge implications in our
No
last round
way.
there. This is going to mix things up, and I'm not even sure I know. I'm going to have to wait to
I
see
don't
that
even know who's
scorecard
winning
after
right
our
now,
judges
actually.
add
I
that
don't
up, and
either.
we'll
I
reveal
don't
the
know what
excitement in
the
this
I
round.
still
It's
think
such a
it's
big
probably
question. Did
Shafe and
Shafe
Mad
win
Max,
enough
but
points to take it over
I don't think
the
Icicle
players
is
up
gonna
top?
really
Roby,
make it up
Mad
higher.
Max, they both went out early. This is going to truly come down to the wire for a third spot.
All right, folks, the dust is still settling. The scores are being added. It is some exciting stuff ahead here. Hopefully,
Bro,
we'll
this
find
is
out
really
soon
good.
who's moving on.
If I had $1 million, I'd put it on Shafe.
Yeah.
Dang.
I think he really secured his spot, being second in that last round. That was very clutch.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, let's tune in to
Shafe,
Geach
I
and
mean, he
Sabrina
was
and
getting
see what
knocked
they
around
have
at
to
the
say
beginning,
before we
actually.
get our
He
final
really was.
results.
I don't think he was doing really too good, including
Oh, here was someone else.
Oh, they actually got touchdown.
Man, my hands hurt from just watching all of that
They
slapping.
got-
Sabrina, if you were a glove,
he?
what kind of glove would
what's his
you
name,
be?
Zora?
Oh my goodness. I would probably be a glove that's similar
One
to
of the
Rapture
events
because I
I've
really like that ability, but it would probably spray out Bright Juice.
Bright juice. Okay,
Bright
well,
juice.
we're gonna check back in with the
They look
casters
kind of
really
awkward.
quick and see
I'm
what
not
they
even
got
gonna lie.
going on over
Like,
there.
they look like they just kind of.
Controversial.
Oh.
Oh, hello, world. No surprises here.
Okay, that has to be intentional. 'Cause
Yeah,
he's like,
I mean, well,
he's
we
like,
were
"Say
just
this."
talking about it. They're still figuring out the points for this
Yeah.
final round, and I think we have them tallied up now to see where everyone is standing at the
Okay.
end
I
of
was
slap
listening to
battles.
it,
This is
though.
just the points for slap battles,
Oh,
so
Mad
not
Max actually
necessarily
won.
determinative of who's actually going to be
Oh,
making it
Icicle
through, because
actually
it is
made third just because
cumulative,
of that?
but a very close competition. Mad Max
Dang,
and
and Shafe's
Shafe
the second.
came in with a lot of points themselves. You're looking at them as the front
You
runners
know what's
to make
funny?
that third spot.
How come
Oh,
All
man.
right,
every
all
time,
right.
like,
Yeah,
it's
an
a live
unfortunate
broadcast,
final round as we
something
see
like
there.
that
Some of the
happens,
top
they
players
always
early
do something
fell.
live.
Roby getting 1 point
It
and
would
2
have way
points
more
in
funny
round
Like, in
than
the
4. That
last
is
normal, they just be
crushing
like,
coming in
oh.
last in slap battles.
He doesn't-
It was
Yeah,
way more
and for
funny
him,
if
I
they
mean,
would look at the
definitely a
camera
tough
like,
time there. Some moments of greatness,
give him,
and
like,
well,
extra
our
love
umpires,
screen
they're
or
still
something,
tallying
or what?
everything up. So let's go ahead and check back in with Dagichi Gamer and Sabrina in our green room.
Actually,
Dagichi
they
Gamer?
don't even look down.
All right, you guys. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
is
so
that her
sorry. We just
name?
had to make sure we knew who was on
Dagichi?
top
Oh,
before
that's
we
her
got
name.
back into it over
Oh, the
here.
girl in the middle?
So you were
Or
saying if you had a
girl
chance
left.
to be a glove, it was gonna spray bright
Woman.
juice?
Yeah,
I've never
that's
heard
something
that name
I
before.
use for luck. Never mind.
Man, look at
You
his
probably
look at
I
his
can't explain
head
it.
though.
But yeah, what do you guys think
Sorry.
about
I'm
the
s- I-
standings?
that's just
joking
me
on
and
the
me.
ball,
I'm
bro.
pretty
But
happy
like,
that I saw Icy up
he
there.
has some smarts up
I
there.
thought
I gotta
he was
tell you,
really
like,
doing
even
bad
him.
on
Who
last
told
game, so
him?
I'm actually glad that he kind of came back from this
Don't
one.
say.
Okay.
I'm just saying he
With
got
that
a
being
small
said, with
moment.
Icy,
My
you know,
sister
kind of
tells me
moving
that.
back up, are you not worried about having to go up against them?
No,
My
not for the next
glasses
games.
actually said
I'm pretty
flex on my
confident for
face.
these
They
next
need to get
two,
like,
especially in the top
like
four
I
ones.
thought I
So
got
I
good
think I have a pretty
glasses,
good shot of getting to
and my
the
head
grand
was
finals
like,
here.
All right. Well, time
I
will
guess
tell
swole.
who
I guess
advances
that's what
us
you would
next. But
say.
joining us now, we have two people that you
And
may have already seen or maybe not.
my sister would
Who
say, "Oh, you
have
got
already
that
punched their
swole."
ticket to the next round. We have Daddy
I
Dad
started
and
laughing.
Or maybe you got
Anterel.
those
Welcome, you
glasses,
guys, and
though.
congratulations.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
help 'em.
Hello.
Oh my goodness.
I
Daddy
think I
Dad, you've
actually heard
advanced
them.
after playing Dress to Impress and Super League
Is that
Soccer.
movie we
How did
saw
you
again?
prepare for such a wide variety of games?
Yeah, I played Dress to Impress for like hours and hours and hours with friends because I think my sense of fashion at first was really bad. I was not confident for Dress to Impress at all, but I was really surprised when I got first on that one round. So, and then Super Soccer League, I mean,
Oh man.
I don't know. I thought I did pretty well there. So
Oh, yeah.
just a little bit of practice on that one.
You definitely
I actually
went
really don't
crazy
even
on
know.
the
I mean, they
third
have
round.
to
was
be
my
18
favorite
over
on Dress to
to even
Impress.
do
Thank you
that.
so
18
much.
years old or older.
I like the first one was really good. My second one was pretty bad, I think, but that's okay.
You You thought
That's
it was
what I'm
bad?
saying.
I thought it was bad because I saw everyone else is doing the ice fairy way better than mine, and my colors
They have
didn't
to be.
match. I think.
All
So.
I'm saying, like, how
Okay,
young
well,
do you think all of
we
them
are
are? Do you
definitely
think
our
all of
own
them are, like,
harshest
roughly the
critics,
same
for
age?
sure.
Yeah.
They
I
all
blamed
are
myself a
almost the
little
same
bit because
age.
I
I
thought I
think
could
some
get
of them
first
look kind of older.
way
Like I
better
really
than
do
you,
think
but it's
Cantrell
okay.
looks older.
It's okay.
Well, that's how you do
probably
it.
looks
Just
like
play
he's
with your
in his
friends and let
30s,
them be
Mhm.
your critics,
Yep.
and let
Yeah,
them
really
judge
does.
you and troll you, and then eventually you end
That
up
guy
in a
looks like he's
competition where
18.
you can compete for
Duddy
$1 million
Duddy looks like he's
maybe and
gonna
Yep.
pull it out.
Thank you. Shout out to Makio for that
like
friend that helped me
20
out.
points on.
And so, and Terrell, what was your strategy? How did you approach Blade Ball? Like, what was your
Before that,
strategy
though,
for
you
that?
don't even know if they're like
Just survive.
pity
That's
Oh
it.
my
Make
goodness.
up, you know what I'm saying?
Well, clearly it worked.
You can definitely tell he's
All right, so we're
shy.
gonna take it back to Jay Party.
Yeah.
Thanks,
He is
guys, for
definitely
kicking it with
shy.
us, and we look forward to seeing you in the
You
next
do
couple
think
of
so
Thank you so much.
rounds.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Good job.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks so much,
just to mute for a
guys.
second.
It's good to hear from some of our contestants that have already made it in. But we have another player joining them, and I'm happy to announce our umpires have tallied the score. And the third finalist making it through after the conclusion of slap battles. It's Shafe.
All right, Shafe.
I'm actually
Congratulations, you've
surprised
made
that
it through.
everyone
You get a
here
slightly
speaks
shorter break,
English. I just
but a
want to say
break
that.
nonetheless.
Oh,
Rocking
like,
the
we
orange
didn't get,
outfit
like,
is
all, like,
Shafe. There he comes, the Slap King.
Yeah,
really
like no one
came back.
China,
I think he deserved it. After a
lose?
really,
Did he
really
Japan
impressive Super
or-
League
That guy
soccer
lose or win?
wins across the
I think
board,
he was,
swept it.
yeah,
He needed a big comeback.
he
This
won.
is his redemption
Who
round.
was
All right,
that?
let's
Was
check
it
out the
Shafe?
That's
leaderboard
just
and see
insane.
where
It's
everyone
awesome.
stands coming out of that competition.
Yeah, it was Shafe won. So
All
now
right,
it's
all
down
right. And
to
again, a
Lime,
tie now.
Robe,
Roby
Max
and Mad
Wait, how
Max
many
Max
are
more
right
can
on
be
their
in the
heels
final?
as
Four.
Anonymous Lime, and of course the
So
Death
only one more
Eagle
person
going
can
into a
win.
So
massive
Death
scoring
Eagle
game
and
here.
Jay,
Hey, we know by this
Icicle
math,
and
this is a
Poke
huge
Dragon
point
has
score.
like
So guess what?
haul
Anyone can
ass
still
if
make it,
they
although
wanna
Poke
win.
Dragon, the
Enough
man
30
from up
points.
north, has a lot of work ahead of him.
I don't know if Poke Dragon can
That
even
he
come
absolutely
back.
does. Roby, though, got to be feeling
I mean,
a little bit
can.
rough after
He has to
placing
win
last
like
in
every
slap
game,
battles.
right?
Had
This is
just
the
a
last one, I
couple
think.
points more, and
Because
he
I
would
think
have
there's
been
only
making it into
4
that top three.
winners,
But
I
he has
think,
another chance
to the
indoors and
end.
is still our leading contestant heading
How
into
long
that
have we been
next
doing this
game
for?
with
Watch this
a
for?
lot of really
Oh,
points on the line
2
here, Jay
hours,
Party.
2.5.
All right, good stuff. Note to myself, don't try to
So
shake Shafe's
they
hand
said
for
this is
this.
gonna
He
be
might
4
just
hours
slap
long,
you.
so
But
we're
that's
almost
not
at the
important because right
ending,
now we're going to
actually.
hear the
So yeah,
rules of our next game. It is the final round of the progression system, and it is an
Now, how's
exciting
people
one.
going
If you
to
weren't already
broadcast
on the
that
edge of your
normal?
seats, you will be. Because coming up next, it's Doors.
Game
Doors.
5, Doors.
Let's see what they're gonna do for Doors. Actually.
There is just one free-for-all match. The goal is to avoid attacks and survive.
Oh, it's only
Last one
one?
standing wins. The
Oh,
contestant
round
with the
4.
highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
Oh, 100 points?
Dang, 100 points.
All right,
like doubling
all
your
right.
points.
We are in with Doors. This is an exciting, exciting game. I know a game that a lot of the folks at home are very, very familiar with, but if you heard there, this is something a little different. This is actually a brand new mode released on April 1st.
So this is a
What
brand new
good timing
mode
for
that
a
was
new
on the
mode.
April 1st
That's a whole
mode.
battle system indoors. This is
Well,
going to
yeah,
be
this
competition
mode it
between
was
all
called
of our remaining
Doors
contestants
Ranked.
to see who
That's
can
what it was
stick it out,
called.
make it the furthest,
Oh,
and
so that's
survive.
what a
Because
game
people was
was,
joking.
Yeah, I was
People were
playing
joking and
a
saying,
fair
"Oh,
bit of
we
this
need a
leading
ranked
up, and
mode.
it
We
is
need a
so
ranked
different
mode."
than normal Doors. Doors
You
is
know,
a
like
slow
when there's a
horror
casual
game about
game, they say, "Oh,
staying
we want
alive and
ranked."
pushing your
Well,
way
that sounds
through. But
pretty fun.
now
Like to make
it's
a game that does
really
not have
upping
no
the tempo when you're
competitiveness,
playing in
just
ranked.
added
You
like a
run a
layer of
lot faster. You can
competitiveness.
slide. There are
That just
power
seems
ups, and your
pretty
main
So
goal
this actually
is
isn't
to
a joke.
grief
I thought it
the
was like
other
a
players,
joke, like
not
just
work together.
gonna be
The
like filled
monsters
with
are
like
a
memes and
problem,
stuff like
but
that.
your other contestants are
So is
tough
this the
as
first time it
well.
released?
It was on April 1st.
Well, folks,
so
it
like
looks like we
3
might be
days
loading
ago.
this game and getting into it. And I think we have. This is the kickoff for the
That's
last
not your
chance to keep
mouse.
someone's hopes
That's a nice
alive.
angle,
One
actually.
more player
Did you
will
realize
be
that?
progressing into the top
That was not
round
your
of
mouse.
4.
Oh,
Who will survive and who will
That's
fall?
it's someone else's.
One round of
I'm not gonna lie.
Doors
The
is all that
admins
stands
are
in their
doing pretty
way.
good
Looks
at
like they can't
recording
wait to
it
get
and
out of that elevator.
getting
Yeah,
good
seeing them
camera
practicing their
views.
jumping. It is worth noting there is some new movement mechanics in this mode.
So
It lets
there
you
is a movement
slide.
mechanic.
And you're going to see when it starts here, I think we're going to delay a little bit here and have them reconnect. But in that time, you're going to see a lot of aggressive forward momentum, a lot of movement. It is
Oh,
a
we
whole
gotta
different
reconnect.
game
So
on
are they
Doors.
gonna
It
be
looks
able
more
to
like a
attack each
parkour
other
game
like the
sometimes.
start right there?
Yeah, I mean, having reached door 100 many times, being carried by my teammates, I am
Mhm.
definitely an expert in doors as well. But you can see these guys will
I have
probably
not
make it
actually
past door
beat
50
Doors.
within less than 5 minutes because
Neither
of how
would you try.
fast-paced
I
this
think
game
the
is.
highest
Yeah,
I
it,
went
it goes pretty quick, and it also
was
ends a
the
little early. I
library
don't remember
part,
exactly
which I
what
think is like
door, but once
25
they get to the
doors.
end, you
Library?
get into like this basic sudden death mode where
50
any
doors, I
damage
think.
you get from a
When I
monster,
say
another
doors,
player,
is that just
anything
like
like
you're
that
going to
will
next
knock
level?
you out. And I imagine with how good our contestants are, you were mentioning a few of them have even said that this is one of their specialties. We should
So
be
some of them
expecting them to
actually
go
play
deep here
doors a
indoors.
lot. I never.
Yeah,
played
going to be
doors.
exciting competition.
So,
And maybe we can give a little more background indoors. This mode also has an array of new items that have been added. So while you
There's new
might be
items
familiar
that
with the
have been added.
monsters, there's a whole new array of objects, different bombs to
that
throw, knock
glass
down
in the
players,
background?
slow them
Like
down,
the
do some
Roblox
damage to their
logo?
health bars, and of course heal that back
I
up,
was
as well
like
as some
thinking,
fun,
is that
unique
like-
items hopefully
is
we'll
it just
discover
windows?
throughout the
Is it just,
match.
like, for
Some fun
collection?
surprises.
Yeah, there's a couple different weapons you can use to basically PvP with the other competitors. There are props, things like chairs, plants, random stuff like that that you can throw at them as well to deal damage and put them into a stun state. There's also still limited places to hide, so you can grief other players, steal a closet from them when Rush is coming through and knock them out of the game.
They don't
Yeah,
make
absolutely.
sense.
And I think one other important thing is
It'd be like
all the
putting the
players,
kernel in the
they're very
window.
fast at playing the game, and all of them clustered
Seriously.
together. It might block your vision with some entities coming
I don't know.
your way. You might not even be able to
This is
see
the
them
design
with people
choice that
blocking your
someone
vision.
did.
So that's going to be a key thing to look out for as well.
This is a nice
Might be some
window.
unlucky
Only
players
looks out
in
the
this.
middle part of it.
Yeah, they're absolutely
You can't
could. And
see it.
remember, it's only one round of doors. This is a longer one, so we're
So it's
only
only one
playing
round.
it
It really
once,
is
but
gonna
that
be-
means pressure is
Well,
on
it said
for
4
players
rounds,
like
though. It said
Poke
one match,
Dragon,
4
like
rounds.
Icicle, who
It's
are
only
sitting
one
lower
round.
in the overall standings right now. This is their last chance
Oh,
to
this
compete
is their
for
last
that $1 million
chance.
and make it to the top 4.
Okay, okay.
All right, folks, you've heard about Doors, but let's talk a little about the
That's
creators
why it must be
behind
100
Doors.
points,
Doors
so
made
I
by
can push
Lightning
the
Splash,
lowest
a really
person
awesome and
to
wonderful
even
dev
be
I've
at the
had the
top.
pleasure of working with and hosting
So
one of
it
our
really
last
doesn't
award
matter if
shows. He
you're the
helped me
lowest.
So it
actually
actually would
announce some
make
of those prizes. But not only does he
Poke
make
Dragon
this
actually
game,
a
he
chance
also
to win, I
produced the
think.
entire soundtrack. It makes the
And the music's good.
the music, right? And that is such an absolutely
So
important and
there's-
critical part of the
so
horror game
they
world
rigged
is
it to
that
make it so
sound,
that the
that
last
complete
person
immersion you
still
get
win.
from wearing your headphones. And so really
Even
an
if they
incredible
lost
work
real
here.
bad.
It is truly
It
an
just means you have to
atmospheric
actually win the
experience
last
for,
event,
for
though.
sure.
There's
Another
no,
one of
like-
those games that I think has really taken Roblox
Like,
by
if
storm.
he
But
wins,
here we go. It looks
he's
like the
gonna-
players are
he's
all
gonna lose
loaded
in the
up in the
finals, I'll
elevator,
tell you that.
and we're ready to
Okay,
get
they're all
things
ready.
What do you
going
think?
here.
Who's gonna
This
win?
is
Who do you think
doors
is gonna win?
competitive. One round
Personally, I
and
think
a last chance to make it to the
I
top
think
4
Roll Name
and have
might
your
win,
shot
but
at $1
Mad
million.
Max has been
All right, the first door is
showing
open
some
and we
pretty
are
good damage.
underway
Oh,
here.
you already
Gosh,
keep in mind.
is anyone breaking out in the lead early? Well, I'll tell you, it won't
think
matter. This is a
Icy
lot
will
of
win
game
this
flow,
one.
and that's what you're
Icy.
seeing right there.
Whoa,
This
yeah.
is a parkour-like
Look at those
experience.
speed boosts.
Incredibly
They
fast.
definitely
You're seeing
been playing
players
this.
slide past each other constantly, and while you're playing for speed, like it is a race, again, you got to survive to the end. If you're out,
Yeah, you
you're
gotta
out,
survive to
and
the
that's what's
end.
so important here. With up to
So if you
100
die,
points
you
for the
die.
victor and 0 for the loser here, you do not want to go down early.
No, you do
So
not.
right
6.5
now,
minutes. That's the maximum time that
Is
we're
Roll
going to
Name
have to
winning? Is
play
that
this
Roll Name
one
with the,
through. You can
Ice
see
Walker?
there's different strategies to go for. Do you
Okay.
want to be blazing the trail, being the
Yeah, what's
first
he doing?
Wait, is
player
he
up?
clicking
There's
through the back?
risks
Oh, I think he's
associated with
stuck.
that. You're going to be the first to see the monsters, or do you want to follow behind? There's risks there too. So in a very fast-paced
going
game
on?
mode,
Is he,
you're
like-
going to have to make decisions
The rusher, I
quickly
think,
and make
is
the
coming
right
through.
decisions to stay alive.
There's the first
I think
bomb
they're
you
also
see being
urgent
dropped
I
too.
never
on his
played this one,
opponents.
so I don't know.
I never
Small
played
amounts
this
of
mode
damage
either,
being done. We see
actually.
those health bars above.
just
Again,
top
if
of
you're
the
an
game. I
expert
don't
on
even know
doors,
what
this
they're
could be a
supposed to
new
do.
mode for almost everyone out there. So
Oh,
those
is he
health bars
working
do
together or
matter. That's
against
what's going to be
each other?
reduced to 0. And
Well,
there's
they're
ways
working
to hurt
against
each
each
other
other.
Or is it
with
kinda
those
like
items.
the
There are also ways to
running
heal.
through it?
And there you just saw it there, picking up a heal. That's important there. Keep that topped
Ooh.
off. You don't want to get low. It's an unfortunate way to go with another player doing damage to you.
There is also these boost packs on the floor. You see now how ridiculously speedy these players
Dang,
are.
look
They
at
can
how
help you
fast they're
go just
moving.
that bit
Oh, there's a gun.
quicker. And
Oh,
that
he
the
shot me.
items on the floor. That's another thing there.
Oh,
The
is he
golden
dead?
gun
No, he's
picked
not
up, and a
dead.
lot of
Lime
damage
is still
done, but
alive.
that was
Lime.
Lime knocked down to quite a fair little bit of XP
Oh, we
or
knocked him
HP.
down.
Oh, you see another player get hit by something there, and look at that. One health
The
bar is
golden gun.
very low on one of our players, and that's a dangerous position to be
Is
in.
this really
You
what
never know when a
Doors
single
experience
monster
is
sneaks
like?
up on
No,
you
this
and
is
knocks
ranked.
you out
This
of
is
this
completely
competition.
different.
I hear something coming.
I do. I hear it. Could we get?
So you
The
trying to
music
kill
is
each
on.
other?
So what
or
monster
trying
is
to
that
get
that we're
to the
hearing
end
in you?
fast?
I barely heard that, but it sounded like it might have been Rush. I didn't see any lights flicker though.
Yeah. There is a lot of monsters that have to deal with. A lot of this game is kind
Oh.
of having the game knowledge, figuring out which
Did
monster you
someone
might
die?
be facing,
Or
what
is
the
everyone
proper
still alive?
reaction
I
is.
think
If it's something like
everyone's still
eyes, you have
So you
to
can't
look
punch
away,
each
but
other
hear
now.
that little psst, and you got to look exactly at the
Screech.
monster. So a
Yes.
lot
It
to
looks
think about.
like
Yeah,
Is
and
this
Rush is a
supposed to
big
look
one here because you can
Jujutsu
steal
Kaisen?
each
Oh,
other's
there's the
hiding
psst
place.
right
And
there.
there it is. Yeah, we see that
I mean,
sneaking up
that's
on you.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
That's a good one to keep out for. Why the
Is he
sound design
supposed
is
to
so
look like
important
Yuji?
here.
No, he's supposed to look like
Let's see
John
what happens.
Arbuckle.
Uh-oh, it looks like
If
we
that's what
have
you're
our
looking at,
first
the guy.
Yeah,
player
is that
falling here. We're going to find out
Oh, he
a little bit
died.
who that was
Someone
here.
died. Wait, who died?
I'm not sure exactly, but
Looks like it was Anonymous Lime,
That's
I
Yuki,
believe,
right?
that fell.
Lime died, I
He's
think.
looking
Oh, I
into
thought
the
he was wearing
spectator
Yuki's
seat.
outfit.
That's going to
It's
be
like
tough.
shirt.
He had 132 points heading into this round, but that could be the end.
Is it scaring
for
him? I
Anonymous
actually think
Lime.
that's. I think
I
it's
can't tell if it is or
getting
if it's
zero,
getting
so
frustrated.
it's a crushing blow as you
John
could be in
Arbuckle.
first place and
John
still
Arbuckle.
drop to last just from this competition if you don't place high enough.
Well, I mean, he got the
Fortunate
most
for Lime
points,
there,
so.
but
Oh.
the rest of the players still
Made
in the
it
running.
just in time. Wow.
And that was
Ooh.
Rush that we're seeing.
Oh,
right?
it's
So what's the
Pokedragon.
deal? How do you
Yeah.
avoid
No,
that
but he's
monster?
actually
Like,
making it.
in the
He's
closet,
actually.
my
I
prediction's
noticed
right.
one player had
What
a
my
hiding
prediction
I
box.
was
swear,
Use that
Pokedragon
to
actually
avoid,
makes it.
death.
What if my prediction
That's
was
an
right? I
important
was
one.
gonna
Obviously,
say,
keep
I
your
said,
place
watch
in
him
the
win.
lead if you bring the box
And
with you, but again, Health dropping low here. Looks like
Watch
Poke
him
Dragon
win.
is running real low on health. He's going to need a health pickup, or
But
he's in a rough
losing the
spot where another
winners,
player could knock you out.
thing. Winners.
Remember, coming into
Yeah,
this
he has
Roby
the most
100,
points right now.
Mad Max, they were tied,
He's
141
kind of tying
points
with
apiece.
Is that Shea?
So,
Icicle?
just
Okay.
one place difference for the
I
two
really
of
can't
those
tell
will
with it.
make or
I
break
said either Icicle or
your chance at a million.
Dragon.
Yeah, but it also means
gonna
all of
win.
our top 4 players, including the Death Eagle, are within 20 points of each other. Meaning, you
Oh, it's
take that
Death Eagle,
first
it's
place
Death
spot,
Eagle.
you can knock all of the other competition out of here and secure the last spot.
When you look at someone like Icicle, like
Bro.
Poke Dragon as well, towards the lower part of our standings, they're preying on the downfall. Not only do they have to win, but they have to
This
prey on
game
the
actually
downfall of our
changed a
top
lot,
players.
too.
So for them,
Wow,
Anonymous
someone
Slime
seen-
losing out
unless it's
this
just this
early
game mode.
actually
It's
gives
probably
them
just the
a
game mode,
greater
'cause you can
chance as
pick
we
up
go
stuff
deeper
and,
into doors.
like,
Yeah, it's
slide
huge. It
and
knocks
all
the
that.
tournament
Well,
wide
that's
open here and
probably the
allows some of
purpose
these
of
players
your
to have a
opponent,
real
no?
shot at getting at the last spot in the top
Gold.
4.
You have a lot
Yeah,
more
you wanna be
agency
at the
than
front
in the other
because you
game
wanna
modes of
pick up
how to take other
everything.
people down. So if I was someone
Instead
like
of someone
Poke
else
Dragon,
picking it
like
up.
Icicle, I would be trying my hardest to
It
grief
looks like
Roby,
what's his name?
grief Mad Max, try and
Winning.
get them out, because those are your biggest threats right now.
Don't give them any ideas.
We'll see. They all seem pretty focused. And again, it is a dark and fast-paced world here. I know it can be challenging for the players to get a sense of
Dang.
where the competition is at while not
They're
falling
just
too far
like
behind, which is a
flying,
quick way
I
for
swear.
a swift exit if you fall too far behind. The game has some mechanics to ensure you're out of there. As we hear
If you're
another
too far
monster close in
behind,
here,
he
just
died
taking a
too
second to
early that
enjoy the
game.
sounds of what is an
He fell
incredible
off. Abel's
top 4 game
Slime.
in the world.
He
And
definitely
you
did
talked
fell
about
off
this
and
music.
died.
It's so impressive that
That's
Adev
so
was able to just
that's
put that
so
together. And
He might
heartbreaking.
die
Dragon
here.
gets a little
He's
jump
using
scare,
top
but still
3.
alive on a sliver
If
of
someone
health.
shoots him or
Yeah,
kills
his
someone,
dreams of this
basically
competition
gonna
are still
die.
going on that last sliver. We'll see if
Yeah,
he can
Poke
find any
Dragon's
relief,
so
or
close to
if he's going to
dying.
get knocked out by even another player with that low of health.
Still 6
Oh,
players
someone
left. And
died.
as I say that,
Who got
someone
killed?
falls. Who did we just
Oh, and
lose?
that
That
was
was Icicle.
It was
And
Icicle.
coming into this with 107 points, only receiving 10 from his finish. That should be the end
think
of
Robe-
Icicle as
wait,
well.
was
But
it
good
Robe?
news for the lower players. Mad
Is something
Max is
constantly
Mad
gone.
Max dead.
Oh, this is huge
That
with
was
Mad
Mad
Max dropping
Max.
again. One of our leading players. This means
So,
Roby and
Poke
the Death
Dragon
Eagle
is the
are
only one
still
that's at the
very
top.
much so in this.
You have to survive.
Okay, Dragon's
No
dream
matter
stays
what
alive
points
as
you cap
well.
at.
I think
we've got a
you
lot of
go
points
as
still
far
ahead
as you
here as we're
can
getting
with
deeper
time
and
limit,
deeper
and you
into
just
the
gotta
Doors puzzle.
keep
I'm not-
up
do you
with
guys know what
it
door
too.
we're on here? I'm having a hard time just even keeping track of how quick they're moving.
Our contestants are moving so fast, it's almost impossible to tell. Eyes spotted Screech as well there for Jay. He avoids it and stays alive.
Yeah, good camera work. And it's important to note from the observers, those quick spins, those quick turns, they
Bro, this
matter
is
so very
actually
much in
very
this game. Those
good.
are
I
all
thought they were gonna play
tactical.
Rivals.
We're
I
looking
guess
for
the
monsters. We're getting
championship
the
is gonna be
response.
Rivals.
Did someone fall here? No. Death Eagle
Probably.
gets caught. We hear some emotion coming out behind us, but he is not out of this. Thankfully, he
I mean,
had
come
the
on now.
HP bar to
You have
deal
to
with that.
sell
I think I
someone
saw
to
door
shoot, right?
68
If
there.
Poke Dragon goes
69,
down,
70, they're still going.
Ooh, I think narrowly
and a
avoiding
rush.
Eyes there and Rush as well. But
Oh,
someone
he
missed the
died.
Rush. Who was
It's
that
Death
we
Eagle.
just lost? That
Death
was
Eagle.
Poke
Okay.
Dragon.
Jay.
And coming in with only
thought Death
75
Eagle was
points,
that
one.
receiving
Yeah, Robe,
30
so-
for that finish.
Yeah, Robe is the
It's
one that
not
ice
going to be
knocked.
them moving on either.
Death Eagle's
Right,
the
well,
fry
this
head.
actually is an
And then-
exciting trio because this order does matter as you are
Yeah,
fighting for
Jay.
your life here.
Bro, Poke
So
Dragon,
Roby
if he
had
would have
Death
did
Eagle in a
that,
good spot, but guess what? I
or
believe
what?
3J
if he
still has a
actually
chance
would
here
have,
if he
it's
can
all
be the
based
top
off of you
finisher
live
and
in
knock
the end.
Roby down.
Every
Oh.
one of these positions gets you 20 points
The
ahead
highlights of the
of
stream
your next
literally start
opponent. The
showing,
Death
like,
Eagle is
just
within
that's not
20
even the
of
stream.
Roby. 3J is just about 22
This is actually
behind
nuts.
the top
Behind the
finisher
ball?
as well. So he basically needs to win and have
Yeah, he
Roby
did.
be the next out
All
if
right.
he wants to make it here.
Time is ticking. After these final 5 seconds,
4
8
seconds.
seconds will not
One.
matter. We'll drop down to 1, which someone has an offensive item.
That's a very
Sudden
big
death
pickup.
has begun.
Sudden death.
Stop sign
Is
could
he
put an
saying
end to it.
Roby
Jay
or
has his
Robbie?
chance. Death Eagle
Boom.
is
No
gone.
way!
This is it.
What
The
happened?
winner
He
of
got
this
killed
will
at sudden
actually
death.
be
I think it's now you just have to
survival.
kill each
Wait, who
other.
just went down here? Was this
It's
Jay?
Roby against
Oh,
3J.
Jay. All
I
right.
think.
1v1.
Does
The
anything
first
kill
one
you?
to land any damage will take this
Yeah,
one
you have to
home.
kill someone.
Roby, Roby,
You have to
though,
kill 'em-
came in
kill
as
each
the
other.
points leader, has his chance to
Why
shore
aren't the
things
last-
up, and finds a high
Roby,
position.
no
Wins
way!
the game.
Oh, just like that.
11
Wow,
points
was not
heading into
expecting
doors,
that.
and he'll come
That's why I
out
say
with
it's either Roby
100
or Mad
more.
Max.
Roby,
I didn't say
an
who, but
incredible performance by him. We'll have to tally it up,
no
but that should put him in
way.
a
I thought
position
Pokey
to
Dragon
make
was
it.
actually
His
gonna
usual
win.
stoicism broken for a
Dang.
brief smile. We hope we enjoyed that. That is a huge
That's
victory. The winner of
crazy.
doors and a massive return to form for Roby. A definite fan favorite from early on in this competition.
And, you know, it's amazing. He was a step away.
Oh
He was
man, but that
the
must be
worst performing
heartbreaking
player
though to
in
win all
slap
those
battles
other
after
matches,
coming in with the most
or
points.
most
He comes in with
kind
the
of
most
win
points
most of those
again,
matches, and
finds his
then
redemption indoors.
Basically, we
Didn't
won
have to
first.
call him out like that, but yes,
this round.
congratulations to him. And also, amazing commentary on you guys' end there, because I was just trying to keep up the whole time, and I could not.
It is
I
an
had no idea
overwhelming
what was
game.
going on. Like I said, I've always been carried indoors my entire career, so seeing players play individually is very impressive.
Well, that's a wrap for Doors, and more importantly, a wrap on our qualifying round. And well, the umpires verify the ratings and update the leaderboard. Let's get some reactions from Geach
Yeah,
and
let's see the
Sabrina.
reactions for them.
My initial reaction, wow. Just wow,
That
was
was
some
crazy.
next
That
level
was
gameplay.
actually good.
How long do you think you would have survived,
my
Sabrina?
grandma died.
I would have ran into the wall and died immediately. That was
I know,
way
that's-
different than normal
that's
Doors that I've
embarrassing.
played. It was
That's
so
actually
fast.
embarrassing to
Yeah,
fall.
like my eyes could barely keep up. It's already moving fast, but then we're zooming between the screens too.
Bro, my
How did
mind
they
is
know
still
what to
trying to
do?
like
I
catch
couldn't
up
tell
with
you.
like
There was so much
FPS.
going on, and that level was really
I know,
different.
right?
Yeah,
Especially like when they
and
switched
they were
perspectives and
able
all
to
that.
sabotage each other.
You know?
Yeah, I was
like,
It's just
seeing
so
that,
that's a
wild.
pretty
That was,
cool
that
addition to
was
Doors.
good. I
You
like
know, as
those
complicated
fast-paced
as it
games like that,
already
where it's
is,
like it
and then
starts
now you're
picking
playing
up at the
against
end.
people, not
Yeah,
just
like when it
alongside
actually
each
gets
other. Because I guess
intense.
typically
But when
when you play
everyone
Doors,
starts
fighting,
dying,
you're working as a unit, you know, working together to get as far as you possibly can together. And now we're
Where they
adding in
say,
the
"Oh
element
yeah,
of
it gets
competition,
intense with
which
every
takes it to a
minute."
new level.
So in that case, I would not survive very long.
Yeah,
To
no,
answer your question.
I hear you. I'm not making it out of the lobby. Like, well, I
Out
guess
of
the
4
elevator.
people, who do you think
I'm
is
not
gonna
making it
win?
out of the elevator.
Is that as far as you've made it?
So they're gonna go to
Actually,
the
I
loser
think
bracket
I've gotten,
now?
I've made it to the library before, where you kind of have to be
Yeah, the
stealthy.
library.
That's pretty far.
I'd say yes. You know, maybe I've had to use a Robux or two, you know, to buy a revive because
I have had my fair share of pay to win.
yeah. I mean, well, I can't
Pay
even
to
say
win.
pay to win because
Yeah, you can't really pay to win.
I
You
didn't
skill.
win. I didn't win. I
Oh.
just came back a couple of times
Okay.
to try and get a little further. It's once those chase scenes start with that big long monster, like down the hallways and stuff in the library. That's just kind of like it for me. You gotta.
The soundtrack too, and all of the monsters, like all the sound design is so phenomenal. I am curious, did you experience April Fool's indoors last year?
No, because how things work for me is once I get to a point where I just realize that it's not really for me because I love
You
Doors.
said your favorite genre was horror.
Yeah, but see,
Voices
it's the
in my head
stealth
or what?
factor. Because I love horror. It's
just the
fun,
voices
right?
in
But
my
then
head or
with
what?
Doors, it's a little different. You have so
The
many
two
other
women in
factors.
my
It's
head
puzzle,
telling me
which I
to
also like that too. But it's
To play
the
Roblox?
make
sneaking through.
bracelets
I'm telling you,
or
because that's
play
the furthest I
Roblox.
ever get is that doggone library with that monster kind of
Chicken jock.
tiptoeing around. And somehow I'm not good at that. I can't really
Dollar
get
Dome?
through. So yeah, the furthest I've probably gotten is that. But no, I didn't get to do the April Fool's one. It's been a minute since I played Doors.
Yeah,
What
the
is
April
those, like,
Fool's one was
pamphlets that they have in
totally done by
books?
mouth. All the
Pages,
sound design.
papers, 'cause they
It
all
was the
look the same.
developers.
Mhm.
They mouthed everything, like the
Really?
music and everything. It
couch
was
looks
very
pretty
funny.
comfy.
Do you remember how it
Oh
went?
wait, is that?
Can you sing it?
Oh, that's the
Oh,
contestants
dude.
in
Are we
their
gonna
names.
are we gonna
I
get
think that's what it
copyright?
is.
No,
Oh.
I don't think
Okay.
I'm gonna do it.
No, are we?
Alright.
Are we? No. Okay.
You think
Well,
they're
let's.
the ones that
Okay,
make the
okay.
sound?
Should we take a look at the chat?
What's
See
you
what
know
the
the
chat
chat?
is saying?
The chat was really excited for Doors. That's all they were asking for all day. Slap battles and
I
Doors.
feel like
so
they're reading
I
the
feel like they
chat.
finally
She
got
got
what they
some
wanted.
They
banging.
are screaming, "We believe in you, Eagle."
Oh,
Okay, Eagle.
And
Oh,
the
she
chat's
broke
been
it
rooting
down.
hard for Ego from the beginning too. Ego, you got a solid fan base.
Dang.
likes
okay.
Eagle.
Roby though,
Eagle.
Roby is doing
Eagle.
a really good job.
Let's talk
lost.
about Roby being the
I know.
sleeper here for real.
He really was. A lot of
Because, you
people
know,
really
I
did
feel
want
like
him to win.
I feel like Roby's
Why?
been kind of killing it all the way through, but it's
Oh,
always just been
why?
like he's always been
I
falling
don't
just
know.
a little bit short.
I really don't even know
But
why.
it's like
I
he's
guess
been
just
really
people
pulling it out, you know, last minute. Roby is clutch. Roby is the definition of clutch. That's what we really got going on here.
For me,
So
though,
you
it's
said
kinda,
that
like,
your
hard
favorite
for me to
genre is
choose
horror,
between, like,
but
who I
you
would
haven't
want to
beat
win
Doors.
or to lose.
And I'm just
For me,
curious,
I don't
what
know. I
makes
kinda like the
a
underdog
Roblox
to
game
win
instantly
just
fun
'cause,
for
like,
you?
it's the underdog.
For
it's
me,
the story, you know?
definitely
someone that's losing all
shareability.
hope
I
and
just
then
made
they
that
come
up.
back up.
Yeah, the
Because
fan
like I
favorite is
love
just, like, the
to
one that everybody,
play
like,
games with my
praises
friends
and,
or
like,
my
they get
community,
up
you
in
know,
over
shout
their
out Geechee
head
Gang.
'cause you're the fan favorite.
I love to be able to
They
play
get
games
executed.
and introduce
Yeah.
people to the things I love, including
That's
And
what
Roblox.
Roblox is about.
They
It's
should
it's
do 1v1
perfect
on
for that.
Rust.
So I really love that.
Roblox.
Funny enough, I want to say Slap Battles was probably like the first game where I really said, I have to tell everybody about this. This is hilarious.
Yeah, what's
It's a
your
lot.
favorite
It's
of
very
all of them
fast
they showed
paced a
so
little
far?
bit, but
Well,
it was so funny
no,
to me
no.
to watch.
I'm
Really?
really bad at slap
I
battles, but
mean,
I did beat the developer, and he
I
did
do
say
like
he could give
doors.
me an
That's pretty
admin glove,
good.
so maybe I'll
I haven't
follow
really
up on
played that
that.
much, but
What
That
does
looks
an
pretty fun
admin
right
glove
there.
even consist of? What can
I
you
don't
do with
know.
that?
it
I
did
have
look
no
good.
idea,
I mean,
but that would be
that's
pretty
the competitive
cool.
mode that they
You know what
made.
I would
I
do
like
if
the
I
part
could
where everybody gets
create a
into
glove? I'd make a
lockers
zombie glove, right?
just so like they have to
Hear me
hide
out.
for like 1 second.
So
Okay.
you take your
It's
zombie
funny because
glove
like
and you start
everybody
smacking
stops
people,
just
and
to do
every
that.
time you smack somebody, you're now in control of them. Now they go do your dirty work for you, and they just go wipe out the rest of the map for you. So now you can do like Roby,
Mm-hmm.
kick it in the tree somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And just sit
Yeah,
back and kind of
Roby
just
really
watch your
did
work.
kind of
You know, I think
Yeah.
I'd go with that.
watched
Okay.
all of them do
Okay.
that.
What do you do?
The slap
I'm gonna
battles we're talking
look more
about.
at the chat over here now that we're probably
What do you
caught up.
do?
And so, with that being said, I talked about how I really enjoy
Do you
being able
learn from
to
his past
share,
mistakes?
my moments in my games with my friends and stuff like that. And this was a
I'm
really cool
looking back at
opportunity
the
for that as well
camera still
because
going.
this
So
is
it's
the
yeah,
first
we're at that
event of
3-hour
its
mark.
kind.
We're at the 3-hour mark.
What are some
So
events
that means the
involving
loser is
Roblox
gonna
that
be
you've been
30
able to
minutes long,
participate in?
and
Because
then
you
just
said
the
you
winner
did
No, the finals
the
is
hunt
an hour
itself.
long.
Mhm.
So what are some other events that
Yeah,
you've
it's 30
done?
minutes
My
each. They're
favorite
gonna show the
event was
losers
definitely
first, right?
RPO Egg
No,
Hunt
that was all the losers.
2018.
It's only 4
Oh,
people.
really?
That's in, yeah.
It like
So the king of
changed
the
my
losers
life
was.
kind of. It made me really look at
No,
Roblox
there's no losers
differently.
bracket.
It was all about
So it
community,
was
all
only
about
4
working
rounds to
together.
see who wins
And so
Oh,
we
I
made
didn't
an
know
to
event
get to play in the
that was
winners.
really heavily inspired by
No
it,
one, there's no
called
winner
RP
losers.
Battles
I was
Championship.
gonna say the chat has been talking about
So you
that
tell me
too.
6
Yeah,
people
tell us a
lost
little bit
and 4
about that.
people got to
Yeah,
either
we
win or lose.
we
So the other
we
6
make a
people lost.
championship
Oh,
series sometimes.
Basically.
We've done
They don't
3,
get like a runner-up
and
reward
we
for
love
losing.
to
Your
do something
runner-up
similar
reward
to
is
this.
just
And
the
so
Fame?
this is
the
exactly what I think the community was
the
asking for with
federation, and that's the
the
only thing
hunt,
you
with all
get.
the secrets and the hunting and
See,
everything.
everybody there
Roblox
got it,
super
right?
delivered on that.
Yeah,
Um,
everyone you've
and I
seen
think it's
there, oh,
been
that's the
really, really
federation.
well done. I
I
participated
mean,
in the
they
whole
might give
thing,
them money,
and
maybe.
yeah,
Maybe if
I love
the
it.
old man's feeling
Okay.
jealous
Okay, it
Some
looks like we are
Roblox
ready.
stuff.
they might
I'm
even give
dying
them an
to know
item
who's moving on. Any updates, J
and
Party?
stuff like that.
Please
So
tell us.
I'll personally ask
All right, all right. The results are
I'll
in,
personally ask,
Sabrina.
okay, can I have,
And a quick
can I
reminder
have a
that
free
scores
item?
are cumulative for this round. So
honestly,
contestants with the
they
most
could get
points
those
from
admin
all
codes,
5 games
give them away.
will be advancing.
Yeah,
But
there's
even though only
admin
one of you will be
codes
moving
that they could
on,
get
you
probably.
all get a good shout out and be proud of yourselves. With 180 million visits to this hub, you had a lot of competition. Improved. These were the top
Actually, what
10
is his favorite
best
hat?
in the
Do you know?
world.
Did he ever
You
say?
did incredible work. You solved incredible things and cemented each and every one of you in Roblox history as legends in the Hunt Mega Final. But without further ado, while we celebrate our last progress into the top 4, we want to say goodbye to our heartfelt competitors who had a good run
Yeah,
today. So
the top
let's find out
6.
who's going home right now.
Oh,
Heading out first, unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye today to our friend from up north, Poke Dragon 100,000. You did great. Take your final walk away from the stage. Thank you, Poke
he
Dragon
did good.
100,000.
Even though he was the lowest one,
All
he really
right.
did deal.
Going on next, we're
Really
going to have a
good.
heartfelt goodbye to Icicle. Come on
I
out.
mean, he
You
had
did
his moment
fantastic.
being right there.
That's
I think you had some wonderful wins, some wonderful moments. Unfortunately, we're saying goodbye today. Coming out next from our competition is, unfortunately, Anonymous Lime. We have to say
Anonymous
goodbye today.
Lime.
You did fantastic work. Can't say enough. Again, beating millions and millions out for their spot today in the top 10 Anonymous Lime. Thanks again.
He looks.
All right, heading out next of our competition is the one and only
I like
Mad
those
Max.
coats,
We're
though,
sorry to
those
say
coats.
goodbye.
Yeah, I mean,
A
they are really
fantastic
nice. Their
run.
jackets.
Again, thank you so much for all your
They're
hard
just-
work. That was exciting stuff.
Hoodie or long sleeves.
And now the next unfortunate contestant to head out of this competition is the Death Eagle. Say goodbye. You got a
And
lot
Death
more
Eagle.
fans today from the chats at home. The Death Eagle, wonderful
He
stuff.
has his own
Wonderful
head.
job. Incredible highlights.
That's
They all
That
look
was
like
incredible to see.
Roblox nerds
All right,
now.
folks, they have been eliminated,
You
but
know
guess
what
what?
I'm
We have
saying?
2
Oh, I think
folks
he's from
remaining, and we're going to announce our
Lithuania.
winner. But
He's
first, why don't we
Lithuanian.
bring him up? Why don't you come up here and join me in the middle of the stage here? Yeah.
And then
Now,
there's the
figure it out.
contestants.
This is,
Oh,
this
that
is
is
good. This is good.
Yeah,
All right.
that's how they got those
All right, folks, come on down. Let's put
little
one of you,
Roblox
yeah,
things
have
on
you
the
here.
ground right there.
Over here, excellent. All right, how we feeling?
So
Time to relax. Still amped.
Do they get custom shirts?
All right, folks. Well, this was a wild journey. And after 5 games, you two hold the highest scores, which means one of you will be moving on into the next round, and the other is unfortunately going home for now. All right. Without further ado, the contestant with the highest score today is Roby 100, you are moving on. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause.
He's the one that's moving on.
Handshake today. Really appreciate it, 3J. Hey, you did great stuff. Get in here, whatever we need. Wonderful work, my friend. We'll see you soon. All right, again, 3J, thanks for all your hard work. This has been an incredible journey, incredible performance. But today, Roby, you just entered your top 4. You ready? You're going to be in it.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. I mean,
behind
that last round, like it all came down to that final game. Like, so everyone was so close. Like, I was like, bro, that was the most stressful game of Doors I've ever played in my entire life. Like, bro, I was shaking the whole time. I was just so locked in. That was the only thoughts going through my mind were Doors, hide here, hide here. Oh, there's a thing coming. Hide in here. I was like, bro, it's actually. But yeah, it was. I'm really excited.
Well, that was incredible. You heard it here, the most stressful game, the most stressful mode, and the most stressful performance. But guess what? You made it. Take a deep breath. You've got a whole new world of competition ahead of you, and 3 other challengers await you in the back. But for now, incredible stuff. You showed amazing perseverance today. And again, that's a big time. How'd you prepare for today?
I played a lot of games. I honestly, I practiced Doors the most, so that really came in clutch there at the end. I was like, after the mode came out April 1st, I just played it for hours until I had to leave to California, and that worked out in the end, so I'm glad I did that.
Do you typically win when you play online with all the other folks, just in the general Roblox population?
I hold my place. I do fairly well.
I guess it makes sense that they actually probably play Doors the most.
I was really close to edging out those few other rounds, and then right at the end,
Like how they were
all right,
playing?
incredible stuff, Roby 100. Thanks for again. You're going to join your fellow competitors in the top 4,
Like how they were
and we'll
playing,
let
they
you
was
go and
playing
do
like
that because
they
we're going to get
really
ready
couldn't beat
for
each
the
other.
next
Like, that's how
round.
good they
It is
were
exciting.
playing,
It is a competition that is just
They were really all on the
heating
exact
up.
same skill level.
Wait a
at the
minute,
end,
I
I'll tell you
just got
that.
word that we've got a
That guy at the
surprise guest. I think they're going to share their
Right.
thoughts.
I know,
Maybe we
and
can
that
jump
was
over to
just-
our correspondence team
I mean,
and
like,
see who we've just got.
being the one to get knocked out first at the last round,
Thanks,
like,
Jay
that is
Party,
definitely the worst
joining us to
feeling
give
because,
his
like,
analysis.
you officially
is content
lost.
creator,
You
Doors
know that,
expert.
I mean, even if you made it
Creecraft.
second place.
That was
Oh, well, he's actually on there.
Hi, how are you doing?
Is he actually
I'm great. How are you guys?
We are excellent. We are on the edge of our seats through this competition.
I know this has been like so crazy to watch, just like back and forth. Like
It
I'm
is.
sweating
It's-
over here, and I'm not even
really
playing.
overwhelmed.
That was so suspenseful, but Creek, how are you feeling about what just happened?
I don't think I've ever seen a
You think
game
he's
of Doors played like that. Like it
He
was
is, he's
so
actually streaming
fast.
it.
I couldn't even tell at
I
some
think this
points
is
what
all
was going on
pre-recorded,
because they were just
I'm
going
pretty
so
sure.
fast. They were moving so fast. It was crazy.
I think it's
Those were exactly my words.
pre-recorded. Just because
Yeah,
it
it
has
was
captions.
quick.
That's why I think
Have
it's
you ever
pre-recorded.
considered like what it might be like to
YouTube could
play a
automatically
game of
generate it.
Doors with all
Yeah.
these added features
I
to it?
don't
Because now
know.
you've
I mean,
got
yeah, I guess it
attacks,
could be
you've got
live,
bombs,
really.
you've got weapons, you've got extra attack. Now you're playing against people instead
Well,
of just
actually,
playing it to win it.
it
How
sounds
does
like
that?
a lot.
How do you approach
Because
something
it's
like
already
that?
free, like
You know, before I
Saying what
saw
they're
them
saying,
play,
right?
I was like, you know what?
Just
I think
slow.
I'd be pretty good at this. And now
Is
it's
the
like, no,
subtitles
I'm.
linking up what they're-
I'll
what
let
they're
them
saying?
play. I'll just sit over here and watch from the sidelines.
No way, Jose.
So are you saying you would not play against any of these guys?
Yeah, definitely not for money. We'll say that. Like for funsies, maybe, but money on the line, ain't no way. None of them. Nah.
You think you can handle that pressure?
No. I'm feeling the pressure here, and I'm not even in it.
So who do you think's going to win?
Oh, that's tough.
I feel like he's
don't
gonna say
know. I feel
Roby.
like the fan favorite right now is Roby.
Oh, yeah, Roby.
But I don't know. They're so
Yes,
good. I
that's
guess we'll
it.
see. Like we'll see what happens next.
I think it is Roby. I think
For
a lot
sure.
of his
Sorry,
the
go
fan
ahead.
favorite really is
Go.
Roby.
Okay, so I want to know, how did you
The other
feel?
big
Because
one.
you've been watching. How do you feel about these guys' performance? So we have Duddy Dud, and
Young people
Terrell,
gambling.
Shafe, and now Roby. How do you feel about their performance up to this point?
Watching Blade Ball was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen someone so
his
good
name
at that
actually
game
Creecraft?
in my life. Like it just constantly
That's
winning
His,
every
his
round.
legal name,
Like
Creecraft.
impressive, super
Creek-
impressive.
Creecraft?
I'd never
You
want
know,
to
he
go
used
up
to play
against him in
Minecraft
my life.
before he played Roblox.
Whose dress to impress outfit was your favorite?
No, I mean, he started out playing Minecraft.
You know,
That's
it's
what I'm
funny
saying.
because
You
I'm
know, a lot of YouTubers
kind of
does
bad
start
at the
playing
game a
Minecraft.
little
Honestly,
bit.
he should got some freak blocks.
So I was just watching it, and I
And
could tell that it.
I feel
it
like that's why he
probably
named
wasn't
himself
their number one
Creecraft
game on
because
Roblox.
Minecraft.
So like I
I
was
feel like
kind
that's
of.
why he named
I'm like,
himself
okay,
that.
That's probably
I see
why.
what's happening here.
Like Creek, like as in
I
like
gotta go
Creek.
with.
I mean, he's one of the
Man, I
biggest,
don't even
like I said,
know.
Roblox
I think the
creators,
second
content
round,
creators.
I think
That's
Iron
why
Mouse
he's
said
always
this. I
in,
think the
like
second round
each
they
of
did a
one of
lot
these
better than the
events.
first round. They were a
too,
little bit
or
more
from
like
Minecraft to
acclimated with the
Roblox,
game, a
though.
little bit more prepared,
Why did he do
knew
that?
where
Or
everything
how
was
did he
at.
do it?
So
Like I'm saying, like did he just suddenly just start
I don't know any
playing?
I don't really
specifics. The
know
one
the
with the double
exact. I guess he
wings.
just
Who was
started making
that?
videos on it and
That
saw that it
was
came
was
better than
Death Eagle.
Roblox
Eagle,
and
yes.
Minecraft.
The Death
He
Eagle,
started playing
Deagle.
Roblox.
Yeah, him. That one was probably my favorite. Deagle's
Alright,
his
that was
new
my
name.
favorite as
Yeah,
well.
but
I think everybody really did like that one. That was
he
a
is
huge
he's
hit with
almost at every
everybody
single
watching.
event. I tell you that.
Who
Like
do you
he's
think would
almost
do
like
better
on the
in a
trailers
racing
for every
game?
single event. I tell you that.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, wasn't there
That's
like
a
a
good
trailer
question.
for
I
like
feel
this
like
and it
the
shows
more
like
like
Yeah, it shows content
twitchy
creators going,
movements of like play
oh,
ball and like doors would probably be a little bit like helpful. So I'm gonna
I
go
think
with
Sabrina's only there because she
I'm gonna go with
streamed the
Interrail on
game
that
and
one.
they probably it's
Interesting.
because they're
Yeah, I
using
would
her
say
as a
Antarel or Roby myself.
popular.
I was gonna say the exact same thing
spokesperson.
because the
I mean, there's
way
other people
that
that probably streamed
Antarel's
it too, but I think
reflexes
she's
worked
just
for
kind
Blade
of the
Ball
one
really
that's
worked in his
standing out
favor, but
more.
then the
Yeah.
maneuvering that Roby, applied to get through doors, even when it seemed like, we didn't know how that was gonna go. That's definitely gonna work in their favor for the racing one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they all survived like really long too on that. I was playing a little bit of the Doors game mode since it came out, and like typically they go kind of fast, but they were hanging in there. Everybody did like a really, really good job. Came down to it.
They really did
So,
survive until
what
the
was your
last
favorite part
second.
so far of this entire
Or not the last second, but
competition?
there was sudden death.
Ooh.
Yeah, no.
It was okay. Probably the back and forth in
That's what I'm
soccer,
saying, it's,
Super
like,
League
really back
Soccer
and
was
forth.
crazy. That was very exciting to watch. And then
Yeah,
of course
Super League
slap
Soccer was
battles
also
because
really
it's
good
just
too,
it's
like-
such a funny game. Just people just slapping and farting all over the map. But there's $1 million on the line,
Right.
you know? So
Yeah, Slap
I
Battles
was
is
gonna
definitely
ask.
the more
Oh, sorry, go
goofy
ahead.
Slap
game.
Battles.
It was.
Slap battles.
It really
All
is.
right. So how would you approach that if
I
you were,
think
in
I've
that
seen
slap
something like
battles?
that
Because
on
now
it.
you had to factor in
Honestly, I
the
thought I'd see,
level
like, a
kind of being
shooter game
destroyed
or
as you go.
something.
Do you think you could have handled that?
That's where they
Look,
actually
I
play
don't
rivals
really
and they team
play
at each
slap
Or
other.
like a
battles that
race
much
game.
anymore because every
I
time I
thought
do,
maybe
I
it'd
get
be like some
destroyed
type
by a
of
bunch of
racing game.
8-year-olds
thought
on
they
their
said-
iPads,
yeah, I
and it
thought they
makes
said
me
the
so
Empire.
sad. So I probably wouldn't even make it to that far, like that far in the competition, to
8-year-olds.
be honest with you.
on their iPads.
Okay, I have a question for you, Greek. Who's more likely to open a cursed door, me or Geech?
Ooh,
You're going against all the ages of the
that's
world,
a good
you know what I'm
question.
saying? I just
Deej, you
thought
said
that.
you haven't played Doors that much, right?
Yeah.
No, I've definitely played it. It's played me more than I've played it for
Like
sure.
technically in the
Yeah,
event.
But yeah, I've got a little experience with it.
You're basically going against all the ages of
I'm
the
gonna
world, though.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
with
you're
Like,
going
you're
Sabrina.
going
I feel like you're a
against,
little
like,
bit more
grown
unlucky in
adults,
games like
old
this.
people, maybe even
What?
babies, you know?
Listen,
You're like going
I
against
beat
all of them.
pressure, okay? I beat the mega
I mean,
token. Come
they
on.
were saying at the
That
beginning
one
of
was
this
was that your?
live
You said
stream
that was your
that there's
hardest one,
over
right?
180
Yes, it was. It
million
was my hardest one.
visits,
But I
which
also
means they're
have
saying
gotten
that there's been
further than
over
her in
180
doors.
million
Allegedly.
players
That's how many
Allegedly.
people
But
you're
I'll take
going
it. I'll
up
take
against.
it.
that you're
I'm
going
the
up
one that'll
against.
probably open
And
the
this
cursed
is
door.
and
You were
that's what he
probably
was trying to
correct.
say, trying
I
to
will
like put
say
it in
though, although
layman terms,
I haven't played a
that
lot, I
these
haven't gotten very
10
far
people bested
indoors. It only took
180
one
million
cursed door for
people.
me to never do
Is
it
what they're
again.
trying to say.
And that was way
I'll
in the
say this right
beginning.
now.
So I'm just saying,
What even is a
Mostly
cursed
4
door?
million people actually that really
so
did
now
play
you
the
don't know.
event
She
Oh,
doesn't know what a cursed
because
door
the
is, you guys.
visor has
No,
over
so
4
for those of you
million
who don't know,
people
indoors you have to find the correct door. The
that has
cursed
it.
door
I'd
is when
say
you happen to
roughly
step into
it
the
was over
incorrect door. So if you're on
20,000
the wrong
people.
floor, you think
The-
you're going to
because there's
16,
over
but really you've
20,000
already
people that
done
has the cape
16. You go into
refraction.
the 16 door,
I'm
you're
going off by
insta
that.
kill. That's it for you.
So I'd
Game
say
over.
roughly
So yeah, like I
20,000
said, it only
people
took me
was
one time.
mostly what they were
Never had to
You
do it
get
again.
jump scared.
Oh,
Like,
I'm
you
so
Yeah,
not a
you
fun
got it,
time.
right?
Oh, listen, I'm
So they were
so
fighting
easily jump
against
scared. That's the problem.
20,000 people,
See,
like I said, over
my
20,000
nerves,
people,
my
really,
anxiety is
mostly.
so bad, but I love
Because
That's
horror
still a
so
lot.
much, so I
That's
can't
still a
help
lot.
myself. I don't know what it is,
obviously
but yeah,
people, I mean, like
those
you
What
can't
jump
about
say,
you?
scares.
oh, you
What
cut
about Creek?
how many,
How many times have you screamed the doors.
You obviously can't say that.
Oh,
They competed against 180 million people because they've only joined it and probably played it just for fun. But while the real competitors is the one that made it to the end, I'd say.
It like really got me.
So that's why I'm saying personally,
but see, the problem is
they're really competing against 21,000 people because it's the people that made it to the end. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
I'm getting older. not
I'm just saying.
like,
I mean, you could still
I
say
get
that's
really
formally
mad at
people
that, and
they
so
went up against, but
it's not a fun time for me.
I'm saying people that actually really did try to compete was that
I'll
much,
make
which is a
sure
lot of
we
people still
have
to
you
compete
playing more
against.
scary games.
It's even
See,
more
no,
bigger
see,
than
now
I
I
think
want to
Mr.
see
Beast,
what it's
I
like
guess.
for you
Yeah,
to play this
where
new
it was over
level,
1,000
this
people.
new version of Door. I want to see you do the competitive mode now because even though you were like, oh yeah, that in the beginning, it kind of got me a little bit. I just feel like you're too comfortable. So now I feel like you got to really push yourself and get into like the new modes and see how you can hang with the
You think
folks
they're
throwing
just
grenades
talking
at
to
you while
top
you're
lane so
sliding
that they
under
can
a
set
wall and
all up?
also trying to ward off a screech?
We'll
All
see.
that.
I'll reach out to one of these guys at the end, and maybe we can
Well, he's
arrange
actually
something and
probably gonna
see
get the
just how I
final, the
see how I
finals,
do.
one of the
I'll probably
finalists,
die in the first 5 seconds,
What do
but
you
we'll
mean?
see.
and play the competitive mode
Do
against
you have a
him.
favorite
Really?
entity
Yeah, he
slash
says he might
monster?
do that. He's
Oh, see, okay. From looks, I gotta go. This is about to be the most long-winded answer of all
Take your
time.
time.
Like,
Yes, do it, please. Let's hear it.
I gotta. So I like Figure because I think he's probably like the most iconic in terms of like villains for Doors. My favorite entity though is probably got to be the new Sally window entity that I think was like a few updates ago. They added Sally in. My least favorite though,
Sally.
got to go with Ambush.
Mm.
Hearing Ambush come, it like my heart drops. What about you guys?
I don't know. I hate Screech because he's just annoying.
I'm pretty sure there's
But
setting up, which is why
a
they're talking
favorite.
about
I
it
was
here.
saying Rush
Really,
earlier because I just made up a stupid
that's why they
reason
bring back up.
because I would. Never mind. Don't even listen to me.
Because you would rush.
Okay, so I
Wait,
asked her,
what?
I said, if you
Wait,
could partner up with one of the
she's gonna get
entities, which
rushed.
one would
She
it
says
be?
she hates Russia.
Yeah. But thank you so much, Creek. Entertaining as always. Appreciate you for joining us,
I'll
man.
definitely tell you,
Thank you.
Creekcraft
Thanks
is
for
definitely
having
the
me.
more
And
open one
keep
of
up the good
all of
work.
them.
This is awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna throw it back to Jay Party. Come
It
on, Jay
gets
Party.
kind of
Tell us where
awkward
we
when they're
are.
talking to the contestants because
All right,
they
my
just kind of
friends,
like
we are
sit
back.
there.
Creek,
Because they
always
don't
a
know
pleasure
what
to
to
see
say.
you. I hope
They're
we hang
probably
out
not
again
streaming.
soon. But folks, we're going to
I
keep
know they're
things
still average
moving
persons,
and
but I
kick
mean,
off
they
the
could at
round
least
of
like smile
4,
and be
which
like,
is of course a double elimination challenge.
so a double
Win twice,
elimination.
you're in.
So you have to win
Lose
twice.
twice, and you
lose
are
twice, you
out.
lose.
So you got 2
And all
lives.
4 players will play both
You've reached to
Driving
the $1 million
Empire
round.
and
So it's Driving
Rivals. So you'll
Empire
be getting some
Oh, they
driving
don't
and
even
some shooting in
Rivals.
to see who's the best. All right, folks, get ready for some
And that's why you're
adrenaline
trying to complete on
pumping
Rivals, right?
racing
You're trying to
action because Driving Empire is going to start
you're trying to
our
get the like,
round
sword or
off
something.
with the final round of 4.
6. Driving Empire.
Or gun, weapons.
There are 2 matches in a 1 versus 1 format. Whoever crosses the finish line first
So
wins.
it's 2 matches.
All 4 contestants
That's
will
1v1.
advance to the next game.
And then all 4 contestants advance in the next game.
All right. We're in for Driving Empire. Folks, how familiar are you with Driving Empire? Or maybe
Wait,
driving in
So
general?
what's the 1v1?
I haven't known to drive.
Like, is it
here
just
and
gonna be
there,
one person
in
against the
real
other
life.
for the
Driving
1
Empire though,
million
not so much.
at
I
the
think I
end?
have played it once before
probably
for a
gonna be
different
1v1
event,
on
so not
Rivals.
too familiar with it.
I don't have a car in real life, but I've played
No,
Driving
I
Empire
bet
a
you
fair
did.
bit. It's a really
No,
fun game. It's
no,
cool.
it is gonna be a
One
2v2
of
at the
those
end,
kind of
or
special games.
1v1
You have
at the
a ton
end.
of licensed
The
cars. You have a
$1
ton
million
of
round,
options
only
to
one
choose from.
person can
Today,
win.
all our contestants are going to be rocking the same vehicle to put
Oh,
us
dude.
on a level
No, I
playing
mean,
field. But it's definitely an intense
I'm
one.
saying
Going head
there's
to head in
one
a race
more
against
round
one
after
other
this.
contestant. You make
Oh,
These
one
are the
mistake,
last
you
2
turn
games to
slightly too much
bring
into a
the
corner. You
one
collide with one thing,
the
and that can
last
set
2
you back for this
contestants.
entire race. And now no one's going to be eliminated in Driving Empire, but if you lose Driving Empire, you lose your opportunity to be the undefeated player into the $1 million round, which is an absolutely huge advantage there.
All right, let's check out
Yeah,
some
so you
shots
really
and
don't
remind
want
the
to
folks at
lose
home who
these
exactly
2
is in
matches.
this Final Four competition. And here
You don't
they
wanna
are. We have
lose the,
rearranged the studio. You're seeing Shafe and Roby here. Roby coming off an intense win indoors to secure his
Basically a
spot as the
game
4th
show.
finalist here. Exciting stuff. I know Shafe's had a bit of a break
really,
now.
no.
He's been able to breathe, collect his thoughts. Here we are in the new studio, thinking things out,
That
getting
looks
set
so
up in
real,
the game. It's
fake.
exciting stuff. I know, yeah,
That
Roby,
background
a big
looks
fan
so
from the
fake.
chat out there.
That's
Hopefully
just
he's
what
got
it
his
all
fans
looks.
still supporting him
looks
now
so
in the top
fake.
4. And again, Dudadud and Antarel, the first 2 to qualify, they truly just cleaned up in the initial rounds.
And if you were playing, would you rather have qualified early like someone like Antarel or Dudadad, or would you rather come in hot after playing through
gonna
every
win?
one of the qualifying round games?
I mean, it is a little risky, but I definitely would have loved to be in Roby's position just because he had played a more larger variety of games and definitely warmed up and got the adrenaline going. So I see him doing some good work in the next few rounds.
All right. We'll see if that momentum can keep
They're
him
definitely
moving forward or if the
starting to
pause
feel
will
the
be too
heat
much.
now.
Anyway,
This is
exciting
the
things
ending right
going. We're
here.
moving into Driving Empire. Let's kick things off with our first round. We're going to see who the top two racers are. And again, this is a 1v1 race. They'll both be driving the 2024 GT Mark II around an exciting track, and there will be no collision on. Truly a time trial.
No collision?
Against one other player to see who's on top.
Well, it's the green car versus the light blue car. Roby against Dud in our first round here. And they're revving up their engines, ready to go and get us off to the races here.
All right, we are underway here, right on this bridge start here. This is going to be 3 laps around this arena, and this is an interesting course. There actually is a handful of shortcuts throughout it, as, we see some stuttering on that first turn there. And then we see our first opportunity for a shortcut not taken by the blue player. Roby falling a little behind. A lot of race to go, though.
The risk with the shortcuts is if you don't land them perfectly, you can end up flipping your vehicle or kind of veering off in a weird way. So you really have to consider, and you see the second shortcut. The blue car takes that. That's Dudadud now pulling ahead here, but catching up with a lot of speed is Roby on the overtake. He's out in front again.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. You saw the shortcut take, but again,
this is definitely my least favorite game.
Slow your car down on that attempt for a max speed maneuver, but this dangerous turn. We've seen this cost a lot of players time here, and they kind of weave their way through it with Roby.
I could definitely
actually getting in the lead there, taking a little bit of a tiny shortcut.
Well, he's trying to go as fast as he can, and he's like,
very close competition. It's 3 laps around the course. We're about halfway through our second shortcut taken for Dudadud, and that's going to get him back into the lead here. But just around the corner, they're very close. I mean, right on each other's tails here.
How important you think map knowledge is compared to actual cornering skills and speed?
Yeah, I think the map knowledge is incredibly important because that's where you got to apply your skills. And again, with the high speed shift, if you look at those mile-per-hour drops, it's huge. People are dropping almost 0 on some of these incredibly tight turns, and it's an important part of it.
Well, just around the corner from each other, Roby is trailing. He won that last round, the final player to qualify to this top 4, and he's falling behind in this race. Dudadud, he takes the corner here. How close is that green car? Does he have a chance to catch up? Because Dudadud is doing this one perfectly through the finish line. He'll take this home in first place as Roby rounds through in the second place of this round. And for Dudadud, an opportunity now to head into Rivals as a victor in the first round, maintain his second life, and for Roby, it's going to be last
so now he moves on to Rivals.
You know, true Roby style, he's got to keep it entertaining, taking a quick loss here in his first elimination. He's still in it. We want you to know that clearly, but he's only got one more chance to stay alive.
It's like a one-time
again, he
thing?
keeps the drama flowing.
You got one more chance at Rivals.
An exciting win. All right, folks, let's check out this Final 4 leaderboard and see where we stand. This is how we're going to go through the double elimination here.
Oh, it's you take 2 matches.
So this might look a little confusing. It's as simple as an O means they won the round. The
Wait, is Rivals the last game?
It's all 1v1, so you'll only ever see 2 players represented per round. You have to win 2 before you lose 2, which means at maximum you'll play 1 round of Driving Empire and 2 of Rivals. The win here for Dudadud.
No, if they tie right here, they have to move on to
He'll
Rivals.
have 2 matches and 2 opportunities to qualify.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
and I was just
it
taking a
is.
look at the chat here while you were talking. We put up a vote on who will win this round, and it looks like the fans were supporting Roby. So hopefully he makes his comeback.
So Roby,
going
people
into
are
Rivals.
actually voting for
Well,
Roby
we appreciate
now
his drama.
to
All
win.
right, 1 match down and 1 more to go. Coming up next, we've got Antaral and Shafe heading in with the orange and gray car. We're going to have Shafe
orange color.
in the orange. Yeah, it's a good color. We appreciate them matching their jersey colors for this competition. And here is the warm-up. Let's see who will get first off the gun here.
Nice car, though.
Exciting
nice
times.
model.
And all right, across the bridge
That
they
took some time
go.
to
No
unload.
initial mistakes from either player. Coming into this first bank, this is where we see the people going a little too quick, hit this rock wall, and take a huge loss. But no, clean for both of them.
Very nice cornering from Antaral, the player with the most Roblox experience. 16 years since he first played a game on the platform. Still looking strong in this one.
Yeah, they've come a long way, I'm sure, from what his first game was that first week of the platform. But hey, still going strong.
No one's electing to take that ramp.
There. I think Shafe might have just
Antaral,
that is, might have just fallen behind. Yeah, Antaral had the opportunity, and unfortunately, he falls.
No way, he
into
might
a trail
actually lose
position
right
here.
here.
Yeah, huge mistake there. Flies off the course.
Yeah,
loses
he lost.
a ton of time, but that's what shows you it's still anyone's game within this race.
He has to take the cuts.
Yeah, he's going to need those shortcuts. Now's the time to
shortcuts.
put it all on the line and just
You have
take
to
every
do it.
shortcut you can.
Oh, he's already
Shafe,
trying
he
it.
had a job opportunity in New York City. He put off his orientation for that job to take the risk. Come here, compete for $1 million. Truly putting important things in his life on hold to put it all out there for us, and at least thus far getting rewarded. We're heading towards the final lap, and it's still a good lead for Shafe, but one mistake, and Antero will be right on him.
Bro, he looks
That
like
was
he's
a great
frozen in
backstory. That almost
time.
had me in tears.
Yeah, that's a huge
Well, so far
distance.
looking like a good choice as he is in the top 4.
They're
And
not
that
even
$1
trying
million
to take
signing
the
bonus
secret
could be a thing.
shortcuts.
Although for
Not
now, this
secret
race is looking
shortcuts.
a little rough as he still falls further behind here.
He's
Shafe
not
is taking
trying
a
it.
dramatic lead.
He has to
We'll see
do
if
something.
crashes. That's kind of what he's relying on at this point as he comes through one of the final banks here before
Yeah,
the
he-
straightaway across the
can't do
bridge,
it.
and that is a good high-speed moment for them.
Yeah, he's
We're
too
coming
slow.
up
He
towards the
should've took
final
shortcut.
corners, and Shafe, he hasn't made a mistake yet. He'll round the corner and take things
Oh, he
home.
just
Oh,
barely
man, good
made
thing
it
he clears
there.
that.
Into the water. He hits the final checkpoint, and Shafe wins his round. He'll face
Dang.
up against Dudadud in the 1-0 game when we head over to Rivals. It really goes to show that in Driving Empire, one mistake, that's all it takes to lose
Yeah,
out.
one
Antero
mistake,
was
you
looking great, but
lose.
crashes once and he's out.
Yeah, I mean, how long did each lap
that's
take?
a
Like
race,
under
you know?
a minute?
Yeah, that's a
Very
fast
fast
game.
A lot of
pace.
time to catch up.
You know, I actually know that
You know,
well.
in
'cause I
true
was
racing
playing
style, we
ranked on
appreciate the Driving
Fortnite, you
Empire
know,
folks.
ranked
But
the,
hey, I think it's time to check
driving
out this
mode.
leaderboard and see
You really
results of
cannot
this
mess
match.
up. a
And there it
single
is.
time.
Shafe with a win. Dudadud undefeated as well. So Roby
didn't
and
do one,
Anterel, they'll be facing elimination in Rivals.
An exciting game. Roby, keeping it
Wait,
dramatic
what?
as always. We'll see who can do it. Anterel, the defensive player
How are they
of the
doing
early
this?
game soccer,
I don't know.
coming through here in the shooters. We'll see if he can keep it going.
Okay.
From the
I
looks
think
of it,
every
it
viewer is
looks like the
foaming at
next
the
time
mouth to
whoever
watch
loses on
Rivals coming up
gets
next.
knocked out.
Hey, but
and
first,
then
let's
the
check in with
second
our
round
correspondence
gets
team,
knocked out,
All-Stars.
and then the
Keish and
last
Sabrina,
round,
what's
last
going on,
round.
you two?
Everyone wants to
my
see
gosh.
Rivals. I want to see
Oh my gosh,
Rivals.
I
really
need
do.
to catch my breath.
You
That
really
was
want to
some
see how
high
goated they are
speed,
with the aim?
high stakes racing. Sabrina, what did we just witness?
We witnessed some intense racing. I thought that like at first it was gonna be really
Check how
close,
much
and
time
then
left
at the
on
very
speed.
end, like Shafe got really in front.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
About
And
30
it
more
seemed like it
minutes-ish.
kind of happened that way
30
with
more
both
minutes.
races too.
They were just neck and neck for like
'Cause
most
this
of
is
it
the
until the very
finale.
end.
Right, because you figure the first race you had who did we
Who's
have?
gonna take
Dud
home the
and
gold?
Roby, which I was really sad to see them go against each other because I wanted to see them go a little further together. But excuse me.
Will they get receive a special item?
You know,
like, saying that
I
they
kind
won?
of been watching both of them,
no?
and you know they've both exhibited such high
What?
skill level
Will they
as
receive
it's
a
come to
special item?
all of these
Like
games. And
saying
we
that
even
they
talked
won?
about with Creek, you know, who
No.
did we think
I
would
don't
have
think so
more of
unless
the
he just
advantage
decides
when
to
it
do
came
it.
to the racing
He
game? And
could
then
if he wanted
we
to.
had,
yeah.
you know, Roby with the
Well, not
maneuvering,
really,
and then
could
we
if he
had
wanted
Off the
Anterel.
edge, like going off the edge and like doing the really quick turnaround.
Right.
That
And
was
then,
like pretty. It looks
This would
like
be
they
like a
practiced that
backpack
map a
that
lot.
says
right.
number
And
one
then
winner
also
on the hunt
Anterel with
champion.
Blade Ball, you know,
Well, I mean, they
being
get
so
the
quick on
million.
the
That's like
draw
the best
and,
thing
you
they
know,
could
just that
get,
same,
Yeah,
you know,
but it
level of
doesn't say that
maneuvering.
you have won
And
the
both of
actual
them got
finals of
beat.
Roblox.
including
I
the
didn't see that
Federation.
coming.
That's the.
I mean,
Yeah, but it
shout out
doesn't
to
say
you
that
guys.
you
You did it.
won
You know, you did the thing.
overall.
But you
And
know,
some of them still have chances. So
yeah, for sure.
yeah.
I think it's
You
going to
feel
be
me?
pretty fun to see how this goes. Moving into Rivals now because you know you still with that at this point. You got to have like actual skill. You have to have, you know, game IQ. You've got to have the quick
Game IQ.
reflexes. You've got
You
to
need
have,
a.
you know,
I
the
think
movement.
they're probably
You
gonna
know,
be.
you got to be
Mhm.
quick. You know,
Huh.
so
I won't
I'm
watch
not
it,
good at
I wanna
that.
see it.
I'm not either. That's why.
That's why I'm not in the top 10.
Quick
I-
reflexes and movement.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
I feel like
me
they're
too.
gonna have
I
snipers.
got
You're
a
gonna definitely be
question
used
for
to
you though.
snipers.
You think so?
So they've done some interesting
they're
brand
allowed to do
collabs
that.
in this
Mhm.
game. Which one are you most impressed with? McLaren, Porsche, or NASCAR?
Ooh, honestly, I'm impressed. I'm super impressed that anybody could get McLaren on board. You know what I'm saying? That's really
I knew
dope.
she was gonna say
So
that.
yeah, I think that's I'd have to say
McLaren.
that one.
McLaren's literally
Okay.
on Fortnite
Well,
too.
we're gonna give it right back
I know
to
those
Jay
car
Party
games actually
and
are getting
look at the score.
actual cars on their
All right, all right.
collaborations.
Thank you, and welcome back to
Collaborations,
our
cars
competition here.
companies.
Things are just heating up, and we're going to get this next round underway, folks. So, if I understand correctly, coming up, it's going to be the intense elimination matches happening on Rivals. Mimi, what do you think?
I mean, I just think that was such a good time to start already in Driving Empire. But Rivals was the match that I was the most excited to get into here. I think this is going to be just a true test of reactions, of game knowledge, and the way that you position. There's a lot to think about when
Well,
you're going into Rivals.
Well, yeah, in my personal opinion as
Well,
well,
yeah, I mean,
1v1
like-
in a first-person shooter is is the true test to see
He's the guy on the left.
a gamer's true skills. So
He's like
definitely
20,
very excited to
20
see that.
Great, folks. Well, Doodadud and Shafe are 1 win
Shafe.
away from advancing.
Chafing.
If you thought things were already intense,
I'm
get
chafing
ready,
on that.
because Rivals is coming up
You
next.
think they're already loaded?
Game
in?
7, Rivals.
Waiting to be loaded.
There we go.
There are 3 matches in a 1-versus-1 format.
So it's
Contestants
1v1.
must choose their weapon, then kill their opponent to win. 2
Was that them
contestants will
practicing?
advance to the final $1 million
Yeah,
round.
2 contestants will get. Yeah, there we go. So this ain't the final.
Here we
game,
go,
makes
our
sense.
first match of
$1 million
Rivals, where we will
round.
find out our first contestant making it to the $1 million round. It's Dudadud and Shafe taking stage. Let's hop into our first
Shafe.
match here. When we're talking about Rivals,
I'm
guys,
Shafing.
there's really a lot to think about. I think first and foremost, as the players are working through it now, is the item bans. You can choose what map you're going to, what weapons you're taking away, and try and strategize early on.
Right, yeah. I mean, not just aiming and reaction time, but gun selection is very key to the in the 1v1s.
Someone just
Yeah, it
got shot. I didn't
absolutely
see
is.
it.
He's going to go over and get ready to receive
He's gonna
our
be like,
winner
"Oh, bot."
who makes it to that top 2.
You're leaving
'cause
us.
We're going to be finding out. I mean,
Yeah,
it's got
yeah,
a grit
yeah.
whoever
Why
wins
did
this
he-
round.
he was
but
like-
it's first to 5. Our map is
They
selected,
killed all
and
the
we are
contestants.
just
She-
about
she was
ready
telling
to
him- telling
go.
him He's the director of where to
First
put the
round in
bodies.
construction.
Someone got shot.
What are we looking for in this map, Enyu?
I think that moving
Oh, he's still
container
picking-
box
Yeah,
in
you
the
picked the
middle is
minigun?
a very good way to distract your opponent. A lot of head glitches, I feel like, on this map, so hopefully the players
Lot
will
of
use that to their
glitches.
advantage.
Interesting. In the blue there.
Oh yeah, I
to
know
be
what
the
he's talking about. I
minigun
know what he's
select, a little
saying.
different from what we've seen before. Let's see if
They're
we can
using
hop
the
into one of our
horn.
players'
Oh, so they're not
POVs and
even
really
gonna-
get a look at the action
Yeah,
here.
katana.
Down in the low
So
ground.
he's just in the
He's
assault
trying to
rifle,
find connections.
revolver,
Low ammo on that
katana,
weapon, and
and
he'll
medkit.
find the reload.
That
Has to
looks like
dip out and
Fortnite.
find cover. Again, damage on both sides.
Bro, the minigun
Minigun
is
trying to
actually
find the
annoying,
connection.
just
He's spamming
go
away.
against.
Both down to 1 HP.
Oh,
Shafe.
teabag him,
It's
teabag
the
him.
first round on the board.
Very well done. I wonder why Dudadud there gave up his high ground there for a second. Not sure, but you know, they're better than me, so
I wonder why the
I'm
loadout,
sure he
bro.
made the right choice.
Is this why you want to get
Good
really high
damage
up on
going
them?
through, bursting out of ammo. Switches a second.
Wow.
Did he headshot him?
One shot straight to the dome.
Oh, I thought he was gonna
Always
leave
love
for a
seeing
second.
revolver kills. They're very satisfying.
Shafe up 2-0
You know
now.
what? You should get
Remember, it's
some
first to
high-end
5 in this
gameplay
round of
in there.
competition. More headshots landing for Shafe. He has
Right,
been
it's
so
kinda like
precise
yours a
in this
little
match
bit.
thus far. And Dudadud has to rally here. Reflections onto the minigun.
Whoa.
Shafe yet
Dang,
again.
dang.
For 3 NU.
He's
That
not giving
is
him
a-
a
this might be
chance.
turning out
The
to be a
assault rifle,
blowout.
I guess,
would
is
hate to see
probably
it.
the best weapon.
See if Dudadud can
He's
make a
losing
comeback.
now with it.
I know.
Shafe, you see
No,
him.
no, he's
Good
winning.
with the
Shafe is
movement.
winning. This is the.
Gets the drop on
You
his
got
opponent,
it.
but eats some
Wait,
damage back.
This is
Katana on the
Shafe.
reflection.
That's him
No
right
shots
here.
received off of it, but that's good.
Oh.
Lots of damage exchanged on his first burst of the AR. Finds time for a reload.
Oh,
and
he
did
fell.
fall off the map?
Wow.
Oh, that's a fumble you can't have at this point in the tournament.
Oh, dang.
Self-sabotage.
He's-
That is sad. That is very unfortunate.
And that's when the pressure gets to you.
Oh, using the
One
environment.
little mistake.
the
Another
assault
chance.
rifle
This
really
could
that
be the
good?
closeout. Trying to use the slingshot of all
I
weapons.
wonder why he picked the
Interesting
minigun.
choice.
And trying to stay alive here for Dudadud. And make
Yeah,
it
he's
as
not
an
even trying to use the
undefeated
minigun
contestant
anymore.
to
He's
the
just
obby.
using the slingshot.
You'd wonder if that's a secret
Can't you
weapon
switch
or
your
if he's giving
weapon?
up on the competition.
He can. I think only
You
once
know he
though.
wants that $1 million
Does it do a lot of
more than
damage?
anything. You know what this means to these
That
contestants.
does not give him the
He's
upper
really
height.
trying to bait
He
Shafe
should have
into
used
the
the
low
scythe
ground.
if he was gonna do
Shafe,
that.
though, not taking the bait. He wants to hold his strong positioning up top and force his opponent to go on the
Oh,
offensive. Good
okay,
damage,
okay.
and finally
Gone
Shafe
down.
falls. A chance here,
Is he gonna
but
make
a
a
slim one.
comeback?
He'd have to run it all the way
Uh-huh.
back.
He's got to
He
get
just has
4
to lose
more in
one
a
round,
row,
he
which is
loses.
a very difficult.
Shafe back to his same position. Finds his opponent in the center.
It's just that he
Gets
can
good
get damages
Finds a
off.
space
He can
for
get a ton of
reload.
damage off. While
He's
the
one
minigun can
kill
only get like
away
8 damage
for the
off.
$1 million
Yeah,
round.
look
Good
at that,
damage
you
on a
can get
Dudadud. Can
pressure.
Shafe do it? His opponent's on 1 HP.
Whoa, the
With
revolver.
Shafe closes things out.
I think the
He's
revolver
the
must
first
be-
player
That dude or
to
wait,
make
he's
it
dead?
to your
Shafe
$1 million
won.
round.
He's
That
able to
was
go on
very
to the $1 million
impressive. And
round.
Dudadud was actually the first to advance into the top 4, so it's
That
sad to
guy's
see him
still
lose here.
gone.
A tough one for him indeed. He'll have a second chance down in that lower
He's-
bracket in the
he's still,
1-to-1
like,
game here.
bagging up
But
those
that's
bodies in the
huge
background.
for Shafe. It means he's going to be heading
You see
into
the
the
left
obby
right there? That's
with
probably
2
where they keep the storage
opportunities
room
to
at.
win. His opponent would have to defeat
go
him
ship 'em
with a
off.
bracket
the
reset. Let's
losers.
check in with that leaderboard, show you guys guys how we're doing. Of course, 2 wins in a row.
So
That's
I'm
good enough for
guessing
Shafe.
there isn't
Definitely,
a
and
third
just
game. Like,
looking
I
at the
was just
chat
thinking.
votes here, Shafe also had the popular vote, so it looks
that
like
means
they
he's
had the
the
right
winner. That means
idea
he's
who
gotta
was
go
going to
on
win
to
this
the last
match.
round.
Truly an impressive
That means
player,
it's
Shafe.
Torrio
I
and
think
Robbery,
back
right?
to
So
some
Roby
earlier
and
competitions,
Antarell
he only had
is
16
Robbery
points
or
in
is it
DTI,
Roby?
but won
Robe.
every single round of Super League Soccer, earning 60 points there, 25
So
then
the
in
last,
Blade Ball, and
so the
rallying
losers are
back
playing
right
against
at
each
the
other
very
now.
end. A big congratulations to Shafe here. Let's see if we can maybe check in with him and as we see him moving his way on into that $1 million round. A great moment here for
Oh,
Shea.
I guess he got up for.
It's a huge sigh of relief.
He left his jacket there.
Very impressive from him, but we're ready to continue. We still have more matches. So I believe now we're going to head down to our 0-1 round, which means it's Roby and Antarel. They're playing for their lives in the tournament at this point.
This is definitely elimination. So if, as you said, one of them loses, they are completely out of the tournament. No other chances given to them.
And this is where the pressure really starts to mount. It's a game of inches of a little bit of damage going either way. And when the pressure's on, when the stakes are this high, it's easy to make a mistake. I mean, we saw Dedede, I think, falling off the map in that last one. Little mistakes like that can lose you a life-changing sum of money.
Right. Well, that's the thing about rivals, right? The movement speed is very fast. It's almost like parkour, but you can use that to your advantage, but you also got to be very
I
careful.
mean, I literally would cry if I lost, though. I mean, for real, I just can't. I would just sit there, just like kind of.
With Dedede, and I don't think it paid off.
I am a little bit surprised.
Really?
I do like the minigun because I'm in the business of spraying and praying. But yeah, no, definitely not the right choice in hindsight.
No.
Well, the players are banning weapons into our lower rounds here.
Oh, they
making
get to ban
careful
weapons. But they're not
consideration
even
of
showing
what they want to
they're
compete
banning.
against.
Oh, here we go.
Anything that
So
you
they
would
ban
want to ban
sniper,
away if you were a
minigun,
competitor
freezer
here.
ray, and
I will probably
katana.
ban the assault rifle.
Really?
You can't even ban
It
the
is the one
assault
where a
rifle,
lot of
actually.
players like to play. When I'm
It is the
playing this game,
favorite.
I almost always lock the AR.
It is the favorite. So if the assault rifle gets banned, people have to get a lot more creative, and that will make for some interesting matches. But doesn't look like that happened.
And it's
It
the
looks
tried
like
and
people
true. Here we go.
really- I mean, the
Elimination
default
match.
assault rifle really
Antarel
is really good.
facing
This guy's
off
a Call of Duty
against
player.
Dedede.
I don't really like
I
using
am
the assault
sweating, and
rifle.
I am not
I mean,
even
I like
goofy.
trying to use
Antarel
other
makes the
stuff
first
too.
lick of damage. A bigger map that we're playing on here. Wide open on the crossroads.
But I guess the
Up top,
revolver is
Antarel a bit
probably
stuck
the
in this
best
lower down position,
secondary,
trying to find his opponent.
mainly because I guess
Still,
the high
not getting
damage,
any
the
information.
spray you can
Nade
do
goes
with it.
up. That'll catch a little bit of damage. Trying to find the headshot. Jumping in the air. A little low, but Roby on the revolver. Sidearms
bro.
proving clutch yet again.
Yes,
Oh, is he
because
using
I
the
mean,
exact
the
same
magazine
loadout?
of
He's using
assault
fists.
rifle is pretty small at
20
20.
bullets,
What's the
yeah.
difference
Yeah,
between
so you
this
got to
and, like,
really
another
use
weapon?
your
Fists allow you to
secondary
double jump.
to its full
Alright.
potential there.
And it has a 5% speed.
Roby was our last qualifier.
Like just
Played
when you're holding
every
it or
single
using it.
round. Heading into this one.
It does
Already
30
a good
damage
exchange
too.
of damage going both ways. They're both down to half HP. A
I guess
reload
heals are too
found for each
slow.
of these players. The utility off the Molotov. Doesn't find a connection. Over the top he goes.
He's already
Melee in
used his
hand. Spots his
Molotov, though.
opponent, but the shot's not landing. Roby in the air, trying to
Oh,
find a
he's
connection, and he
hits.
does it again.
Well done. One shot away from
And
death,
throw.
Roby clutches up.
Very nicely played from him. I think Roby thus far has had some impeccable
Bro, please.
movement in rivals.
And it looks
So
like
far,
the
it's
votes are in,
one-sided beating.
and the players, the viewers are voting for
Oh,
Roby
he
as the
got
favorite. So
surprise
let's see
attack.
if he
He's
could
dead.
pull out these next. Whoa,
Dude,
there you
this
go.
is one-sided.
As
Got
I
Like,
another.
the last game.
Yeah,
and
we're
this
up
one
to
is.
3-0
Come
now.
on.
I want to focus on Antarel this round because we're starting
Antarel.
to get to dangerous territory. This man has got to turn this around when the pressure is high, when he's against a strong opponent.
And this is what I mean. Oh,
That's damage.
Oh,
It's
that's
just incredible. He
spray.
hasn't even received a little
Yeah,
damage,
he's
and
just,
Roby's beamed
he's
him.
just not good at
Almost
this
down
game,
to 0
bro.
HP. It would take an impeccable clutch to bring things back, but from
Dang.
mid-air,
amazing movements.
Damn.
Wow.
Roby off the
That
top
is,
rope
oh, that is
One-sided
decimates
beating.
Antarel.
I actually really wanted him to
And
win
we're on the
too.
verge of a sweep.
Oh man, I would
I
be
really
so
want
nervous if I
Antarel
was
to win.
Antarel.
He has to make a comeback
And
right
like I
here.
was saying earlier, this
It's
is where the
possible he could
1v1
just completely beat him
FPS,
down
the
right here
shooters,
still,
is
but-
where your skills really show.
It's all about mechanics in the 1v1. And again, Roby
They
at
get 20
range
damage
is
equally
dishing
on
out the
each other.
damage. Antarel,
They're
his
both using,
last
like, the same
chance
weapon
at $1
set.
million,
They are.
trying desperately to stay alive. Low health. An aid to try and connect.
Oh.
That's good
Ooh, he's lining
damage,
them
but
up.
Molotov.
still needs to find the shots at the end.
Ooh, he lighted him up real bad.
Looks like Antarel is electing to go with the ADS, with hip fire,
Let's
even
see.
at long range.
This might be
They
the
spot
last
each
spray
other,
right
though.
here.
Antarel trying to find this connection. The spread on
realize
the
they're
bullets just a
taping?
little bit too wide to be able to
taping?
take his opponent down.
They're
That's a
baiting each
good
other?
nade, but it doesn't quite find its mark. Antarel now moving back through. This is Roby
Ooh, he's
here as
watching
well.
ladders. Okay.
Trying to look for an opportunity. Antarel,
okay.
Wow.
he's
Okay.
back with at least one
Teabag him,
round.
teabag
and
him.
The dreams stay
I
alive.
just wanted to do that once.
That was an
I like how
intense
they
one.
stay at the table.
When it gets close like that, this map plays a lot differently. There's way more
This map.
opportunities to hide, duck for cover.
Yeah, it's a very big map for 1v1.
Man,
Lots of
Does
damage
he
going
know
both
the
ways here.
spawns?
This
Roby
could be the end
knows,
for Antarel. He needs another round
like,
win in a row.
the
And
plays.
to even build more off of that. But he's taking damage. Spots his
He's
opponent.
reloading. He's
Interesting interesting
shouldn't be doing
reload
that.
time there. Not sure
Yeah,
why he
yeah.
chose to do that.
Still, you always want as many opportunities, as many bullets you can. Any second
He's trying to bait him out.
And he's kind of lost. He can't.
You really
find where
want
his opponent
the
is,
other
but
to be
it's the
like,
same for Roby.
not know
We're
where you're
watching a
at.
man on the verge of staying alive, of progressing, having a chance to play another round.
He has the height
Maybe
advantage,
make it
so
to
he
that
can see
million.
where he's at. Probably.
They both understand the
This
map
map
very
is so
well, and it
big.
shows in their movement.
And Terrell,
Can't you tell?
low health. 63 to his name against 60 on Roby. Low time, and Anterel again.
Roby.
Bad
He
timing
really
there.
rode his back.
Yeah,
No.
bad timing there with climbing up the stairs. Couldn't recover.
I told you.
Anterel
I said
spotted
if he
him
can make
first,
a
so
comeback right here.
I think he could. Anything is possible.
Momentum's big. If not in the actual game, in the emotion. You feel like you have a chance when you start to score wins, rally through it. Range Roby, he's been successful.
Like Jay Party said, he likes to put us in an emotional roller coaster.
Oh, he does. A couple shots missing, a little uncharacteristic.
Wait, did he
of what we've
swap to
seen from Roby
Molotov
thus
right there?
far.
Or did he always
A
have
good
Molotov?
nade?
No, he swapped Molotovs,
Doesn't do
right?
too much
No,
damage.
he always had
Reposition.
it.
Anterel still stuck into the low ground. It's a
What
danger to
about-
contest at this range.
Oh,
The
he's
shots are
A-body.
disconnected.
Oh,
Wow.
shoot.
4-3.
Anterel,
He's
come
one away
on.
from tying this round
It's
yet
getting-
again.
He's
This
so
is
close to tying.
unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
It
getting
did
up there.
not seem that close from the beginning.
Certainly didn't, Enyo. And now you have to start to look at this from Roby's POV. Can he close this out? He
Oh.
doesn't want to choke this
Ooh.
opportunity away
That's why I have
and
damage.
find himself eliminated from a
We'll go for loading.
4-0 start to Rivals. Dives into the low ground,
Oh,
close
oh.
quarters battle. It's got
Oh, he got early
Did
spray.
not
It's
turn
a
around in time. Wow.
Comeback.
It's a
Again, he's
comeback. That's what I
tied.
said.
I think Enterel's electing
on,
to stay in the low
Anterel.
ground
Come
because he would just duck under the
on.
tunnels and move around and really lose Roby. It's happened a couple of times.
Bro,
so
okay,
great
this is
strategy.
actually intense right here.
4-4. Everything comes
No,
down
he
to
got
this,
the
but it
better
Range
aim.
Roby.
He got the
He
better
wants to
aim.
close
He
this
got
out.
that
Don't
spray
let
down
the
on
game
him.
slip. Don't let this be the one on your memories as you go to sleep tonight. Anterel, low again, but he's been clutch all
Nah,
game.
he
Trying
just
to
got that
take
better
it
No,
on.
aim.
He'll come
Anterel
back
might
to cover the
die.
safety of the
He's
low ground
actually
where he's been
gonna lose.
successful all game.
This is so intense.
Anterel, can he do it?
There
Down
he is
on
in a
HP,
tunnel.
Come
down
on.
on chances, trying to rally this one back. Roby
Amazing prediction.
also sticking to his guns. He stays up top. Down below.
Oh,
Guns
he
still down.
dies.
Roby,
No.
he finds it and connects on through.
No.
Round. Roby
What a
stays
goal.
alive, eliminates Anterel from the competition, and has another chance in Rivals. That almost slipped him
Oh,
by
that
in
is.
you.
It almost feels
Oh,
like
that
he
is
planned this because he
depressing.
always does this to us. Coming back,
Dang,
in the
he
last
made a
second for the
comeback
win,
at the
very
last
impressive. And you
moment.
could see with his reaction there, like
And
he did the
still
hand gesture.
lost.
He knew how close that was. So, great job performing under pressure. Was anybody's game there.
That is an intense one indeed. It feels like that map plays so differently because I think you saw Roby was always successful at these long range fights. Anterel was always
Stroby.
winning at these close range fights. But after that round, let's take a little peek at this leaderboard and talk more about it because
And the
that
last two
change up in
people,
strategy
it's
from
Duty
Anterel
Dude
was
and
almost
Safe.
enough.
Right.
Or not
And
Safe,
looks like
Roby.
Roby, his chance
Is it
stays
Roby?
alive and
Yeah, it's
going
Roby
to the
and-
third Rivals match. He might just have another shot at taking over.
No,
going
no,
into
wait,
the
no, it's
final
Safe and
obby.
Roby.
It would be him against Dudadud. All of these players said they loved the obby. It was one of their most played. Years upon years of experience across these players. But for Anterel, the most experienced member on the stage today, unfortunately, that ends his competition. He had his moments. He almost brought it back. But today, Anterel has to walk home
Does he really have to sit
empty-handed.
there and wait for them to like kind of?
Let's hear it for him, though.
You
He
can definitely tell
definitely
he's fuming.
had skill on display. He really showed his worth in blade battles, qualifying through early off of that. A player who put a lot out onto that field today.
Keep your chin up, pal.
Dang.
Well done.
The walk of shame.
Would love to see him competing again sometime, but today, unfortunately,
Ah.
it comes down to seconds. It comes down to one round, and he will not be moving on.
Yeah, it was a very, very close call. I'm still pumped.
Yeah, and I feel like you have to be as well if you're the player who
Bro.
made it through. Roby here, he has another game to play. And
Well,
It feels like it's
gonna
starting
be
to get
against another
kind of
competitor.
more
Yeah,
silent
this
at
is
the
it,
end,
folks.
though.
Last chance
Yeah.
for Dudadud and
I can
Roby,
definitely tell you that right
Like they
now.
want to wrap
who
it up.
will
or
move
something.
on to compete for
No, like
$1
it's starting to,
million
like, build
and
up.
who will be going home.
Like as if like
Give
the
us your answers in the
pressure
chat.
everywhere.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they say. I
in
think
that
Roby
room.
is, you know, you
One
got to
v
look
one.
at him as a
It's
strong
right because also it's
competitor,
J Party's not
especially
really.
I think he showed great precision at range, the way he was beaming with that
he
AR,
does,
but
right
in
there,
the close
close.
quarters fights wasn't quite as strong. Dudadud, however, the biggest thing I'm looking at is a weapon change. Frankly, I don't think the minigun really cuts it against a strong AR
Is it-
player. Because
I really can't
if
think.
I'm going up against
It's
the
him
minigun
versus
and
him.
I'm Roby, I want to play a longer range map,
Wait,
and I want to
safe?
just use the
Well,
advantage
what
of
am
that
I? Okay,
weapon.
I can't.
Yeah, I
just
totally
watch
agree.
it,
I mean, maybe Dudadud likes the Bandy SR rifle,
I'm
seeing how
reading it
great
wrong.
Roby is.
Honestly,
That
wouldn't
could
be a
be part of the
good
strategy.
call. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Of course, they're getting into the game now. It looks like they're starting to go through their bans, and it looks like we're going to be going to a little different map. Station. Talk to me about how this plays versus the other maps in the
They
competitive.
should probably make
Station,
3 can
to me,
ban
is it going to be
Scar, but-
Station?
Oh, I apologize. It's actually Docks. But
Docks.
it plays a
Oh,
little
is that the
similarly.
only
Another
weapon
one
you
those
can't
maps with a
ban?
lot of cover, a lot of buildings to get up.
Really,
in.
you just
Right.
want to
Yeah,
ban
you know
the,
what? Docks is definitely one
the
of the
utility and
fan
melee.
favorites. So great
Yeah,
map
'cause
to
you
end this
could
last
ban
round on.
sniper.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of cover, a lot of buildings. So
You
map
want ban,
knowledge
like,
and
everything
movement
other
will
than
be
the
key. Staying
Scar.
on the high ground.
Really, it's
Very
not even
important.
And look
sniper.
at this pivot. Dudadud is moving to the
He should have
classic
banned the
AR
revolver.
I think that's a good choice.
Great change in strategy.
Oh,
And
he uses the
the
sniper.
sniper
Roby's
rifle.
for the sniper.
No way.
He's staking his chance at $1 million
Wow.
on a new weapon.
He's sticking with the
It's a
Scar.
game about movement and avoiding that sniper, and soon Dudadud will see that glint. He'll 80-80 strafe his way on through and deal a lot of damage to
He
start.
didn't even get a
I
sniper
mean, I
off.
believe Roby with his accuracy, the sniper rifle could be a good choice here.
Could be.
And then the
Revolver
last
always in
one's
his
at the
back pocket.
port
It's a bit
or
more
docks.
cumbersome than the other weapons in the game. And I love this.
It's
He's
the
playing
last
to his
map.
advantage. Stays in
This
the low
moment
ground.
can be
He doesn't
legendary.
want to give range to his opponent with the sniper.
Yep. And Roby last round did
Who he thinks is
chase
inside
a
there?
lot, but this time deciding to stay on the rooftop and not playing too
Ooh.
aggressive with a sniper rifle. Definitely the right choice.
He's
You see
taking
the
a risk
clock at the top of
leaving
your
the.
screen. When that runs out,
Yeah.
what's going to happen then?
I have no idea.
It
What
is
is
actually
going
so rare that it happens in Rivals.
It's
I
one
believe
shot.
then it should be the player with the more
Ooh,
health
he
winning
misses, he
that.
misses.
We'll see if we get there. It's kind of a
He has the
rarity to
height
see Rivals
advantage.
actually play this
Oh,
slowly.
he's
Yeah,
gonna
I hope
burst
it doesn't
him.
get to that
Close
point.
range
Oh,
revolver. How does
Yeah.
he win it?
Crap.
That's the sidearm.
That's
Coming
why.
up on top
That's
for
why. That's why
Roby.
the revolver. I guess
Wow,
that's
It's like a
why.
very
mini
impressive.
shotgun, right?
I'm astounded. True precision
Instead,
from
it's
him.
like shooting slugs.
And it looks
He's
like
not
the
gonna
votes are
use
in.
the
Over
sniper, isn't he?
3,000 votes.
He's probably gonna use the revolver more.
77% going towards Roby for winning this final match. Let's see if he can
He
pull off.
wasn't a hit.
Nearly hit that midair.
Does every weapon hit scan?
And it's almost evolving
Projectile.
into a bit of a game of chicken.
I think.
Yeah, Dudadud need to
I think other than
stay
the
under
sniper
cover and
and some
try to
other
move
items, I
closer
guess.
towards Roby. But that revolver shot is also very deadly, so he still needs to be careful.
The dash with the melee weapon equipped as well is a powerful tool to reposition into ways your opponent may
You
not
can easily get
expect.
shot too, standing up there.
Dudadud. He's just vying for information,
No, he has the-
jiggling in and
he
out
has
of every
the height
corner. He spots out
advantage.
his opponent. Dips away.
Did he fall from
Roby
that?
going for the kill
thought he
because he
fell off.
wants
Wow.
to hunt here.
He's
He
playing
does. Close
Oh,
in,
he's
trying to
trying to
get to his weapon.
melee
He's
him.
got nothing out.
Oh.
Why?
And he loses this round. Game tied again.
He saw. He was like.
Yeah, interesting
oh,
choice there. Not sure why he
you
pulled
saw
out
that?
fists.
He
I
was.
think he was trying
I
to
have
throw
to
a
you can
grenade.
do a
He
good
thought he had
block,
more
too.
space,
You
but
barely
then
got.
got kind of
Oh,
caught off guard and it looked like almost
Yeah.
panicked a little bit
Yeah.
with the util.
duddy
Yeah,
dud.
it is always dangerous to play so aggressive
Did
with
he
a
always have
sniper. So
I guess so. Yeah.
looks like he completed
He's
some
gonna want
tasks
to stay
there.
on height.
Yeah, thus far
with
he has
sniper.
not hit a shot with the sniper, but now he
Oh.
lands one. 70 damage onto Dudadud. But of course, he
You-
needs more
you
than
have
just
to hit a
that. The
headshot
damage
if
is
you
good.
wanna
Beating him
actually
down,
insta-kill
switch the revolver.
someone.
They're both on the secondaries, and Dudadud
Oh.
takes the lead.
All
This just
three
makes you wanna
gunfights
run
happen
Scar
close
in this
quarters.
game,
I
right?
wonder if Roby decides to change weapon at some point
Scar,
here.
revolver.
Sticking with the sniper rifle.
I believe you're locked in once you
revolver.
choose.
Oh, you
Weapon.
can't change
Weapon.
now. Oh,
Revolver.
wow.
Well, he is committed to that sniper.
Wow.
He made his bet. He has to lie in it
Using
now,
the
and whether that's
scythe
one that'll
or-
bring him to the $1 million round or send him home empty-handed.
Yeah, he's just gonna
Could
be
it be the
using the
revolver to do
revolver.
it? Good utility with the molly, trying to
Yeah.
find it. Dudadud wins
Damn.
out in the duel of the secondaries, and he's up 3-1.
Oh man, but if we know anything about Roby,
Why
he
is-
could
is
pull
it
off
just
some
'cause
miracles with comebacks.
sniper
So
ain't
I
cutting
would
it or
not be
what?
surprised at all.
He's probably not gonna
He
use
was in the pole
sniper. He
position
shouldn't have done
last
that.
game.
He shouldn't have got the sniper.
Nearly let it slip.
He's not hitting the shots.
Great
He closed
movement.
it out.
He's trying to close the distance.
Deciding
Can
to
he
not
not
stay in the
change?
high ground this
No.
time.
Well, you should get one change, but it might be different on
Yeah,
the
da-da-da.
tournaments.
Staying inside these buildings. He knows his advantage.
Yeah. It's so silent in this room. I feel like I could hear a pin drop. It's so intense.
And you look over at the competitors.
Yeah,
They
it's
are
so
so
silent.
locked in.
Locked in.
They know
You
what's at
look
stake.
at He looks like he's been gaming for like 8 hours straight, and he looks like he's
if you were one of these competitors that made it within a hair's breadth of
I'm
qualifying.
sorry, but I really do like roleplay. Like,
What was that?
You like
I
this?
think
You got a hit marker on that.
Whoa! Did he
I
just
believe
clip
that
through a
gives you
wall?
one when you,
No,
when you do
hit
break
it.
that. Not sure though. Could have even been a connection onto one of the barrels. Definitely wasn't onto Roby. He's still sitting at full health. Where is he though? They're both inside of buildings here. Bit of a slower game yet again.
30 seconds left.
Making a lot of steps here. Roby on high, revolver in hand. Down below, quick scope in, doesn't connect the
you don't
shot.
hit.
And now with a lower bit
Yeah,
of
he's gotta
health,
go
he
with
has
the
to win it
revolver.
out practically with just a revolver. But Dud's got the same. It's gonna be a
gonna
standoff
go for a
between
snipe.
these Cowboys.
He's gonna lose
Roby
because he has less health.
chasing
Get
down his
hit. What
opposition.
ain't there?
Revolver in
You
hand,
don't
the
get it.
lower HP, and the time that runs out.
Oh.
One more
Unfortunately,
round.
that means
what
with
happened?
lower health,
He lost health.
Roby
You had
loses
lower
the
health.
round, and he's
Oh.
facing down the barrel of match point.
Smart
That's
move
why
by
Mike
Dud
Kids is
there,
also
knowing that
really
the
good
time was
too, if
running
you
out to just
ever
hide
cuts down
away
to that.
to not get hit by Roby.
A chance,
Ooh.
another
Nice
shot
shot.
connecting. He
Nice
needs
shot.
another though, and he's whiffing out. Needs to
Why
find
is
his
he taking
connection.
him on
Third
in the
chance.
Stop.
Another
He's
miss. The
missing.
fourth going wide as well. Now the big iron on his hip.
Big
It'll have to
iron.
do. Both players locked into the revolvers.
It's a
Dudda this
revolver
time
match.
can't rely on the time. He's sitting with lower health.
Well, why did they just switch to
He's trying
revolver?
to just find anything at range here.
It's
There's
just like-
connection.
It's there
More
for
damage
loading.
to even the score.
Oh,
Second
he's
shot
so
landing
low.
as
He's
well.
so
It'll bring
low.
things a bit
He's
closer.
one shot.
Roby
He
on
has
1
36
HP.
health.
His life in his hands, but he's
Oh,
He needed
wow.
that.
He
Like
missed.
he
That
was
was so
like,
close.
His
He cannot
fourth
get
shot
shot one more time.
with the sniper
unless
miss.
it's
He
assault
needs
rifle.
precision if he wants a chance at a million.
ooh, he's trying to clip his head.
Just
JFK,
barely
JFK.
spotting his opponent. Dudda not giving him an inch. Playing off this time.
Yeah, he could
Playing off his
also play
advantage.
it safe here this time.
Yeah,
You can
bounce
rock
into
and
the
jump
air.
with that.
He knows he's off the HP
He can
advantage,
win.
and Roby,
He
with
can
lower
win.
health,
Roby
he has
can,
to make the play. The onus
lose
is
right
on
here
him. His
if he
life,
doesn't
it's in his
kill him.
hands. And this game will be decided in the next 20 seconds. A game practically
Oh.
hide and seek at this point.
He has to
Does
go
Roby
fight.
keep this
He has
going?
And
Very
where's he
true.
gone?
Oh,
Dudda
he's
is hiding.
hiding.
He's locked
Nah,
in.
he's
He's
gonna
gonna
be
do the
silent.
He
timeout.
knows what's happening.
knows what he's doing.
Roby, it's desperation. He's running.
No.
He's trying to find his
No
opponent, but
way.
there's
He's
just
smiling. He
no
won.
time.
Time is
No
up.
way.
Da-da-da.
Wow.
He wins the round.
Wow.
And he's our second contestant, progressing to the $1 million round.
The second
Incredible.
contestant
Very
to win.
strategic.
So yeah, there is one
Relying a
more
lot on
game.
his smarts
I
this
don't know
time
why I
rather
keep.
than his gun skills.
And for Roby, I think a
Damn.
brutal way to lose this one out. He took a risk picking into that sniper rifle, and it did not
Yeah,
pay off
he
today.
shouldn't have
Yeah, I
got that
wonder if he
sniper
regrets that
rifle.
decision.
He-
Maybe we
It
can
would have
ask
been a
him
way
later.
bigger battle.
I
if
imagine it'll be something
he
he's
didn't.
thinking about for a fair bit of time. For Dudda, though,
He's
I
probably
think he
gonna
learned
pick
his
that
lessons from the
assault
weapon
rifle.
selection mistakes in the first one. As we look at our final leaderboard from the round of 4, we, of course, get our 2 players into the
So there's one
$1
more game
million
Yeah, there's one
round.
last game,
It's
the $1
Dudda,
million
the
round.
lower seed, and Shafe,
I don't know what it is,
undefeated,
actually.
coming through the upper bracket with his opportunity to win in the Tower of Hell.
Oh, it's the Tower of Hell.
Truly, truly incredible stuff from them. But unfortunately,
What's
that
that?
of course means that we are sending
why is the Tower
another
of Hell the
competitor
last
home
game?
for Roby. He had a
Oh.
great rally in those final few rounds of the qualification phase. But today, in
Damn.
Rivals, it was not his day. And, well, he had a
You know
great
we
showing.
can say don't
He'll
swallow
head
that
home
gas station
without his
weed.
million.
Sad to see a
Oh.
fellow fan of LeBron James go, but I was
I'm
rooting
sorry.
for him.
I'm sorry.
Very unfortunate.
Ah,
A close showing from him.
I'm sorry.
But that'll do it. It's how these competitions go, the nature of it. Just a round or two, one decision, that makes the difference. And honestly, it sets us up for such an incredible look ahead
Yeah.
towards the Tower of Hell.
So he
What
won,
a
right?
match we have
He
on our
won.
hands.
That's right. And
One?
with Shafe
It's one more
finishing
round. They're playing the
Rivals
Tower of Hell.
and Driving
mean?
Empire
It's the
2-0
same, right?
explain to us how
No,
that sets him up for going into the obby.
Yeah, so that means
Does he
that if
play
he
against,
wins once, he wins the
Celeste
$1 million.
or who?
You
But
just had to
if
win
Dudda
once.
wants to win because he's coming from the lower, he would have to
Wait,
win
so if he
twice
loses, he
in
lose?
a row
Duddy
here.
has
So
to win
definitely a tough one
twice.
there. But we're going
The
to
other
reset.
person just
We're
needs
going to
to
head
win
our way into the
once.
obby in just a minute. And for the moment,
what are you
let's
talking
go
about?
ahead and
Like,
check in with our
who's-
This is the
correspondents,
last round.
Geech and Sabrina.
Take it away.
Who's the
That
last
was
person?
unbelievable. Everyone was literally
We'll
running
see,
for
we'll
their
see.
lives. It got me thinking,
You're saying
do I
there's
seem
one
like a
more
grenade
person?
launcher or or a chainsaw type of person?
I don't know. I feel like, you know, obviously grenade launcher would be a great choice, right? You know, for safety. But with the jacket and the hair, I feel like to see the chainsaw, it would just like perfectly tie it all in together. That would be
a really good answer. I do like grenades though.
Oh, so you're definitely
She
grenade
doesn't
launcher.
actually
I
carry a
love just throwing
chainsaw.
grenades everywhere.
You do that
Like,
for like in your free time?
In any FPS game, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say you just
no, not in my free time.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, girl, what type of life are you living? What about me? What do I get? What's my energy? Am I
chainsaw?
Chainsaw?
Yeah.
That's nuts. What about me gives chainsaw? I'm curious.
I don't know.
I'd say
you're
personally,
independent, and I
for
feel like
me,
independent people have chainsaws, and scared people have grenades.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So let's talk about.
I don't even know what my
like
main
these last
loadout
couple
would
of
be.
matches.
Really, whenever I play
Oh my
Rivals,
gosh,
I just play like
I'm speechless. Obviously,
default. I actually really just use
yeah,
default.
maybe I'm just out of.
Literally, she was screaming. We were
Mostly
on
because
the
I don't
edge
even
of our
have any
seat. That
other
was so
guns. I mean, I like using
close.
the
Like
burst.
all those different rounds, we were
I
like
like
screaming
using-
at it.
I don't even use rocket
Yeah, there was
Except the last one.
Oh yeah, I cried a little bit.
Yeah, last one we were just
And I
sad.
don't
I
use any
definitely shed a
special.
tear or two, you know,
and happy at the same time.
little thug tear. You know, but I gotta say, like, it was really, really exciting to watch Antarel's match because it was so close. It literally came down to like the very last second.
Yeah.
It was so exciting, but
one's
it's like,
terrible.
man,
The match
I
that
know,
was
but,
back
like,
and forth,
what
and they
is
just kept like tying
It's an
up.
obby game.
That's
Yeah.
when we were screaming.
yes, well,
Yeah,
you know,
I
For the
didn't expect it
final-
to be that close.
again against Roby. You know,
Roby.
I didn't know what to expect because, you know, obviously, you know, Shafe was a tough contender from the beginning. Like, Shafe did not come to play at all.
Shafe.
That was that. He knew, this is mine. Y'all
I
can
think
go on
it's
and just, like, it was
Shafe
fun
and,
for him. Like, oh, yeah, I'll play your game, you
Duddy
know,
Dud.
just to
Very,
give you guys,
very impressive.
to give you guys some content, you know, that, you know, since
No,
that's
that
what you
was a
want.
little
But
bit.
you're
watching
telling me this won't be
Dud
personal?
go up against Roby, it was almost kind of heartbreaking, like watching my two children fight or something. Because it's like, you know,
Are
you
those
got
those are the ones you're rooting for? The competitors.
They touched my heart. They found the softest
I can definitely tell you
spot
this. I can't wait to
right
see how.
here in the beginning, and it's like watching the kind of underdog story. Well, not necessarily for
The
me, 'cause Dud was
underdog.
one of the first ones to place, but then you know we sat here with him, and he was just so happy and confident, you know, and it felt like, you know. He was like, yes, this is mine. And he did say, I'm not worried about these guys moving forward. This is easy. And he, you know, I won't say he proved it.
It's definitely tough. It's a tough position to be in.
He definitely worked for that.
And then it was gone.
Yeah, watching Roby. Oh
chicken.
my
This
gosh.
is brutal.
But you know, personally, I just would not
That
have
puts a
picked a
smile on my
sniper for that
face.
map. Did you get to see the map
Snipers
first?
are like, if you're good with it though, they're pretty OP.
I think the problem though is that map was
OP.
just way too
It was
big.
really big for two people.
It's
Right,
kinda
it's
over-
huge for two people, and then you also have a sniper. But it's like, you know, Dud kind of took advantage of all of those closed in
Bro,
spaces.
he
You know,
messed
just kind
up
of
when he
like
picked the
Mimi
sniper.
said, you know, it's a
It
game
really
of
is
hide
a
and
safe
seek
pick
at
with the
this point.
scar.
Yep.
And
Yep.
just to get, you know, that close, oh gosh, you know, I just want to go give Roby a
Maybe
hug.
he thought that the
Aw.
roots would
My
give him enough
feelings,
range.
my
you know what I'm saying?
heart.
Okay, I got a question here for you.
Mm-hmm.
Rivals is fast.
Mhm.
What's your secret to
So
staying
that
cool
means
in
he
high
should have
stress
used
rounds?
his revolver to
Oh, well,
get
that's my
close and
secret,
aggressive,
Sabrina.
right?
I'm always stressed. See
Well-
how that works? I have no problem. You know, I can do
So
this
that
because
means
I
the
am
revolver, he
this.
But
should've
like, how
tried
do you
got
stay
close and
cool?
aggressive, man.
I just, you know,
spraying it.
pretend
I think they
that,
actually
you
nerfed the
know,
revolver's
I'm
damage
just
in
in the kitchen or something, you know,
I think
eating
it
my
does less
food.
damage. I think it does
Okay,
15
well,
less
with
damage.
that said,
All right, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to you, Jay Party, and we're going to finish this up.
All right,
Who's
my
actually back?
friends. I have
Oh, the
returned.
lunch guy is
And what a
actually.
journey it's been.
Yeah,
Hanging out with some of our
it's
contestants,
Shafe-
getting a first-hand
and,
I thought he
perspective
lost.
on the final
It's Shafe
eliminations. What a fun
versus
thing. Anyway,
Duddy
congrats
Dud.
to Shafe and
Oh, he was
Dudadud.
just
They are
sent
the
out?
last two contestants standing.
Yeah, I guess so.
But who will
Oh.
fall? This is what it's all about, my friends. It is time
So wait,
for
why didn't he
the
not have to
$1
play the last game?
million round.
There we go. It's the last
With the
one right
grand
here.
prize at stake, it all comes down to
Wow.
one final
The $1
game.
million
The
round.
aptly named
I thought this
Tower
was the
of Hell.
$1 million round.
It's going to be
Game
epic.
8, Tower of Hell. The rules are simple. Climb as high as possible.
It's only
Whoever
one
gets to
match.
the top first or climbs the highest
How old
wins.
is this game?
But if an
The
undefeated
person with the
contestant
double
loses the
elimination.
first match, a second will be played. Ultimately,
play a
the winner
second
takes
round.
all.
How old is this?
This is a.
All right. You heard it here, folks. The race to the top will begin shortly. Also noting, whoever gets the highest at any point.
This game has been in multiple
that
events
score that
before,
encourages forward momentum in our players in a non-stop neck and neck
picked,
race.
I mean, yeah, they picked.
Absolutely, and of course, it's also going to be an advantage coming in for Shafe as that upper round undefeated player. He only has to win once, but if Dudadud is to take this home, he would have to win, reset the bracket, and going into an even match, win it out again. A big task for him. We already saw a great comeback in Rivals, winning that second game after getting trounced in his opener.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the odds are stacked against him, but clearly he's able to make these epic comebacks. And like you said, everybody having extensive experience in Obby's Tower of Hell, it must be the game that both of these players are looking forward to.
I think it's because all these players.
It looks like we are ready to go. We started with 10 contestants to get into this one. Shafe, they're the only two left here. They're just getting in, making the final preparations to arrive. For these two young men, the pressure is truly on. When you're playing through this, it kind of felt too real. Still a field in front of you, but now only one player on the other side. He's stopping you from a million.
I know, this is it. Millions and millions have tried to have a shot at the final $1 million. And this competition has been won for the ages. This is a double elimination, as you remember. So, if Dudadud can win this, there'll be an extended set. But Shafe can take the money on this race right through the heart of Tower of Hell.
Shafe can win in one
Actually,
round.
A little quick, exciting
the other guy
wins, a game that has not seen an update in quite so long. Guess what? Has released a brand new Tower
has to win twice,
greatly increasing the difficulty of this competition just as a little gift for our final two. They've not seen it. The world has not seen it. This is a brand new update. And I will say, I've just seen the practice rounds. These guys are experts, and I think they need this. This is going to be a true epic race here, as we're going to see some brand new sections.
I think those are the
They're off to the races. 7 minutes between these players and $1 million.
Where they going right now? It's just like a test.
Interesting word choice there. Gift, J Party. I'm not sure if they appreciate this gift, seeing that it is much harder than it used to be.
And new sections, as we mentioned earlier, initially there was over 330 different sections of this puzzle leading to over a quadrillion combinations that could be possible. So I'm assuming no one's ever seen the same tower twice. Well,
they said these are
that
new.
got a lot bigger of a number now with
they
a whole
said they
new
updated
array
the
of
game to have
challenges.
more
Shafe, though,
bigger
is out in front here. And
additions.
already building himself a command. He's going to fall back down. He'll catch himself, but that'll put him just a little bit further down. I believe Dudadud also fell too. So Shafe, despite his slip, still has the lead.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a couple falls here today, but thankfully, actually, Shafe had a pretty forgiving one. Did not hit an obstacle and fell almost on the same challenge he's on right there. So again,
no,
a lot of time.
It will be a different combination.
Dudadud is hot on the tail, so you see him catching up already.
Dudadud has to win twice, while Shafe only
as you can see on the sidebar there, we can see each player's positions in the race. It looks very, very close.
I'm pretty sure they don't make it within the time allotted.
This is still anyone's game here. To say someone has a lead is just really, you know, the happen circumstance of a single jump here.
Well, that's what you're trying to say too.
See how close they are.
Oh boy, in this section, I'm not even sure I understand how to proceed here. I think both players are a little confused there as we see a fall from Shafe.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one. Smile on his face and good sport as he heads to the bottom, knowing he might be joined by a friend shortly here. And there we go. That was a wild section. Even with observer cam, I'm not sure I understand how to progress through that one.
It is definitely challenging, and
that's actually
I'd almost like to just see if we could zoom out and just get some context how far they really have to go to get to the win here, because they're still only down in the second section. You look at that right side of your screen. There's, what, 8 more sections more that you have to compete through if you want to actually win this challenge.
Yeah, and a rough early fall here. Nerves starting to get to him a little bit here as one of the players takes a knockout from that little plasma beam there, and we are getting back to our challenge section here. We'll see if someone can get past it. This is going to be a big checkpoint. Oh, and a quick slip down and fall. Wow, this is some uncharacteristic
you don't have
play.
to win another round. He can play more safely.
It's usually an undefeated flying through of the tournament, but here, Nerves getting to him.
It is funny, we had so many of our players that said that Obbies were their favorite, the game they had the most experience with. These are two of the players that, they've played Roblox for years. They definitely have experience in Obbies. They didn't necessarily say it was one of their strengths, but that's where this entire tournament, all 7 games previous, will get decided on.
Yeah, it is a challenge. You've got to be an expert in just so many things to compete here. So again, all right, Dudadud is back in this challenge zone.
I think that's.
I assume he's going to wait a little bit and try to figure this puzzle out before he progresses.
For the first time ever, the polls are looking very close. 52% of the viewers going for Dudadud and 48 going for Shafe.
It's definitely
another little fall there from Dudadud, but again, he catches himself. A little bit of luck on his side there.
Yeah, this part's like,
We'll see.
yeah, because
And
it knocks
again,
them
the
off. It's
stump
making them
right
fall
here.
off.
Can we get presses? I think I see that they pop out of the corner there, and you got to catch that on the corner.
I
Nope.
can't even comprehend.
Oh,
My
it's
brain can't
confusing
comprehend what's
them.
going on.
Just
So
'cause
it's
they're
definitely a
spinning.
last-second jump to the platform that's rotating out of the beam
Yeah,
here.
it's like rotating.
Oh, and he gets it.
so
There
that's
we
why
go.
it's confusing.
Oh, it
He's
really
making the climb,
is.
slowly getting up higher.
They have to move between the platforms.
Oh, and there. Oh,
Another
That red
fall.
one's pretty hard.
yeah, he's solving it
I
though.
don't
So
think they're
again, we're
gonna
actually
defeat
having to
it.
see people reason through some of these new challenges here, and I think Dud might be getting
He
there.
has a
for
tiny egg
Shane.
of non-existence.
I mean, you've
Taking a
seen
hit
the
on that
emotion.
beam.
Every
Time
time
will
these
fade.
guys fall, they're
No,
reacting.
they said
They're
that
feeling
item.
the
I think
pressure.
they said that item
I
originally
think
was
honestly more than even
a
a battle
fake
against the
item
obstacles, this is a
to
battle about
troll
staying calm,
hackers
staying
back then
focused
in
under
the
pressure,
old
not rushing
days of
yourself, not
Roblox.
letting that big timer at the top of the
If they would
screen
have
get the
got it,
better
they
of
would
you.
have got banned.
Nah, I can't be watching the
Really?
time here.
And then they
Just relax,
re-released
just
it as an
focus.
actual
Already
item.
we've seen this is a
Ah.
much slower competition here. There are puzzles to solve, and they need to spend some
What,
time. And I think
Jax?
this
People
zone has
were
been a
actually
major
giving
stump.
themselves heads?
Just
Because
relax.
they were
Easier
cheating
said
in
than
the
done.
old
my
Roblox
hands are soaked in sweat
events.
watching this.
Down
know,
goes Dudadud yet again.
Yeah, that was a rough
Oh,
missed jump
it's like,
there.
hello.
Again, nerves really getting the best of him. Obviously, such a funny climax of this entire event
just
as a
smiling and
single
laughing.
missed jump is going to result in a complete reset.
So does that mean he
And here
automatically
we are,
wins if they
neck and
tie?
neck from
Back
the
to
start.
the
Or
beginning.
if
And you can't let seeing your opponent
does that mean
get the
he
better of you.
automatically
You don't want to
wins?
rush anything. You don't want to make mistakes. One slip could be the difference, and there's a mistake. One of our players
I'm
fell.
saying if they,
Dudadud reset again.
And looking at the sidebar
Well,
there, it
we'll
looks like
see.
they've
We'll
reached
see.
about, what,
Reaches the top.
20% of the entire tower so far?
If
Well,
that.
just as
Yeah.
long as one of them reaches
It's a
higher
massive
than the
tower
other,
ahead
I
here. We'll
guess,
see if we
and
see
they
another
win.
round, but this could be it here.
Because like if they can't reach the
Dudadud
top,
does he
is
have to
kind of
win?
in the
Like, let's
lead,
say he's
so
higher
he is
than the
holding
other
on. But yeah, if Shafe manages to catch up in these next
Oh, you're
round-
saying does he have to
Critical thing is only
completely win?
2.5 minutes left
I'm
in
pretty
this
sure that
round.
they
So
complete
Shafe,
one
this
and
run
then
could be his
see who
last
gets to the top.
opportunity to get ahead. He wants to be so careful with each
Just
of these
whoever's
jumps. I believe
higher.
this is the obstacle that no
I
one
wonder
has
if
made
shift
it through
locking is
just
even
yet.
good
Here's
to
his
do right
chance.
here.
Good jump. He stays up
I see
in it
what
as
you're saying.
Dudada is back down on the reset. And Shafe, I
Oh,
think he just
wow.
fell.
I think we heard the oof. That means he's down. Oh, and there it goes again. Boy,
Actually
it is a
frustrating.
rough run
I
for
can
our
actually hear him
players
say,
here.
"What is
Not
happening?"
sure who actually got higher on that initial
I
climb.
believe they've both lost at that same obstacle.
Yeah, this actually might come down to a replay then of who made it to a block or a
He keeps
frame
getting
higher
stuck
than the
at
other
the
person, because
blue.
this is gonna be rough.
Well, it looks
Yeah,
like on
I
the
think they're
sidebar there,
starting
they
to
do
become
keep record
impatient.
of who reached the
Yeah.
highest point, and so far it is Dudadud.
Oh, okay.
If
Looks
they're
like he's
dying like
leading.
at any other
Good to
part
know.
than that red part,
Perhaps
they're
we'll have a
really getting
redemption match.
impatient.
Let's
That's
see
the
if
other thing
Shafe
about
could
Obbies
maybe
that kind
take
of
his way
annoys
up.
me is that when you
Remember,
start
Dudadud
dying a
wins
lot,
this.
you
He
start getting
resets the
impatient
bracket, brings
to
us
try to reach
to a
the top
do or
again.
die final round
Especially if it's a race
of this
type
very
thing.
classic obby.
Yeah.
We're getting back to this section. Everyone's
Okay.
favorite.
And I just want to watch
Are.
Shafe here, see his reaction, because this is the make or break for him.
Okay,
He jumps
can he
up.
clear this?
They can't
He's
get
making it
past that
deeper
part,
through this
though.
obstacle, but it's a challenge even to figure out how you want to move in
Oh,
this.
yeah,
Oh,
she
he
got
made it.
past
Oh, and just like that, Shafe has cleared it. This has been the
Oh,
backbreaker with a
is
minute
this it?
left.
A minute and a half.
Ooh.
What?
Dudada has to rally back
Wow.
and make it ahead of his opponent, because
Ooh,
right
he
now
makes
Shafe,
those. He
he
makes
has
those.
this in
Holy
the bag.
crap!
Oh,
he
he's
might
still
just
going.
win.
And he
Oh,
hasn't stopped just
he
yet.
might
Dudada,
actually be-
he's on a
He
reset.
might
He's
actually
back
just win the
down
hole right
in the
here.
blue zone.
I think Shafe
Yeah,
has time to
Duddy
just
Dud
stop
can't
here
do
and,
it.
and end it all, but he's still going.
But
We'll
remember,
see.
the highest point he makes
snowballing.
is what the game remembers. And if he keeps
Wow.
going, it might just be over.
Wow.
I think
50
Duddy
seconds.
lost.
Is that enough time to catch up?
Shafe,
Yeah.
the player who flew all the way
I
from
think-
New York, he had a job offer on the line. He
I
was
think
ready
Shafe
for his
wins, though.
orientation.
I think he still
for
wins.
that
I don't think
opportunity.
Duddy Dud can do
And
it.
if we can watch Dudada, this is his last
Does he have a
chance, his
camera on his
last run
shoulder?
to try and beat him out.
It's actually got a
Shafe
slightly
made his
bit.
sacrifices, but
I'm
he was
actually
the
surprised
undefeated
Garching
player
backward.
through our rounds
If
to
like
work
this was
into
like
this one.
mainstream and
Oh
people
boy,
like just
all
says,
eyes on
"Oh,
the man in
Bebo,
blue here.
on the
Duddy Dud,
hunt."
his round to lose. Where's he at here? This is the moment.
He's made made it up to the
Oh,
yellow.
he made
It
it.
should be
He
six.
made it up to the
Can he
yellow.
do this?
Is he fast enough?
It's possible.
Is he fast
It's
enough?
possible.
He lost.
No.
That's it. That's
Oh
it.
my gosh, 10 seconds.
That's
Good his
it.
hands off keyboard. I
Oh,
can
Shafe
believe the
wins.
pain.
He knows it's over.
Oh,
And
the
at
final
this point,
countdown, folks.
A victory lap.
Wow.
Shafe, he holds his position
3,
up
2,
high. And Shafe,
1.
he's the
This is
champion
it.
of
Wow, he won
Mega
the million. Dang.
All right, folks.
Wow.
We officially have it. Shafe, my friend, you're still standing. An incredible run here. Well, we've got a little gift for you. Hopefully, this will ease your nerves here. Something a little exciting here. This will be your prize. So, Shafe, congratulations. I still can't believe it.
USD.
This has been a fierce, fierce competition. A shout out to everyone. We thought we'd bring some friends out along
everybody
the
don't
way.
leave. They stay there.
All 10 contestants are here. The skill, the smarts, the determination to make it here. It's been an incredible journey. Congratulations to everyone.
Wow.
But here, let's take a big shout out again to Dudda Dud. He had an incredible journey there. That last jump, a painful fall in the last 10 seconds. But hey, it's time to celebrate everyone who competed in the Mega Championship for the hunt. This was huge. You
Honestly,
saw puzzles,
I thought
tokens,
Robe was
looks,
gonna
fought
win.
battles,
Maybe
outraced
even
foes, conquered
Cantrell,
obbies,
really.
won shooters,
Conqueror.
earning you the right to be called the best. And of course, earning you the grand prize. Shafe, this one yours. Congratulations on $1 million richer. You've done it, my friend. All right, what are you feeling? How you feeling? Anything to say?
Oh my God, ecstatic, kind of all over the place. Dud, you did amazing.
I don't actually
oh my
hear
God, I
any
was
other
so
voices,
nervous when you
too.
got to the, what was it, the yellow one? Oh, but I'm so glad that everyone's here. It was awesome. This event was awesome.
All right, my friend, any shout outs, any
This
thank yous you
event
want to
was
give to the folks
awesome.
at home?
Shout out to Gagarg. Shout out to my parents. Shout out to Cobb. Shout out to Vepix. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. All right, my friend, what are you going to do? What are you going to buy first
Hot
with $1
dogs.
million?
Honestly,
I'm joking.
I'm gonna help my parents. They're having it rough right now.
All right.
So, gonna help them save for a house.
All right.
Figure out the rest from there.
All right, you heard it here, folks.
That's
Wonderful
nice.
stuff.
Dang.
An awesome person deserving of wonderful things. Shafe, congratulations again. That was incredible. I know if I had $1 million, I'd spend that fully on floss. Why? Well, that's for me to know and you to find out. All right, my friends. This is it. We've done it. We've had an incredible show with an incredible crew. And my friends, I'd like to say a few thank yous. We've got someone $1 million richer, and for the rest of us, well, we've got $1 million worth of
can
rich
come out there and say
experience. And that's all the
congratulations.
award we
probably
need.
want
But
to
hey,
take a
maybe
flight
some
home.
thank yous would suffice. I want to say thank you again to the amazing co-hosts I had. Mimi, new to the Roblox universe. Where's my camera shot? There it is. Mimi, hello. Well, yes, welcome. I don't know. We're shaking hands now. Thank you again. And you, of course, Frace, you already know. And you, thanks again for all your work here, my co-hosts. You can even have a handshake. We're giving those away for free. Again, a huge thank you to Sabrina and Geach the Gamer. Fantastic commentary for saving us in the green room. Some wonderful stuff, hanging out with some cool folks. We couldn't have done it without you all. But really, the key here is all the incredible contestants who competed in an insane competition with millions and millions of folks and everyone who participated in the hunt. This was a massive community event, one of the biggest events we've ever had on the platform, actually. It was huge.
It
was
is one of the
absolutely incredible
biggest.
to see
It
you all
really
compete,
was.
And all leading to this moment. Again, I want to give
I
an
mean, it
amazing
was just
shout
as
out to
big
the whole
as the
crew that
hunt,
makes this
I'd say,
possible.
the
You might
first
not see it
one.
at home, but there are a lot of folks behind a lot of fun cameras and a lot of important switchers making this whole show come alive. So thank you all to the crew. It has been amazing. I want to give a big thank you to the talented creators. That's right, the folks who updated these games, the 25 hunt participants. Again, Roblox is nothing without its creators. Y'all developers make this stuff magic. I know almost each and every one of you who helped with these games personally, and it's been an incredible run. Thank you for all the gifts, all the additional work of updates that you have provided us, including that surprise Tower of Hell one for our folks at the end here. Again, incredible
That's
stuff.
why also
all right, well,
those,
thank you for always being insightful and entertaining to our live streaming content creators who joined us, some special guests. But folks, the most important person of all to thank, and that's not me like you may think. It's you at home watching. All of you, again, appreciate you tuning into the end. An amazing journey. Roblox is possible because of all the folks here, all the magic, the folks at home. Again, I can't say enough. But hey, I'm tired of talking here. It's time to celebrate. This concludes the Hunt Mega Final. So folks, I'm Jay Party. Here to say, we'll see you all next time. This has been a show.
Wow. That's it. Hey. Builderman didn't even say anything else. He was just there for that one moment. Oh, is that Builderman? I thought that was Shaletsky. Shaletsky? Yeah. Is that someone else? Someone else. Oh. You always talk about those two characters. I thought you were Marvel all the time. I think he was up this week. That was it. That was the Hunt Mega Final. Honestly, it was pretty fun to watch that. I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I really don't care too much for was, actually, there's nothing really.
There's not really like that bad about the Hungary armor. Like I said, I already gave you my thoughts on what I thought was bad. Tanker.
Trank.
That was it. I thought maybe that they would like give like an update or something.
No, it's quite a bit of people watching it though, I'll tell you that.
I think it was over 25,000 people watching it, or maybe 30. I really don't know actually how many people exactly was watching it live. But yeah, that was 4 hours of all that. They would be immortalized now on this event. I'll tell you that too, and especially.
All right, my friend. Any shout?
Safe, since he won. That's honestly really awesome. I mean, like just being there too. I wonder if they'll ever give him something. Like I really do wonder that if they'll give the top 10 anything for just participation or reaching the top 10. Because like I mean, like I'll always say this too. Because those 10 people had the shots of getting that million and be majorly let down. And after like going out there and doing this whole event right here, I could definitely say this. I think they should always give at least these participants like maybe a limited or like an off-sale item, maybe of their choice, or even just like a little bit of money or something. Because like, you know, just for courtesy and just not for them to feel too bad for losing, you know. But I mean, it is an official event, and there always will be losers. Even the people on the leaderboard, like, just imagine this too. Being top 50, you had to get top 50 just to get the Federation crown. And just imagine being in 51. You know? Like, that has to suck real bad. Let alone even just being close to, like, top 50. Or even being in, like, 11th. Imagine, like, if he was in 11th place.
Thank you for all the gifts, all the additional work of updates.
Just because you, like, made that one mistake. Well, that has been the Hunt Mega Final live stream. I mean, I never really do something like this. I never really watch or react or anything. That was kind of fun to watch. Yeah, that's it. Goodbye.